say.
তোমার সুর মোদের সুর
সৃষ্টি করুক ঐক্য সুর তোমার সুর মোদের সুর সৃষ্টি করুক ঐক্য সুর সৃষ্টি হোক ঐক্যতা
Check one. Check 1, 1, 2. Check test. Check 1.
তোমার স্বরর মিলন
সৃষ্টি করে চালু ঐক্যতান
મળે સૂરજો તારો મારો બન माझ्या तुमच्या जुळता तारा मधुर सुरती धारा सूर्य
श्यामला मातरं वन्दे मातरम् ज्योत्स्ना पुलकितयामिनी पुल्लकुसुमित शोभिनी सुसिरी सुमधुरभाषिणी वरदां मातरं वन्दे मातरम् वन्दे मातरम्
अपना है दिल ये जाके बोल दो ऐसे जागो रे साथियों दुनिया की आंखें खोल दो का परचम लहरा दो गर्दिश में देख लिया कहीं भी तेरे जैसा कोई नहीं है अस्सी नहीं 100 दिन दुनिया घुमा है नहीं कहीं तेरे जैसा कोई नहीं मैं गाया चाहा भी दिलाती सबसे प्यारी अम्मा
मिले सुर मेरा तुम्हारा तो सुर बने हमारा। सुर की नदियाँ हर दिशा से बह के सागर में मिले। बादलों का रूप लेकर बरसे हल्के हल्के। मिले सुर मेरा तुम्हारा तो सुर बने हमारा। मिले सुर मेरा तुम्हारा।
Chön tarad thay mön tarad ikvat baniye sön tarad।
रे सुर देना मिलके बने एक नवा सुरतार। मिले सुर मेरा तुम्हारा तो सुर बने हमारा।
जो सुर तुझे सा प्यारा मिले जदे गीत असा जो मधुर तरानो बने तदे।
सुर का दरी
बदला दारू लेके
बरसन होले होले।
இசைந்தா நம் இருவரும் சுரமும் நமதாகும். திசை வேறானாலும் ஆழிசேர் ஆறுகள் முகிலாய் மழையாய் பொழிவது போல் இசை நம் இசை. ನನ್ನದನಿಗೆ ನಿನ್ನದನಿಯ
ಸೇರಿದಂತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ದನಿಯ
మునీశ్వరము సంగమమై మన స్వరంగా అవతరించి എന്റെ സ്വരവും നിങ്ങളുടെ സ്വരവും ഒത്തുചേർന്നു നമ്മുടെ സ്വരമായി. আর সুর মোদের
সৃষ্টি করু কই সুর তোমার সুর মোদের সৃষ্টি করু কই সুর সৃষ্টি হো কই কোতান।
সৃষ্টি করি চালু ঐক্যতানো
મળે સૂર જો તારો મારો બને આપણો સૂર। माझ्या तुमच्या जुळता तारा मधुर सुरांच्या बरसती धारा। हर दिशा से बहके सागर मिले मिले बादलों का तुम्हारा सुर बने
जीना तो उसी का जीना है जो मरना वतन पे जाने। ऐ वतन हमको तेरी कसम, तेरी राहों में जान तक लुटाएंगे। फूल क्या चीज है तेरे कदमों पे हम भेंट अपने सरों की चढ़ा जाएंगे। ऐ वतन हमको तेरी कसम, तेरी राहों में जान तक लुटा। ऐ वतन, ऐ वतन। भारत ने दुनिया को तब गिनती आई, तारों की भाषा भारत ने दुनिया को पहले सिखलाई। देता न दशमलव भारत तो यूं चांद पे जाना मुश्किल था। धरती और चांद की दूरी का अंदाजा लगाना मुश्किल था। सभ्यता जहां पहले आई, सभ्यता जहां पहले आई, पहले जन्मी है जहां पे कला। अपना भारत वो भारत है जिसके पीछे संसार चला, संसार चला और आगे बढ़ा। यूं आगे बढ़ा बढ़ता ही गया। भगवान करे ये और बढ़े, बढ़ता ही रहे और फूले फले, बढ़ता ही रहे और फूले फले।
चुप क्यों हो गए? और सुनाओ।
है प्रीत जहां की रीत सदा, जहां की रीत सदा, मैं गीत वहां के गाता हूँ। भारत का रहने वाला हूँ, भारत की बात सुनाता हूँ। गोरे का भेद नहीं, हर दिल से हमारा नाता है। और न आता हो हमको, हमें प्यार निभाना आता है। जिसे मान चुकी सारी दुनिया में मैं बात वही दोहराता हूँ। भारत का रहने वाला हूँ, भारत प्रीत जहां की रीत सदा। इश्क क्या हमने तो दिलों को जीता है। जहाँ राम अभी तक है नर में, नारी में अभी तक सीता है। कितने पावन हैं लोग जहाँ, इतने पावन हैं लोग जहाँ, मैं नित नित शीश झुकाता हूँ। भारत का रहने वाला हूँ, भारत की बात सुनाता हूँ। ममता नदियों को भी जहाँ माता कह के बुलाते हैं, इतना आदर इंसान तो क्या पत्थर भी पूजे हैं। उस धरती पे मैंने जन्म लिया, उस धरती पे मैंने जन्म लिया, ये सोच के मैं इतराता हूँ। भारत का रहने वाला हूँ, भारत की बात सुनाता हूँ। है प्रीत जहाँ की रीत सदा, जब जीरो दिया मेरे भारत ने, भारत ने मेरे भारत ने, दुनिया को तब गिनती आई। तारों की भाषा भारत ने दुनिया को पहले सिखलाई। देता न दशमलव भारत तो यूं चांद पे जाना मुश्किल था। धरती और चांद की दूरी का अंदाजा लगाना मुश्किल था। सभ्यता जहां पहले आई, सभ्यता जहां पहले आई, पहले जन्मी है जहां पे कला। अपना भारत है जिसके पीछे संसार चला, संसार चला और आगे बढ़ा, यूं आगे बढ़ा, बढ़ता ही गया। भगवान करे ये और बढ़े, बढ़ता ही रहे और फूले फले, बढ़ता ही रहे और फूले फले।
चुप क्यों हो गए? और सुनाओ।
है प्रीत जहाँ की रीत सदा, की रीत सदा, गीत जहाँ की रीत सदा, मैं गीत वहाँ के गाता हूँ। भारत का रहने वाला हूँ, भारत की बात सुनाता हूँ। है प्रीत जहाँ की रीत सदा, काले गोरे का भेद नहीं हमारा नाता है। कुछ और न आता हो हमको, हमें प्यार निभाना आता है। जिसे मान चुकी सारी दुनिया हो, जिसे मान चुकी सारी दुनिया, मैं बात वही दोहराता हूँ। भारत का रहने वाला हूँ, भारत की बात सुनाता हूँ। है प्रीत जहाँ की जीते हो किसी ने देश तो क्या, हमने तो दिलों को जीता है। इतने पावन है लोग जहाँ, इतने पावन है लोग जहाँ, मैं नित नित शीश झुकाता हूँ। भारत का रहने वाला हूँ, भारत की बात सुनाता हूँ। ममता नदियों की जहाँ माता कह के बुलाते हैं, कितना आदर इंसान तो क्या पत्थर भी पूजे जाते हैं। उस धरती पे मैंने जन्म लिया, उस धरती पे मैंने जन्म लिया, ये सोच के मैं इतराता हूँ। भारत का रहने वाला हूँ, भारत की बात सुनाता हूँ। है प्रीत जहाँ की रीत सदा, जब जीरो दिया मेरे भारत ने, मेरे भारत ने, दुनिया को तब गिनती आई। तारों की भाषा भारत ने दुनिया को पहले सिखलाई। देता न दशमलव भारत तो यूं चांद पे जा।
शीतला श्यामला मातरं वन्दे मातरं शुभ्रज्योत्स्ना पुलकितयामिनी शोभिनी सुहासिनी सुमधुरभाषिणी अमरदां मातरं वन्दे मातरम्
Good morning. May I request everybody to be seated, please? We are starting the first business session of today.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to start our first session for the final day. So we would request, morning ma'am, we would request everybody to be seated. So I hope we can start. Yes? Yes, can we have an answer from you? Can we start? Thank you so much. So very good morning. I hope everybody is ready to kickstart this final day. So the 2 days, it went on well. So you all had lots and lots of informations and we had lots of fun. I saw last night, it was good. So people were started dancing. So I was enjoying seeing a side. Thank you so much. I know you all enjoyed last night. But now, and again, back to the business. So we will have our first session. The first session is about resilient and responsible logistics. So the session will take over by session chairman, Mr. Shantanu Badkamkar, past chairman and advisor, FFFAI. Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands together and welcome Mr. Shantanu onto the stage, please. Mrs. Shantanu is a custom broker and international freight forwarder, managing director, ATC Group, OPM at Harvard Business School, Boston, honorary fellow of Narottam Morarji Institute of Shipping, government constituted bodies, member of Court of Indian Maritime University, Director, Tamil Nadu Epic Skill Development Center for Logistics, Trade Association and Chamber, Chairperson of Asocham Maharashtra State Development Council, Member Governing Board, Air Cargo Forum India, University Educational and Training Institutes, Trustee, the Kelkar Education Trust, Member Governing Body, Advisory Council, Logistics Sector Skill Council, Symbiosis Skills and Professional University, VG Waste College, past President, Chairman and Board of Advisor, FFFAI, AMTOI, MACCIA, IFCABA, CSC, MP, RT Mumbai. Advocacy and Research, CUTS International, member M Connect PAC. Thank you so much for joining in this lovely day, sir. And now I would like to call upon all the speakers to the stage. Mr. George Abravo, Chairman Abravo Group. Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands together and welcome Mr. George Abravo to the stage. And now we would like to welcome Mr. Hari Shashidharan, Senior Vice President, Strategic Partnerships and New Initiatives, DBS Bank. So please welcome onto the stage. Can we give a round of applause to him? And now we would like to welcome Dr. Pramod Sen, industry expert. So please welcome onto the stage. And now we welcome Dr. Sharmila Amin, Managing Director, South Asia India, Bertling Logistics India Private Limited. Please welcome ma'am. Can we give a big round of applause? She has a huge energy. I saw on the first day. Finally, we have an online virtual address by IFCBA Coral. And for the Q&A and summing up and thanks, I would like to welcome Mr. Amit Kamath, Vice Chairman, FFFAI. So can we give him a round of applause and welcome him forward?
Good morning. The best highlight of this convention has been wonderful audience. Thanks for being a great audience. Even the minister admired yesterday that we had full house and there was a pin drop silence. So that's what FFFAI is. We become big by our members. We become strong every year because of our members. And no matter we have late nights, we still start sessions on time. We should have started 5 minutes earlier, but still it's okay. We are on time. This, I dare say, would be one of the finest sessions because of we have very experienced, very competent panelists. And we are going to touch on issues that will help you to chart your course in the future. These are amazing people with lot of insight, lot of vision. So avoid multitasking and focus on what delegates have to say. These are 2 or 2.5 days in a year you get for brainstorming. Please don't use these 2 days like other 365 days in a year or maybe 730 days we get for 2 years. Make them for your visioning. This session will focus on resilient and responsible supply chains and even more on resilient and responsible logistics for resilient supply chains. The most talked about issue today is resilient supply chains and multimodal connectivity, strong logistics connections. And somehow in India, we have done better than the rest of the world. And Prime Minister himself at Quad meeting spoken about importance of resilient supply chains. And that's where opportunity for freight forwarders and custom brokers. And these are opportunities in immediate future. So please pay attention. These are extremely competent panelists, handpicked. And I can tell you, we need them to speak, then they are keen. Of course, they are keen because they are well-wishers. And our first panelist is George. He is Vice President of Amtoy. Somehow I had a lengthy introduction, but I don't give lengthy introductions. George is a well-known person. He is Vice President of Amtoy. But even more, couple of qualities I want to share so that you can appreciate his content better. George's roots are in Cochin. Then he started career also in Cochin and said that I have to be in bigger waters. So he came to Mumbai. In Mumbai, he did extremely well. And now he has moved on to Dubai. And Amtoy has petitioned that he should be titled as His Royal Highness Sheikh George Abraw. And let me promise you, he will get honorary citizenship. The way he is growing in Dubai is seen to be believed. And our FFFAI delegates who came for the FFFAI event in Dubai saw what George is capable of and how gracious he is. But there is another quality of George which all of you should know. Most of us, and overwhelmingly most of us, are in asset light or asset free business models. And asset free doesn't mean we have not put capital in business. We have put plenty of capital in business, which is with our customers in outstanding and receivable. There are smarter people who have invested in their assets and they control their assets, and that's how they run their business. And George is one among them. He will give you different perspectives on asset-based models. He will also share his other experience about asset-light hybrid models. And interestingly, George has switched between different business models. So George will be setting a tone for today's business sessions. And he is extremely successful, and last 2 years he has grown fabulously. It's very difficult to get his time. I can tell you, he came on 12th, went to Mumbai, came back again. That kind of lifestyle he is living. He also had to go to Singapore and Taiwan. We appealed to him to do little favor and be amongst all of us who are his colleagues and customers. So we have George Abrow for you. I think you can deliver from there. Thank George, and a big round of applause for him.
The time starts now. The moderator for the session, Mr. Bhatkamkar, thank you very much for a wonderful introduction that you gave. Fellow panelists, dignitaries of the dais, and the wonderful audience we have this morning. It's a very, very great subject that I've been asked to speak on. And I thought, let me start with a little poll here, just to get a feel of what the audience is. So it's going to be a show of hands, a very simple question. How many of you in this audience feel that we are in the right business? Great. So happy to hear that. But now listen very carefully. I'm going to reframe this question a little differently. How many of you thought 2 years ago when we were in the doldrums that you were in the right business? Yeah, a little less, but I'm very happy with that answer because people are being very honest. And this is exactly what I wanted to hear from you, because it is the perspective that matters. So, let me start with a little thing. I carried this from the airline. I think a lot of you would have seen this. Any idea what this is? Sandwich box. And how many of you have seen it only as a box carrying a sandwich and not anything else? So there is one Parsi gentleman here who says he has seen it something else. Another gentleman. Okay. The interesting thing, if you actually looked into this box, is that it has got some pictures here and it has got some numbers here. After you eat the sandwich, you have still another hour or hour and a half on the flight, and they expect that you utilize the time for something. And what they have done is made you feel something special. It says, congratulations, you can now play Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. And for those of you know who are into music, you will realize how difficult it is to play a Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. But what it did was made you feel and think differently. You walked out of that aircraft that feeling that you could do something which you otherwise thought was not possible. So today when I'm getting to the subject of resilience, we all know resilience is the ability to absorb shock and to survive that shock and move ahead. When you bring asset into it, and you want to club asset with resilience, what does it mean? It's all about being smart, how you have the right asset to run through your business with resilience even at the worst times. So, I did not want to go into numbers, and I therefore thought the best way to get to you is probably sharing my very own life story, because that has taught me a lot of things. And more than anything else, there is a saying which goes, smart are the people who learn from their mistakes, but smarter are the people who learn from other people's mistakes. Along the way, we have made mistakes. Want to share that with you so that you take that and do not make the same mistake, and you are able to move forward much faster. I am the third generation in a family business. And we in the family have actually been very pro asset. My introduction to asset started as early as probably when I was 5 years old. And that must have been in the year of 1967. I don't want anybody to be calculating my age here. I share just to make it easy, I share the same age as that of FFFAI. So, as a small kid, I don't know whether it is by design or not, my father used to, over the weekends, take me along when we went. Our first business, or our original business, was something called as lightridge. Now, lightridge is discharging cargo from ships at the anchor or outer roads, because these ships cannot come to a port. So we didn't have terminals large enough to handle these ships, and therefore we moved cargo into these terminals. We moved from that because there was a change. And therefore, what we did is we moved from lightridge of cargo, moved into stevedoring, which came to the port, and therefore from stevedoring we went, which was conventional, into container. And that was the first time we ever got a feel of what the future is in terms of shipping. My first foray was seeing barges built. We had a boatyard in a place of Koilon, where they used to build these huge wooden dumb barges, and that is what was used to transfer cargo. We had tugs which used to pull these barges, so there we had these assets which helped us build the business that we were doing. Moving from there, we moved to the port. The asset came from the ports and terminals because the cranes were provided by the port. But then the asset we had changed, and that was the big shift. What was the asset that we had then was our people. Because we had to ensure that we had the best of train operators, the best of winch drivers, the best of supervisors, foremen. So see how from moving out from tugs and boats and barges, we had to depend on something which was completely different, people. If you had a really smart sales guy, somebody would refer, that is an asset for your company. So see how the word takes a different meaning depending on what you actually are and what you actually do. So we moved to the stevedoring, and then we realized that, bigger ports were coming, bigger terminals were coming. We need to move on. So we moved to another asset-light model, which was the agency business. Again, our asset were the people. Moving from there, we came one full circle around, got back into lightridge. But this time, it was not bulk. We were into lightridge of oil and gas. So what we do is, the LPG that you get at home, if it comes as butane and propane, on board the ship, we add a chemical which then gives that odor to help you realize whether it is leaking or not. So it's a big business for us, and we've been doing that successfully. But having done that, we also realized that the agency business that we are in is something which is with a short shelf life. So we had to think, and we realized that we have the asset, the biggest asset, which is the people that actually builds the agencies for these overseas principal. So we decided the next best thing to do is do what they are doing. And how do we do it? So the system that we adopted was a hybrid. We decided, rather than starting with the investment into containers, we will take containers on lease, see how the business develops over a period of time, and then start with going in for your own asset. So we've done that now for over 14 years, and that business has actually grown exponentially. And in the last 2 years, what we realized is the opportunity that came by was much more immense because we had the equipment. Thankfully for us, I look up to one of our principal, who's the 10th largest carrier in the world, and they're known for actually taking decisions well in advance because they have a very, very large planning and research team. So yesterday we had Neeraj talking about planning. And I would like to say, reiterate the importance of planning is so much that one cannot really measure it. So at the start of the pandemic, the principals, Van Hai, ordered for 50,000 containers. I said, what? I mean, here everybody is in the doldrums. You're talking about 50,000 new bills. We followed suit. We also ordered our share of containers immediately, only to later on realize there was going to be a dearth of containers. And therefore, we had to make sure that we had the boxes. But in the meantime, another big learning that came to me, sorry, Shantanu, I've just exceeded a little. Big learning that came to me was we were representing a carrier who was a feeder operator. And for every NVOCC operator, the most important ingredient is to have space on a ship. We had a principal who was an in-house principal. Unfortunately for us, why I say unfortunately is because you will learn later, They operated on a model which was asset light. They took ships on charter and operated very successful service starting from China into India. And during this COVID, we had the space that was required. But come 2021, the charter expired. We couldn't find a ship to replace the ship we had because the large carrier decided to buy all the ships that this particular ship owner had. So we were left without a ship, left without a service. We had the containers, but thankfully, we knew this was going to happen, and therefore we planned in advance and had dead freight coming in to the system. So we had a hybrid model again to make a success out of what we were doing. I hope that will give you some kind of a perspective about how you need to keep changing with time if you need to be a resilient organization. Let me just, for lack of time, let me just stop with probably the tagline which I kept seeing yesterday with FFFAI. If you need to look at the future, you need to reshape your business by embracing change. Change is the only constant. So that you can surge ahead using technology in this digital era. So that is what I believe is the future that you would get. And yesterday, I think two things that your association brought to the table. One was the announcement of the EBL, Fiata BL that is being brought in. Shankar was very, very vocal. That is going to facilitate and turn things around for all of you, because you will have room to have your own containers and ship. More the merrier. We'd love to have more people, because what we in India need is a strong foundation where we have our own containers and our own ships to come by. Thank you very much.
Thanks, George. I think you need a 2-hour session, because switching between asset models, asset light, hybrid, asset heavy is a complex topic, and our industry seriously needs to learn asset-based models, because it brings about opportunities. George has been extremely successful, and we all have opportunity to be successful in these models. Again, he also reminded that people are big assets. That's something we should count. We say people are assets, but George actually demonstrated how he used in asset heavy model or asset light model people as big assets. We all of us know in our industry, the cost of salaries comes to 60% to 80%, and that's in well-run companies. People with challenges, the salary costs are even higher than that. He also brought about what Neeraj has been saying all the time. I think Reliance is one of the best managed, and Neeraj is amazing in his planning. And he keeps on saying, if one thing custom brokers and freight forwarders can do for us is engage with us in planning, because all Indian companies are weak in planning. So that's one area we should explore, is be strong in planning, because our business is about planning and coordination. With this, we move to the next speaker, Harish Shashidhar. He is a banker. He has extremely good insight. I had 3 interactions with him, in addition to today's interaction, on disruption. What are the forces? What are the differences in today's disruptions and earlier disruption? And as a banker, he has promised us that the best question will get interest-free loan. Second thing he said, no, be serious. Second thing also, I'm telling you on a serious note, he doesn't like people to be on mobile while he's speaking, and he has a photographic memory. So those multitasking with mobile, he wouldn't consider them for funding at all. As a banker, he expects that you listen to him with complete seriousness and complete focus. So if you have compulsion to be on mobile, please move out, otherwise he will keep you on his blacklist, in his photographic memory. So Harish, please go ahead, floor is yours.
If you can get the slides up, please. Yeah. Thank you, Shantanu ji. He made me a bit of a villain even before I started, but that's okay. At the outset, I'd just like to say that it's an honor and privilege to be standing before you, being able to address this gathering. And in what's been, I think, a fabulously organized event so far, and I'd just like to congratulate Chairman Shinde sir and his team for doing that. I want to be able to start with a note of thank you, first of all. This is the first time I'm attending a FFFAI event. And thank you because as somebody who's not, particularly part of the logistics industry, over the last 2 years, for the most part, we've been cooped up at home. And every time we placed that order on an e-commerce app or any other app, stuff magically landed up at home. And behind the scenes, you guys have made it possible. So it's a 24/7 job, and we completely appreciate that. And for all that work, thank you. So what I thought I'd do today is to offer a few thoughts, on the financial implication of supply chain disruption. And I also want to touch upon a few use cases which I think are quite relevant in this time, some emerging use cases, which kind of are representative of the financing models in this emerging digital age. But before I do that, let me start off with a quick, question, if you would. I know a lot of you are stalwarts in the industry, and a lot of this is something that you already are aware of. But indulge me here. This is according to a McKinsey Global Institute study. And if you have to hazard a guess of how frequently companies can expect supply chain disruptions lasting a month or more, what do you think that number is, right? Any guesses in terms of number of years? Anybody? Okay, so that number is 3.7 years. Of course, I guess with what we've seen in the last year or so, that number is only going down. Similarly, in terms of yearly profits over a decade that companies can potentially lose, based on this empirical study, that number is close to about 45-50%. And lastly, just basis disruptions in the last few years that I've seen, global exports are approximately 16 to 26% of global exports are expected to shift to other countries, both because of economic and non-economic reasons. So the point I'm just trying to make is that disruptions, therefore, are becoming extremely frequent and costly, and you guys know this better than anyone else. And with that, risk vectors are changing. Right? Gone are the times when we just had to worry about the Fukushimas and the Iceland volcanic eruptions. What we've seen in the past couple of months and years has been geopolitics playing an increasing role, starting with the US-China trade war and more recently the US-Taiwan tensions. And that's going to be playing an increasing part. But what is also interesting, if you look at the bottom picture on the bottom right there, I'm not sure how many of you were tracking this piece of news. This was with regard to the non-Petya ransomware attack that happened in Ukraine in 2017, June 27, 2017. And why this is topical is because one of the biggest impacted companies was Maersk Line. And the official sort of number was about $300 million which they lost. And this was originated through a tax filing software, attack on a tax filing software by allegedly a state-led actor of a neighboring country. And within minutes, 60 countries at least were impacted. Maersk themselves lost about 50,000 servers, 50,000 machines to this attack. And globally, the impact that was pegged was 10 billion, just with this single attack. So with these disruptions and new threat vectors, what companies are doing in response, and I want to be able to give you a financial angle to this. One is, of course, strengthening critical supplier relationships and the realization that suppliers, both tier 1 and deep tier, their financial health is increasingly impacting one's own viability. For example, Apple's $450 million investment in Corning just to secure glass sheets for their iPhones is one such case in point. More recently, Volkswagen invested into 2 joint ventures with Chinese companies to be able to secure their battery raw materials like nickel and cobalt and so on. Also, companies are increasingly realizing that it's not just enough to optimize for efficiency and cost, but also for risk metrics, and that's why diversification of suppliers and geographic footprint is increasingly playing out. Just the semiconductor in the telecom industries, like 75% of exports are concentrated in just 5 regions. Thirdly, we talked about this yesterday, supply chain transparency is predicated completely on the availability of data across the supply chain. And what companies are doing now is to leverage this telemetry to be able to produce data that helps both shippers and customers. And we are seeing instances of a lot of companies employing cognitive logistics process automation tools on the back of machine learning algorithms to be able to look at the supply chain end to end and be able to take predictive decisions. We also talked about increased inventory. George just spoke about it. By definition, just in case, as opposed to just in time, means increased inventory and therefore increased working capital requirements. And companies are increasingly trying to build safety buffers in good times. As they say, it's always better to sweat in times of peace rather than bleed in war. And lastly, companies are also looking at rerouting transport and logistics, finding new avenues to bypass clogged lanes to be able to build that resilience. So with these areas of focus, how can finance be an enabler, right? So we talked about supplier relationships. Financial institutions now have programs that we've been running for a few years now, which help suppliers make early payments, right? Where the risk is predicated on a larger anchor or otherwise. And this is across both the pre-shipment and the post-shipment legs of the supply chain. So, for example, from the pre-shipment point of view, you have PO-based financing. On the post-shipment point of view, you have invoice discounting. You have a bunch of other sort of products. Of course, it's difficult to talk about all of them now, but I'll just touch the highlights. The other is increased inventory. Obviously, like I said, that means increased working capital. And what's increasingly happening is financial institutions are able to leverage the data footprint of companies to be able to quickly get quickly do underwriting on the company and be able to sort of figure out, is it a good or a bad credit? We'll talk about this in the use case just in the next slide. The third is, by definition, EXIM means, FX risk mitigation sort of structures automatically come into play, and there's an interesting FX aggregation use case which I want to talk about as well. Supply chain transparency, I think this is a fantastically interesting space. We talked about the ULIP yesterday and some of the data points that can come out. This lends itself to what is called cargo financing, where from the start, from the time the goods are stuffed into the container till the port of discharge, and after that, I'm able to track it and therefore be able to build financing solutions at every point in the chain. And financial institutions are being able to do that now. And lastly, the supply network and geographic footprint, like I was talking about, investments that companies are making, and insurance solutions that are specialized and take care of accidents and other contingencies, including supplier bankruptcy. So quickly, I want to just end with two use cases. The first one is an embedded financing model. Now, the reason I kept it fairly, open is that there are multiple sub-use cases that can come out of this, but let me give you what I'm sort of broadly trying to convey here. We talked about logistics and digital platforms yesterday. So if you look at this and think about this from the perspective of, let's say, a supplier like a ship liner on the one side, and when I talk of an SME, it's probably any of our logistics players on the other side, whether it's a freight forwarder or a custom broker. What this basically platform can do is, and most of the platforms already do, by the way, is the SMEs or the logistics players are able to request invoices, make payments for those freight services via the platform. And where financial institutions come in this is that at the point of checkout, which is why the whole embedded finance angle comes in, is at the point of checkout, financial institutions can now, basis various data points that you see on the box to the right, able to quickly underwrite the logistics player and throw up a contextual financing sort of line at the point of payment on the logistics aggregator platform. And this, the FI is able to do basis a bunch of digital sort of footprint data that we talked about yesterday. So we have GSTN, which is, we get data on the GST returns. We can get, the banking data now with the whole account aggregator platform that's gone live. I don't know how many of you are tracking it. Recently, we have 1 billion accounts live and 1 million accounts linked on the account aggregator platform. The bureau data, of course, and India Stack. Chairman Shinde yesterday talked about eKYC. That's one of the parts of the India Stack that we leverage to make KYC easier. So the point I'm trying to make is contextual financing model. Sometimes we joke, DBS, we call ourselves disappearing Bank of Singapore at sometimes, because what we are trying to do is to embed ourselves in certain in platforms, because customers, they don't wake up in the morning and say this is a good day to bank. They want to live their lives, and we want to be powering those transactions underlying the hood. So that's one use case. The second use case is again very topical from an FX solution standpoint. And this is a pain point where a lot of our logistics players, especially in times like these, in a tightening sort of interest rate scenario, and with exchange rates, where they are. So this talks about how an financial institution can provide aggregation services. So what this specifically does is that if a logistics player is paying a certain markup, for example, if you have a ship liner that's invoicing in foreign currency and the logistics player needs to pay in INR, generally that invoice is marked up basis an exchange rate that the liner provides. But here, what we are saying is that if they come to some of these aggregation platforms that are already live, they can request for an invoice. That's the label on the top left. Request for invoice. The liner releases the invoice, and the financial institutions can provide a markup rate at a better rate than what is generally provided to them by the liner, and that the freight forwarder or the logistics player sees and can just pay in INR into a pooling account. So they don't have to go through the job of incurring that laborious processing charge, correspondent bank, none of those. They just pay in INR to a virtual account, a VA account. The financial institution cites that, is able to tell the platform that, hey, the money is received, and then the platform aggregates that funds and sends it to the liner in one shot. So everybody kind of wins in the process. So these are, I think, two use cases which, at least in my interactions with a lot of you, have resonated very well, and so I just wanted to talk about that. So I just want to end with saying that, just going back to this quote by Eisenhower, which a lot of you know, was a military officer in the US and also, I think, the 34th president, statesman. He said that you will not find it difficult to prove that in battles, campaigns, and even wars have been largely won or lost because of logistics. And that kind of sums up how important this sector is, and how important you are in turning the wheels of the economy. So with that, thank you so much, And Jai Hind.
Thanks, Harish. You are an amazing banker for sure. You finished exactly 1 minute before your allotted time. And definitely we will be inviting you for the next convention or in between. And you can reveal who is the beneficiary of your interest-free loan. We are all eager to know. I think you brought out very interesting aspect of financing and resilience because of financing in this sector, because we run out of ideas. See, every couple of years we have to make presentation to our global customers, those of us who have global customers, on increased compliance and secondly cost reduction. So after 3-4 years, we actually run out of ideas what we can do for tax, cost reduction and all this. So what I have been focusing is on financial consolidation, partnership in that, and business continuity plan. So I think your inputs are very significant for that kind of partnership. Next speaker, Pramod, has been a good friend of mine for 40 years. Both of us started career together. Pramod built a very good career. He retired as Vice President of Siemens, in charge of supply chain, logistics. And he is a very good professional. And I think he has been to FFFAI at least 3 or 4 times, maybe 5th time, I don't recollect. But he is a frequent, from 2005, for last 17 years, he has been participating in FFFAI events. But above all, one of the reasons we like to call him and engage with him is because he is not shy to discuss with customs serious issues for trade facilitation and the impediments. And at times, customs has relied on his old statistics for mapping. So he is a very serious professional, and Pramod will present his perspectives on disruptions and resilient supply chain. Pramod, floor is yours.
So, good morning, everybody. So, it's really my privilege, and as Chandru mentioned, I'm here coming from 2005. But every time what I see is a new height of success for convention. And I was just looking last 2 days. I'm just referring around 650 people with varied experience. And I can count that total experience into shipping, logistics, supply chain put together in the room is around 25,000 years. I saw a person with 55 years experience, and I'm quite sure some of you here are more than that also experience. 25,000 years experience in this room, and we can do a wonder into supply chain, logistics, shipping. I'm quite sure, and this could be one of the event or this thing which could be really high across world also. I do not know whether any other convention will have more than 25,000 year experience. So it's really honored to be here. My topic is overcoming disruption. If you would have seen since yesterday, every speaker, when he talked, this word has come, the disruption. And just now, Harish also shown some of the details on the disruption. So what is really the disruption is I think little disruption is affecting me. So this is how disruption affects. We saw many types of disruption, and the list is keep on adding. I just could attack the around 10 areas. We have seen natural disaster, earthquake, tsunami, We have seen cyber attacks, and yes, the shipping industry is much haven't affected that. Pandemic. There are some, regularly we are having transportation and other disruption. We have seen Suez Canal. Then strikes. Anytime some airline or their ground staff have strike in Europe, our supply chain really gets affected. Price fluctuations is also very disruption. We could not have thought that after 15 years we will have such a rate, whether it is with cartel, whether it is with whatever reason. But price fluctuation, whether it is in shipping, whether it is in product, they have the effect. Geopolitical situation. We have seen US-China trade war. We have seen Brexit. We have seen now Russia-Ukraine war, how it is affecting global. And it is touching human also. We are talking about the wheat shortages. 100 countries will going to have the tough time for food because of shortage. Technology. We have seen that technology, how it is disrupting. Our lives have already changed because of technology. Laws and regulations is a disruption. Even though we advise or FFFAI, BCBA, such organizations keep on giving inputs to government, one day they change something which creates a disruption. Could be for some time, and it affects us. Then last is the products. New products coming, it's a disruption. So many such disruption happens. It is going to change our life. First we thought that sometime in 90s they coined the word called VUCA, and it became famous. Then we have seen the disruption word coming, then we have seen the black swan event coming. But today we are in combination of all. We are having this situation coming again and again. So what we need to do? Our topic is resilience, agility can open new opportunities. And how I have some practical example, and that is very different. Product failures. Everybody in manufacturing, they make products. They are given to customers. Customers depend on their quality. And if one product fails, the customer is upset. It comes back to manufacturer. Manufacturer has got a very difficult time because his quality product has failed. So there is a disruption in customer's end. Because of his disruption, our factories also get affected. So we have one example. One of the biggest electrical company, Tata Power, they are having our turbines. We are having at least around 70 years of association, and one turbine rotor failed. You cannot afford to have such failure. So our engineer went there, tried to repair it on site. It didn't happen. Then we told Tata Power, we have to take this, we have to stop everything, we have to get this turbine back, and we have to repair, and it will take a long time. Repairing time for this turbine is around 4 to 5 months. So it was never acceptable to customer. So what is to be done? So one, you are already affected. You are completely having disruption. So resilience comes into an agility comes. So what we innovated, we found, we located a rotor across the world in Siemens, very places where it was ready. And this around 12 tons we airlifted, brought to India, given it to customer, took out his old rotor which we need to repair, repaired that. So two things. One, very bad situation that some big product, main product fails, but we have to come with resilience, how we'll come out of that situation. Agility to take decision. In 8 hours time we located where it is available, convince that. Then we have to find out the right logistics supplier, bring it in India. How to bring? Then we have a good collaboration network along with our custom broker. We found that there is no point in paying on the duty on this rotor because it has to go back after we repair old rotor. We bought it on lease. We made all documents. Rotor was landing on Sunday. You require a bank guarantee. You have to work out properly. So all that collaboration work, and we are able to find out things. So what we learn is the accept reality, accelerated decision. The cost of chartered flight could be very high, but we put that. Agility to take decision. Customer was happy. Customer found that, oh God, from across the world they are bringing it, and this thing. But how it helped for a future? We found that in India we have capability to repair the rotor across the globe. We are able to machine the rotor if other factories get loaded, and that became a new business for us. So this disruption became a new opportunity for business. We get the rotor from many places for repair in India. We do machining when some Czechoslovakian factory is overloaded. And this disruption has given us the excellent business. So if you, in disruption, if you are agile, you are ready to have a resilience, it will open a new opportunities. So this is one example I wanted to give. Another disruption is technology. If you see the customs, and yesterday also it was shown that in 1995 they started with digitization. However, if you see from 2016, their speed is drastically increased. And yesterday also, one of the speakers mentioned from E&Y that the government's digitization speed is far higher than the industry, and which is true. You can see the number of, and with every change in technology from government side, how we are affected, somewhere we are still getting affected. And yesterday also, the DJ system person said that, yes, there are some issues which we are solving. So when there is a technology is changing, if you are able to see it in little early, how we are able to handle this disruption. So the second example is, if you are able to foresee, you can avoid or you can reduce the impact of disruption. This slide also gives, and it was told yesterday from a speaker from Kale, that there are 75 platforms. And you can see that, and every day you face with different platform. You go to shipping company, they have different, terminal has got different, customer has different, bank has different, customer, forwarders have different platform. Then what we have found that it is very difficult for us to survive. And then there was also talk that we need to have one platform. So maybe on all India level, it will have difficulties. So what we thought that when there are so many platforms, so many changes happening, we need to develop something for technology so that we will overcome these issues. And we tried to make a platform. So if you look at, to handle all these different people, to bring what we called as, if I have to be resilient, if I have to do agility, I need to have transparency, then I need a right tool. And if I am little vigilant, then I am able to do. So we found the technology changing. We need to be along with technology, or we're little ahead of them. Then you need to create a vision, take a lead. Nobody is forcing you internally in organization or my stakeholder that you develop something. We have to take a lead. And we develop some tool which will give me end-to-end. It will help me into my giving inputs to government. I am able to give them policy inputs. I am able to handle the operation efficiently. I am able to do accounting properly. I have a KPI. All these things is happening on this tool. Also, one very important point. You said responsible logistics. And responsible logistics means, before COVID, we were in such a situation that the paper which moves me and my forwarder or broker was only when if I am going to give him a stamp paper. Or today, the only paper which comes to me is a return of bond or bank guarantee which was given old. Otherwise, we do not have paper. All that thing. And we worked out. In COVID, when it all stopped, our stakeholders were having no interruption for 1 day because everything was on screen. There was no bills coming. There were no papers required. We calculated 35 million paper. Looking at our volume of 45,000 consignments, we have saved so much paper, environmental friendly, more accurate. So if you look at the technology, so 2 examples, you will get disturbed, but it can be opportunity. Second is that if you look ahead and apply technology, you will be better. So if you look at number 1 is that any time there is no solution, it's a journey. New disruptions will come. Their speed will be different. We talked about average disruption 4 years, but if you look at last 2 years, we are having 3 to 4 disruptions. We were having COVID, we were having the container shortage, we were having semiconductor shortage, we were having freight rate problems, now we are having Ukraine war. So at a time, so things are changing. It is not one disruption. It is a many disruption coming together and affecting us. So one thing you have to accept that if you get this, because of disruption, you need to accept that. You need to stabilize, very important. First thing is that how I can survive and how I will be able to keep my supply chain running, you need to stabilize. Right team, yesterday, excellent session on skill development. Education area is also disrupted. Our children's, our people, they were learning from home. Schools were from home. Attendance was taken, students sitting in home and teacher taking attendance and teaching them. So you require a right team and excellent way how to make your team. The right fit is important, not a size. Collaboration with stakeholder. Both my examples are very important. In disruption, you need a collaboration. I need people who will understand, and right collaboration with them always make you success. So whether it is custom broker, forwarder, or with government, I think collaboration is a thing. It will give win-win to all. Everything will be happy. In digitization case, you will find that there is no need to print paper, so a lot of saving is there for everybody. And anything you do, keep people, environment, and sustainability into mind. It's very important when you deal with disruption. So you will have hundreds. One is that there is no one solution. You will have hundreds of ideas coming, new ideas will get, and this sheet will get updated and updated. I like the first, take a leap, you think, and you take a jump into disruption because you may not be knowing something. We have seen resilience and agility. Resilience and agility is two sides of coin. You will not be successful only if you are resilient, but if you are not agile. So it's very important, and take the lead. So disruption, action points, they are not static. They will keep on increasing. You will learn from each disruption, and we will have a definitely much better future. So summary, disruptions are not new, frequency changing. You can learn, prepare, something you cannot avoid. You require a new mindset. There is no common solution. Action will depend on type of disruption. And in cases there are not many solutions available, disruption can be opportunity. I think I wanted to close this my session that disruptions is opportunity and we should work on that. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Pramod. It was exactly 15 minutes, not a second less, not a second more. That's a precise timing. I think the example of router was fabulous, and that reminds me of one example and one idea for collaboration. One of my customer used to supply, continues to supply, is the biggest one in the world now, pumps for oil fields. And they started a new business model, like you told about router, to repair pumps of other manufacturers. And that became a big business because oil fields are time sensitive. You can't stop oil field, the losses are in millions. I thought it will give me a lot of new business because they would be exchanging. To the contrary, whole business we had about this movement stopped because they had started using 3D printers. So maybe it's a disruption we have that a big part of business is stopped, but together all of us in network, instead of making customers install 3D printers, we all collaborate and have I would say a big network of 3D printers with cloud technology, and each of us share this facility. But these are disruptions we are seeing and we should be aware of it. Next speaker is Sharmila, and Sharmila is expert and famous in our industry for projects. Her thinking is like project management, and she wants to start with a game, and you will present a game, isn't it? Okay. But if we are not ready, I think we can skip. Yeah, please go ahead. Because we have started a bit late, still we will conclude in time. So please go ahead, Sharmila. Floor is yours.
Good morning, my fellow professionals in the logistics industry. And as Pramod says, I had a little game for everybody, but I think I had requested Sudhirji that you give me some pens for it, and I don't think they were on the table, so I don't think we can play it. So I'll keep all the 3 prizes which I got for myself. So quickly. My topic is global supply chain in the world. I started with an Indian company. I'm now with a global company, and I've come back the whole circle. And what does global supply chain actually mean? It means that we're finding solution globally for everybody. I don't want to talk much about things, but I'll just give my examples of what has happened in the actual global supply chain with us as an organization and how it is working in India. So just before the pandemic started, about 6 months before that, the world's largest logistics project that was going on in the world happened to be in India. The contract value would estimate that only the logistics cost was close to about 360 crores. And we had to partner with an Indian company because it was a Government of India project which did not permit a multinational to be the lead service provider. We bid for the job. When we looked at the tender, just in hindsight, when we were sitting, I said, somebody please add plus 45% and quote. So all my Indian colleagues and everybody looked at me and said, are you crazy? What are you talking about it? And nobody listened to me. Instead of going plus, we went minus. Out of 35 companies that bidded for this job, we were the only one technically qualified, and the prize bid was opened, and we won the job. By the time we did this, the shipping line rates had gone not 100%, but close to 500% higher than what job was quoted. We went back to the client, and we actually refused. We actually said, we cannot take this job. We learned to say no. And that is something which is very rare. I don't think, except what Pramodji once always continues to mention, that it is only the customs clearance that people say that, yes, we will do it. But we now in the freight forwarding have learned to say no. We actually said no to them, and they were in for a shock. They told us, please continue. You'll probably have a loss for the first 2 shipments. And we calculated, and we even told them, sir, the first 2 shipments loss would be close to 80 crores. They refused to accept it. They refused to believe it. They threatened us with all possible consequences of being blacklisted in the country, and we still were adamant, and we said no. What happened after that? Within 15 days, or his so-called 2 months that he mentioned, we had the Ukraine war starting, the Ukraine-Russia war. Now, this happens to be a nuclear power project where all our nuclear power plants only come from Russia. Now, you can imagine what happened. We are a German company. Sanctions are against us. We cannot lift the cargo. We told them an idea what to do. Please break up the shipments and handle it shipment to shipment. Today, the project is at a complete standstill. They are not even moving the cargo shipment to shipment. They have come back to ask us, can you find us an Indian flag vessel to move this cargo? So even if we say global supply chain, being a German company, we still are collaborating and working, trying to do these things with India. So that was one of the biggest example and learnings for us to say that even in times where you cannot do things, please learn to say no. That was one of it. The second thing that came to us, and being a project company, was our office asked us that we have a call from United Nations. Can you please go and meet the representative in India? And we said, United Nations, yeah, maybe it was something big we have to move for them in this country, so we went to meet them. When I went to meet the gentleman, he said, you know, we need to move face masks being produced in India to USA. Honestly, if you ask me, I really wouldn't know how to move less than 5 grams of a face mask, because that's not what I did for 30 years of my life. So I sat with him and I actually told him that I'm being honest with you. I really don't know how to do it. I do realize, being a global company, that we have this order to move this for you to America, but I have to seek partners in this country. And I must say, I have friends like Chaitali from Express who really have been a backbone support for us. the global company collaborating with the Indian company on how to find a solution to move these masks out of India. And I must tell you, we moved close to 10 million masks for United Nations to America. And they absolutely, we have a letter from, I think that time Trump was in power, with thanking India to move these masks from India for USA. So I can tell you as a global company, we had these two kinds of absolutely fabulous things that we collaborated for and we can share with. For me personally, I feel that there have been so many challenges for me. This is the 5th company, global company, that I am restructuring in this country. And I don't know how many more I have to go still to do or continue doing this for everybody. So if you ask me, what is success? For me, it's a challenge. Every challenge, the bigger it gets, the better it gets, I become more successful with it. And that's what I would tell everybody. Take up challenges, as many as you can, and this is how you will grow, and that's my mantra for success. You know, we are like the magician, the source of control and creation, where no matter life brings you to, your destiny can never be changed or denied by any of us. So personally for me, I have lots and lots of stories like this to tell you, but I would like to talk one about the one we did here in Chennai itself for the Hyundai car plant. We moved this car plant from Canada to Sri Perumbudur in 1996, 97. And when we were dismantling this plant in Canada and loading it to bring it to India, we looked at the size and we told them, you know, this port cannot take this kind of cargo, really, whatever you want to do. We have to think of how we are going to handle such a big plant in the port of Chennai. We came to meet the port chairman, and he said, I have really no space, absolutely no space to put 45,000 freight tons of your cargo. I'm telling you, please don't bring this here. And we had no choice because we had chartered the full vessel. We actually got the cargo here. The whole port, literally even the coal berth, was full of this cargo. And he threw my ship out after offloading 20,000 tons. The only thing that a global company actually does is these Koreans would have me every Friday, 6 months before I bought this plant. Every Friday I had to be in Chennai to tell them how I would do this job. Every single Friday I was here. Because there were 110-ton packages, 140-ton packages, and there were bridges coming right out of your port with the railway siding. And they had these huge mics, and when the ship came, there were these old Koreans on the floor standing. All the planning in the world that we did for 6 months went out of the window, completely out of the window. So as I said, my first slide, can you just show me my first slide, what I said? Not this one, the next one. And this is what we had to do. Even though we had everything planned, we always had to think out of the box. Really think out of the box. He threw my ship out, and I had to wait. We actually moved the cargo in the night. Next day, after 10 days, he allowed us to come back. And today, the whole Hyundai car plant is standing where it is standing. So we always thought what we would do, how we would do. We were literally loading cargo the whole night and not in the daytime. So projects for us is some completely different. Every project is different. Even though we think, we plan, and as George said, asset heavy, asset light models. We are all asset-light models, and all our partners have been, a global company, have been Indian companies, and our success has been all our partners in India locally whom we work with. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be talking to all of you. It's been an honor. Thank you, Shankarji, for especially inviting me to be a speaker here, and even Mr. Dushyant. Thank you, Shantanu, for choosing me to be your colleague on this, and I'm not angry with you. From 10 days, he's been telling me, please don't be angry with me. Please, sir, really, I'm not angry with you. I'm only thankful to you. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Sharmila. It was a fabulous delivery. We all learn more from failures than we learn from success. So it takes courage to share failures. So thanks for it. Another clarity. We don't promote any company in FFFAI convention. We had specifically asked her to share how global companies think so that we get some idea about how global company thinks firsthand. We read about it, but a person sharing firsthand, we had asked us. So good. We have a great learning about failures and thinking out of box also, good example. Sorry, we didn't have a game, but 3 gifts you have brought. We will give to our 3 panelists and we will celebrate them as a victory, but at the end of the session. So Amit, floor is yours if we have Q&A, if your question answers are ready. And in the meantime, I think we can run the FFFAI clip. If our FFFAI, FIATA clip, not FFFAI, I think if FIATA clip, IFCB.
So before...
No, my brief was FIATA clip, but we can go ahead.
Yeah. We have a pre-recorded video, so I would request ladies and gentlemen, please make an attention. Can we have the AV, please? Thank you.
It's wonderful to be with you today. I only regret that our conversation is virtual and not in person. Having attended a previous FFFAI convention, I know what energy and ideas come together for this biennial convention in Chennai. Your theme is inspiring. Reshape, embrace, and surge in the digital era. Since joining the IFCBA, your organization has always played a leading role with knowledgeable and committed directors at our board table, beginning with the late Lieutenant Commander Srinivasan. We now have executive engagement as part of our managing director team with Shankar Shinde, and leadership from our former chairman, Shantanu Badkankar, with a significant presence within the IFCBA and at the World Customs Organization, including participation at the WCO's private sector consultative group. I want to speak today about some of the current challenges and best practices of customs and border management. I believe that at the heart of this conversation is the value of the customs broker. It all comes down to the fact that what you do is important. It's important in helping importers and exporters comply with complex requirements. It's important to trade facilitation and national prosperity and competitiveness. It's based in knowledge. It's central to your individual professional pride and commitment to excellence. And in this context, India has a long and very proud tradition. We call the IFCBA the World Customs Brokers Association, and we have an especially close relationship with the World Customs Organization. We have observer status, a memorandum of understanding, and we've been a member of the WCO's private sector consultative group since it was founded. Perhaps the most important lesson from a business perspective was to encourage customs administrations to keep what worked and not automatically revert back to processes that were in place pre-pandemic. Your conference theme is action-oriented and enthusiastic. You can be too. Thank you for your sustained support of IFCBA over decades. I encourage you to take advantage of your IFCBA membership and business relationships to share information, ask questions, learn, and grow as you move forward. On behalf of all customs brokers in all IFCBA member countries, I wish you well at this wonderful conference.
Thank you, Shantanu. For the audience, before I begin to sum up, we have this FFFAI app, and you could actually ask questions to the speakers through the app by going into the agenda, and you would selecting the session and the speaker, and you could ask questions. The questions would be moderated by the session chairman, and if he accepts it, it will show up on the screen. This is just for the information. Thank you, Shantanu. We had a wonderful session today with excellent speakers. The first being George Abrao, who spoke about asset-based models. George shared his personal experience, how they've moved from light range into stevedoring, then containers, barges, and so on. George defined asset and how different elements can be your asset depending on the situation and how you can use them strategically. He has also explained a hybrid asset model. That is first lease, and then as you go along, you can based on your experience, you can decide to buy it, and the opportunity is immense. So a vast topic, but he could manage to compile it within the given slot. Thank you very much, George, for that. Then Mr. Harish Shashidhar, he explained about financial implications about supply chain disruptions, the frequency of supply chain disruptions, and the percentage of loss of profit. He also spoke about the causes of supply chain disruptions and what companies are doing in response to this supply chain disruptions. And how can enabler be embedded in this? How can financial models be embedded to become an enabler for this, countering this supply chain disruption? Thank you, Mr. Shashidhar, for your insightful address. Dr. Pramod San, he has spoken about overcoming disruption, the reasons for this disruption, and how resilience in taking decisions and quick actions agility in actions can open new opportunities, and how disruptions are opportunities in disguise. He has spoken about accepting realities, taking accelerated decisions, agility, and how it leads to customer delight and future business, and how technology today is a tool, though a disruption, but it is also a tool. Accepting technology, adopting technology can be a tool to countering disruption, and how we need to have a vision and take lead. Thank you, Dr. Pramod San. Dr. Sharmila Amin, she has spoken about global supply chain and shared her personal experiences in handling cargo and how the disruptions have been caused in the global supply chain. Thank you, Dr. Amin. Shantanu has moderated and chaired this session and moderated excellently by explaining new ideas. Thank you, Shantanu, for moderating the session. We are ready to take a few questions to the speakers. So
I think, Amit, let people keep their questions ready. In between, Chairman has asked me to give background of IFCBA. FFFAI is a unique organization in the whole world where we have very focused local presence through our member association. We deal with every small local issue. FFFAI itself is a national body as a federation. We deal with national policy issues. But equally, FFFAI participates in international forums, which is FIATA and IFCBA. And this international presence gives us opportunity to participate actively in World Customs Organization. IFCBA has partnered with World Bank. We have been part of UNCITRAL, UNCTAD. We have been invited in many countries to address, and FFFAI members have been very integral part, and currently Shankar Shinde, our chairman, is the managing director, which is like a vice president of IFCBA. So we are playing role locally, nationally, and globally. I think that's the significance of IFCBA and FIATA for FFFAI. And IFCBA is a very focused organization. One thing I thought that being proud as a custom broker was unique to India. But being part of IFCBA, I realized the Chinese, the Koreans, the Japanese, and even more, the Americans and the Canadians are even more proud. They are fiercely proud and they are fiercely territorial. Europe is different, but custom brokers in these countries are extremely territorial. So I think we are in a very proud body to add professional pride to us as custom brokers. So that's the background, Shankar. You want to add something, or that's good enough? I think if we have questions, we can move ahead. Otherwise, we have a next program of honoring our partner associations who have been always supporting FFFAI during the convention and between the convention even more, so that we have a common ground and common platform. Are there any two quick questions? Please avoid observations and stick to questions. Can't see any hand. Yeah, Vipin. Mike.
Yeah, my name is Vipin Vora from Continental. I have a question to Mr. Harsh. This is regarding the freight forwarders. Who you mentioned that they can get credit from the banks and other people. Now, when we talk about labor terms, on the foreign exchange earnings, all these exporters who earn foreign exchange, they get, loan on labor terms. Whereas we as freight forwarders, if we want to go, we also earn a lot of foreign exchange. But if we go to the bank, we were asked certain questions, where is the order? What is the, on which you have to get the foreign exchange loans, and all those things. Is there any way where our freight forwarding community can be treated like an exporter who can get, who earn also foreign exchange, and they should be allowed to get like packing credit and other things on the labor terms? That's what my question is.
Thank you. You're right. So far, I think it's the export community that's largely been sort of been able to leverage that. But I think what's happening off late is that those models are changing. I did sort of touch upon some of the emerging use cases about being able to provide for logistics players in particular short-term working capital finance, right? And that's not necessarily predicated on the earlier models of being able to show a certain collateral, track record. So I think we are moving to a model where at least financial institutions are now open to the idea of being able to use cash flow as a proxy to be able to sort of advance credit at terms that are obviously more palatable. And this whole notion of being able to move away from physical collateral to information collateral is something that's catching on, which I think is beneficial to industries, particularly the logistics industry, where one can really leverage on the transaction data of these logistics players to provide finance. So I think it's changing. Yes, you're right. That's not been the notion so far, but what I have seen is that's changing, and like I've sort of just mentioned, one of the use cases that we could sort of look at. Yeah.
Move on to the next question if there is any. Yeah, Om.
Good morning. My name is Om Prakash Agrawal, and my question is towards TBS representative Mr. Harish. For logistics, we are finding one challenge while dealing with the banks, and that is regarding like you have an EFC account, you get payment from your foreign agents in dollar, and when you want to make this payment in US dollar to the local shipping line, the banks are not permitting. Only I am aware of only one bank which is permitting. So if one bank is permitting, it means it should be allowed by all banks, but that is not happening. So can you please? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think this is a question that we've been asked, I think, increasingly in the last few months, particularly. Maybe I can explain the solution to you that we are working on, specifically the FX solution, the aggregation piece. Maybe I can sort of take that offline. But what I can tell you is we have also worked with the regulator, to be able to figure out this particular need. We have gone to the RBI specifically for this structure and got certain clearances for that. So I can probably take you through what we've sort of tried to figure out as a possible solution to this, but completely appreciate what you're saying. And I think we can take that offline. Yeah.
Harish, probably many may have this issue. If you can give one para or half a page, we'll circulate to our members or at least participants for sure. Any last question, small question, or we move on to the... Yeah, move on. I think we have to felicitate the sponsor and we have to felicitate our associations and the fellow panelists. Can we be quick in felicitations? I would request all the association representatives also to be ready and our tea sponsor to be ready.
Thank you so much, sir. I hope the session really went on well. Thank you all. Can we give the round of applause to the dignitaries and to the chairman? Thank you. I would request Shankar Shinde and A.V. Vijay Kumar to present a memento to Mr. Shantanu as our appreciation. So please give a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, can we join your hands together, please? Thank you. Thank you so much. I would request Mr. Shantanu to present a memento to Mr. George Abrao, Chairman, Abrao Group. Please welcome forward. I would request Mr. Shankar Shinde and A.V. Vijay Kumar to acknowledge them. Thank you so much. And once again, I request Mr. Shantanu to present a memento to Mr. Harish Shashidhar, Senior Vice President, Strategic Partnership and New Initiatives, DBS Bank. Thank you, sir, for your valuable time. And now I would request Mr. Shantanu to present a memento to Dr. Pramod Sen, industry expert. Dr. Pramod Sant, industry expert. As our token of appreciation, once again, I repeat, I would request Mr. Shantanu to present a memento to Dr. Sharmila Amin, Managing Director, South Asia, India, Bertling Logistics India Private Limited. Thank you. Can we have a group picture once again with, I would request Shankar Shinde and A.V. Vijay Kumar to stay back on stage. Thank you for the wonderful session. And I would request Mr. Shankar Shinde and Vijay Kumar to acknowledge the presence of our other logistic associations. Please stay back on stage, sir. I would like to welcome NACFS onto the stage, Mr. Pramod Srivatsan, President NACFS. Please welcome forward, sir.
I would request Mr. Xerxes Master, President of Employ, to join us on the stage. I would request Madam Nadia Abdul Aziz, President of National Association of Freight and Logistics, United Arab Emirates, to please join us on the dais. Nadia is not here, so we have Mr. Ahmed, who is the Vice President of National Association in Freight and Logistics. Welcome, sir. I request Mr. O.P. Gupta of Consolidators Associations in India, CAI, to please join us on the dais.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
In fact, I would like to take this opportunity. It's the first time in the history of convention of FFFAI we have all the trade associations on this platform. A big round of applause for them. Thank you for being here with us. And this is what we are looking forward for, integrating with each other, getting together. Let's collaborate and work towards the betterment of the fraternity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And now it's time for us to honor our sponsors. And today's first session sponsored by Air India Such Airport Service Private Limited. To give the memento, I would like to welcome Mr. Dinesh Gupta, President, Mundra Customs Broker Association. Sir, please welcome onto the stage. We would request Air India Thank you. And the tea session sponsored by Master Marine Services Limited. I would like to call upon Mr. Shashil Machado, President Tuticorin Customs Broker Association, to come onto the stage to present the memento. Yesterday, the raffle sponsor, we couldn't invite them because they were not available. But now we would like to call up them on stage. Balma Lorry, please welcome onto the stage. Yesterday raffle sponsor. Can we give them a round of applause and invite them to the stage? And next we would like to welcome Cordelia Container Shipping Limited. Please welcome. Cordelia Shipping, please welcome onto the stage.
मी अनाउन्स करतो अफजल माल अखाईचा प्रेसिडेंट आहे तो प्रेसिडेंट आहे अखाईचा प्रेझेंट आहे प्रेसिडेंट नाही I would request our chairman, Mr. Shankar Shinde, and chairman-elect Mr. Dushin Mulani to kindly felicitate Mr. Afzal Malbariwala, President of FFFAI. Mr. Afzal Malbariwala, he is not here, I think. Is here? तो कौन है? I would request Yashpal Sharma, of President of ACFI, to please come on the dais. I would request our chairman, Mr. Shankar Shinde, and chairman-elect Mr. Dushin Mulani to kindly felicitate him. Mr. Yashpal Sharma. Yeah, he's biodata. Yeah.
Radhakrishnan sir is here. Radhakrishnan sir is here.
Excuse me.
Yes, yes, I have. I have. It is there. I'll give it to you. Sure. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we are starting the next session. The session is about Logistic Vision 2030, building collaborations. So I would request everybody to come inside. We're going to start the session, the next session. So before we start the next session, we have a very special AV. This AV is about Tamil Nadu, Chennai. So we would request the ladies and gentlemen to have an attention. We have a very special AV for you. So please enjoy yourself. Thank you. Mr. Amit. We would request everybody to come inside and have your seat. We are starting the session in a minute. So in a minute, we are starting the session. I would request the people who are outside, the participants, please welcome in. We are starting the session. Hema.
Sorry,
No problem. So I would request the people, please welcome in. We're going to start the session. I hope everybody can listen hear my voice outside. the bell has also started ringing. So we would request the participants to come in. We're going to start the session. Before we start the session, we have a special video about Chennai, which is called Madras. So we're going to have the video. So can we have the video, please? Thank you so much, Madras, Namma Madras, for the extraordinary, wonderful video. Thank you so much for that. I hope we can give them a round of applause. Come on, people. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a round of applause for them? Thank you. And I have a very important announcement to be given. There's a raffle is still outside near the registration counter. The sponsors also can collect the raffles. Tonight, we are taking a bumper prize, bumper raffle. So we don't want you to miss your chance. So anybody yet to take it, if you are yet to collect your raffles, please quickly go to the registration counter and collect your raffles and drop it in the bumper box, which is next side of the registration counter. Please do it quickly. Thank you. As I said, we are starting the next session, the session 6. The session is about Logistics Vision 2030, Building Collaborations. And this session is moderated by the session chairman, Mr. R. Radhakrishnan, past chairman and board of advisor FFFAI. So ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to Mr. R. Radhakrishnan and welcome him to the dais. Mr. R. Radhakrishnan is the current advisor and past chairman FFFAI, Federation of Freight Forwarders Association, national apex body of 24 Custom Broker Association of India. Current advisor of past president of BCBA, past trustee of Mumbai Port Trust, past trustee of Jawaharlal Nehru Post Trust, past director of IFCBA International, Federation of Customs Brokers, past director of FIATA, International Apex Body of Freight Forwarders Association located around the globe, past president of Indian Institute of Freight Forwarders. Sir, thank you so much for joining with us, sir. Thank you. And next followed by, I would like to call upon Mr. Ennarasu Kurineesan, IAPH Regional Director to India. So please welcome onto the stage. Can we give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Srimati Vandana Agarwal, Madam, please welcome to the stage, Senior Economic Advisor, MOCA, retired, Chairperson Committee on SAFAL, IFSCA, Gift City. Ma'am, please welcome her onto the stage. I would request ladies and gentlemen to join your hands together and welcome her with your huge round of applause to the dais, please. And now, I would like to welcome Mr. K. Kubomi Gazdar, MD and CEO, Aviapro Logistics Services Private Limited. Please welcome onto the stage, sir. Can you all join with me to invite him to the stage with your applause, please? Thank you. And now I would like to welcome Mr. Raghavendra Vishwanathan, CEO Freightify. So please welcome onto the stage. An applause, people. Thank you. Finally, I would like to welcome Mr. Sudhir Agarwal, Honorary Treasurer FFFAI. So please welcome onto the stage. A big round of applause, people. Come on. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hope all are awake after the morning session. I have been asked to moderate this session, Logistic Vision 2030, Building Collaborators. And when I asked Shantanu what I am supposed to do as a moderator, he mentioned to me, speak less and allow the speaker to speak more. So I am not going to take too much of a time to speak and talk about the subject for today, because I find along with me on the dais, there are domain experts in each of the topic they are going to speak. If I am going to speak, I will be a bit out of place amongst them. So I will refrain from talking on the subject they are all going to talk and become more a listener here and a moderator. And I have been told that only thing you maintain the time, do not allow them to speak more than the time they have been given. But today we are little privileged compared to yesterday. So I will be little liberal so that if they extend the time, then what is given to them. Every one of them is going to get about 15 minutes to speak. I hope it is 15 minutes. Yeah, and if we get time, we'll go for question answer. And another point is, like yesterday, Tej was mentioning, After this session, after his session, summit, which was after lunch, he said people are going to become hungry. But I am sure after this session, every one of us is going to become hungry or going to go for dining hall and have lunch. And along with me, I would say, yes, I think it's difficult for me to introduce the panelists because all of them are coming with a not just experience in India, they are all coming with experience both in India and abroad, except for the youngster year around. Only youngster is an entrepreneur, Mr. Raghavendra Vishwanathan. Other panelists, I think many of them, all the three of them require no introduction because all of us have been dealing with them in the past. But I got to do the job of a brief introduction, though it's running in pages, each one of their introduction. If I got to give, possibly we cannot have session. So I'll be as brief, and I've taken the permission of the panelists to only speak a very little about them because, and they agreed that you don't have to speak the entire page that is with me. The first speaker today is going to be Ennersu Karunation. He's going to speak on maritime and port. He's going to speak on port infrastructure. And Ennersu Karunation, we all know, is one of the unique person in this port sector who has got not only experience in just ports in India, he's got experience in ports abroad, and he has worked in both our own government ports, also in the private ports, and a man with a lot of experience and vision. And Ennersu Karunation has more than 33 years of leadership in maritime sectors, including 22 years in the capacity of President, Director, and CEO, and Chief Executive in Global Ports and Logistics System. He has a demonstrated history of working in Mumbai Port, P&O Ports, Dubai Ports, Dubai Ports World, Adani Ports, and Special Economic Zone Mundra. Mr. Ennersu Karunation, a multifaceted personality, is also concerned for people on health and safety and environmental green movement activities. He's a good team player. He was instrumental in transforming Indian container exempt trade to double its growth in 15 years and received more than 25 awards for his seamless service to the exempt trade of India and abroad. That's not fair. I think we have got to give the way we clap for the minister. One thing I would say is the claps is an encouragement to speak up. And if we don't clap, they will not come and speak for us next time. So all of us have got to be liberal, not stingy in clapping, so that they get encouraged. They are there with us every time we call them. So over to Mr. Ennersu Karunation.
Hello. While I wait for the slide changer, first of all, I'll have to congratulate Mr. Shankar Shinde for transforming FFFAI, where I have seen there used to be a number of very long queue in Mumbai port in late 1980s for tracing the cargo and containers. And yesterday, he launched e-Fiata BL. That kind of transformation, thank you, Mr. Shankar Shinde. Your vision has today evolved for the global industry. It's amazing achievement. And also I have to compliment Mr. Dushyant Mulani, Chairman-elect, where I had privilege to work in Mumbai Port Trust. We used to have issues in Mumbai Port. But today, we are all talking about more on global scenario. And as Debashish was mentioning, that face of customs is FFFAI. But I would say face of trade FFFAI. Why? Because recently Chabahar Port, when I was amazed with INSTC, International North-South Trade Corridor, bringing that kind of vision for the country, that's again another hat you are wearing. Fabulous. That's another spirit of FFFAI. I also have to thank Mr. Vijay Kumar. He is the man of action who has always tried to do a lot of things in a different way. Solution. His actions speak louder than words. That's a kind of spirit where he's brought out quite a lot of initiatives in South during his hem of affair of the FFFAI. So with this, with all the dignitaries on the dais, my topic is more on the port. Supply-driven infrastructure. Since I hail from more than 33 years of the port industry, Mumbai has given me the entire platform to rise to this level. Before moving on to the global scenario, I would like to touch upon the globe is today touching $100 trillion of economy. And you all know that US is continued to be number one, $25 trillion economy, and China $20 trillion economy, and Japan $5 trillion economy. The chase is between now the India and UK, the 5th and 6th position. But I am sure with this FFFAI and the logistics fraternity that we would be the 3rd largest economies of the world. I am 100% confident the coming years, India is going to be a global India, looking at the $5 trillion economy, $5 trillion economy. This is what we talk about in the era of $100 trillion global GDP. And having said so, the $100 trillion global GDP, what really matters today in terms of the trade, global trade. 2020 has seen $17.58 trillion of exports. The trade has grown more than the imports. The trade has transformed into the export-driven system. Out of the total exim of $35.49 trillion, approximately 35% of GDP is more towards the imports and exports, and containers have taken the prominent role in the maritime transport. 812 million TEUs of containers being handled across 900 container terminals on the ports, where the container has proven to be a continuous maritime transport of the world, and that is where today we are going to talk about much on that. Where 2022 global trade scenario has quite changed. $1 trillion increases over the year, the current last year. That's because of the rise in commodity prices, tightening policies, geopolitical terms, frictions, negatively even though affected the global trade, but global trade continued to excel, and this year expected to be $21 trillion of global trade, the exports which is going to be there. When we see that kind of the massive global trade, what is happening in the cargo volume across the global ports? You all know that 2,000 global ports, 0.9 billion tons of cargo in the tankers, wet bulk, which is in the form of petroleum and crude oil, and dry cargo in the form of dry bulk and containers and general cargo, which is 7.89 billion tons of cargo. Overall, 10.8 billion tons of cargo which is being handled across the global ports. And global ports capacity is 60 billion tons of cargo across the globe. All the ports when you put together. Having said so, when that kind of volume of cargo is handled across the globe, the ship size, which is increasing from 2,500 TEUs vessels, today we talk about 24,000 TEUs container vessels. Gone are the days, 1980s, we only considered to be 2,500 TEUs vessels to be larger, and today we talk about not less than 24,000 TEUs container vessels. 24,000 TEUs container vessels has having a multiplier effect on the landside activities. That's where we all hear how we are going to handle the situation. The entire supply chain has to figure out how that kind of massive exchange which is going to be brought to the land side, are we enough to handle such kind of situation? That's where we are coming to the picture. When global ports and terminals continue to be faster, higher productivity, shipping market consolidation which is happening, regional ports in the competition, transshipment ports are having a global operations and still more and more competition which is arising. Having seen that size of volume, the size of ship, what is happening in the ports? Ports are in transition, which is where 1940s it is more on mechanical ports, and 1960 container ports, 1980s it's EDI ports, 2000 it is internet ports, and 2020 it's nothing but smart ports. This is where the globe is moving, but India still continue to be there as EDI ports. We don't have much over like internet and internet of things, and also moving to the connected ports with the cloud-based operating system still not come. Look at here, the top 10 global ports. 7 are in China, which is more than 20 million TEUs of containers. But India's overall, all the 27 container terminals, we handle only 20 million TEUs of containers. While we marching towards a $5 trillion economy, are we really focusing on building mega infrastructure? That's where the challenge, that's where the Maritime India Vision 2030 is all going to talk about. What is really matters in terms of mega port infrastructure? How I have seen the previous slide in terms of all these 10 ports constitutes 268 millions of containers out of 812 millions of containers handled annually across global ports, where India has looking at mega ports. What are the real mega port as a connected port? There are 3 determinants which are needed for the mega ports. One is the cargo volume. You need to have larger parcel size of cargo volume to have construct a mega port, and you have to create economic value which will be the game changer for the country, and land and water surface have to be abundantly available in the country. Then this will create a mega port, which is what today we talk about Singapore and Barcelona and Rotterdam and JNPT and also Mundra. These are all certain classic case where the mega ports which is already evolved. And mega port constitutes and contributes 1/3 of regional economy. And Shanghai, Shenzhen, and Dubai, Hong Kong, Singapore, these are all the mega ports, witnesses which is happened in the last century. Look at the drivers of mega ports. Why you need to have a mega port? If India is not really looking beyond that, what we talk about only the 14,000 TEUs vessels, again we will be left over. We will have mega ships which are already 24,000 TEUs, mega cities which is what arising in India, and globalized economic model. You need to have a longer key length. You can't just have a 300-meter berth as considered to be enough. You need to have a 500-meter berth, and you need to handle like 400-meter vessels with a 1,000-meter key length, which is what needed. And deep draft ports are required to be there in India, and bigger yard, which is 100 hectares land, this is what needed. What we have is in India is 19th century, 20th century infrastructure. We don't have a 21st century infrastructure. The consolidation of shipping lines only come when we have the mega ports which is available here. What really it is going to transform the industry? Zero berthing time. Dr. Shamila was mentioning in the morning time that 1990s Chennai port was not ready to handle, but that today the situation has quite changed. Supply-driven infrastructure which has been created. All over the world, when the ports are congested, but India, we don't have any congestion at all. Even during the COVID, post-COVID, even today, because Honorable Prime Minister has envisaged where that 1.5 billion tons of cargo, we have a 2.5 billion tons of capacity. 2030 Maritime India Vision talk about 3.6 billion tons of capacity which is being planned for the next 10 years. So we are marching towards a supply-driven infrastructure. There, ships will be, the berths will be waiting for the ship. That kind of transformation which is happening. Mega ports are going to add more and more towards the mega supply chain, mega port-led supply chain, which is going to be more for aggregating more volumes. It will bring down the logistics cost of the India and logistics cost of the trade. This is what we talk about the mega ports. What is really another very important aspect for country, which is mega transshipment ports. You all know that the transshipment ports across globe and all are clustered in Asia, Singapore, Malaysia, Dubai, Colombo. These are all certain major mega transshipment ports which is arise. Why there is a genesis of transshipment? Shipment from Durban to Manila, there is no direct connection. It has been necessarily how to break the journey at Singapore, and Singapore has acted as a transshipment port. This is just to give an academic interest to the knowledge for the fraternity here. Today, global shipping, the core routes, India has well positioned in terms of arising the mega transshipment port in South. Here we talk about hub and spoke. India can adopt both hub and spoke and relay network, which will have a multiplier effect in terms of cargo movement in the country. 1970s, Singapore has evolved, which is a port of Singapore as a transshipment port. Today, Singapore handles 37.5 million TEUs of containers annually, and last year Singapore handled 37.5 million TEUs with the 50 million tons of cargo bunker alone. There are ports in India we have struggled to handle 50 million tons of cargo, but whereas there the bunker sales alone 50 million tons, single port handle 599 million tons of cargo. Ships more than 2.8 billion gross tonnage, which is what happened. What has happened after 1970s, 1990s? Malaysia Port Kilang has set, which is today, I had a fortunate enough to go and started the operation in 1996. And today this port has evolved as a #1 fast growing port in Malaysia and in Asia, which is 11 million TEUs containers handled in less than 20 years. Similarly, when it comes in 2000, Malaysia's Johor port of Tanjung Pelepas, this is another port which has evolved in the last 20 years. This port also has handled 11 million TEUs of containers, which is another massive mega infrastructure which has been built in Malaysia. Less than 20 years, Malaysia has garnered 20 million TEUs of containers. And 2010, Sri Lanka port has emerged as the southern tip of India, which is another port, which is a Sri Lanka port, is another transshipment port. This is again handled 7.3 million TEUs. But this port is thriving on our containers, which is being transshipped. More than 50-60% of the containers arising from India, and that's being transshipped. What really is India overseas? Overview of India, has Honorable Prime Minister has already set the record, the goal as $5 trillion economy, the self-reliant, inward-looking, import-driven to export competitive, make in India for make for the world, exports to export value-added goods. That's where the supply chain, the logistics industry about it. Yesterday we spoke enough in terms of value-added goods. That's where we are into, and raw material to finished goods. So import-driven trade to $500 billion of export competitive trade. This is what we all talk about. And India's trade is marching towards $1 trillion by 2025, which is not something not achievable. With your continuous relentless effort, I'm confident that $1 trillion exports, which would be enough, which would be easier to handle, reach by 2025. The major ports already started transition. You all know that until 2000, major ports considered to be a huge employment service. But 2020, last 20 years, it is all more on the PPP models. Global operators have come, and today, now they have started evolving to a landlord port. Massive landlord port concept where I have to compliment the port which is there in the west coast is the Mundra port. And Samir Bhai is here and Gautam Bhai has to be complimented. If that port is not today, and whatever the trade, whatever logistics cost we talk about, which will be not 14%, it will go beyond 14%, because this port has given a kind of relief to the NCR region, which has more than 32 berths and 8,000 meter of key length, and it has a 250 million tons, which is the mega transshipment as well as mega ports. This is what India has witnessed. Overall for India, $5 trillion economy and $215 billion of logistics market, cargo and goods have to connect the hinterland, which is of 3.3 million square kilometer. The logistics performance index have to raise in the top 30, as against today we are 44. And we are incurring additional cost of $250 million annually, which is lost due to our containers and cargo being transshipped in the neighboring ports. Why transshipment occurs? There is no direct link between ports, and we don't have, even though we are proximity to mainline route, but we don't have a deep draft. We are unable to accommodate larger size, parcel size, no capacity in the port, no liner shipping connectivity. And today, we are losing $200 million annually, additional cost to the India trade. And 75% of the cargo has been transshipped the neighboring ports. And India transshipment hub is essential at this point in time. Though we are connected, we are in the east-west trade lane, which will make India as the mega transshipment center of the port. I have another two. And as here I would like to touch upon, there are quite a lot of studies in the Maritime India Vision 2030 states, but mainly there is a competition between Tuticorin and Cochin and Vizhinjam. These are all the ports are considered to be a mega transshipment port, which is going to be happening in the next 5 to 10 years. And as there is a clear evidence that containers can be easily transshipped at these ports, and which will save the country in terms of our exchequer $250 million annually, and which will create a complete value-added service to the port. Now time is India to build transshipment mega ports. My role as a representative is the International Association Ports and Harbors. We are talking more on today, we talk about the climate and energy and sustainability, data collaboration, risk and resilience. And these are all the certain things where the International Association for Port and Harbors, which will bring the best practices of the global ports and to India, we will be working with the entire port community. And I'm sure this will be another game changer for India. Gati Shakti India, I think yesterday even Honorable Minister Nitin Gadkari was talking, and our minister was talking, mega ports and transshipment ports, we are going to invest $20 billion. Sagarmala has already seen $30 billion. Bharatmala, where the trade corridors, more than 30,000 kilometers, $60 billion. DFC, 8,500 kilometers of rail corridors, another $30 billion. Multimodal connectivity, CFS, ICDs, RCDs, and also the technology adoption. Today in the morning, we spoke much on that, on the PCS and NLP and ULIP and IoT and blockchain. And here, there are few takeaways during this session that I would urge FFFAI have to take these 6 major focus which is needed for the country: building mega ports in the west coast and east coast, building transshipment mega hub in the southern part of India. India should own mega shipping line. I think the top 5 shipping lines of the world, the MSC and Maersk and CMA, CGM, COSCO, and we have Hapag-Lloyd. These are all only, it's added in the global scenario, whereas India, we don't have our own shipping line. And container manufacturing centers, hyperloop freight corridors, and smart ports and smart logistics. These are all the big ticket items which is available for FFFAI to take it to the government. And I'm sure as you really spearheading the trade vision, India's trade vision, which you will transform maritime India to handle mega ships, to construct mega ports, and also as we already equipped the dedicated freight corridor, which will have a multiplier effect, handling double stack container trains, and also we will look at the next 10 years. Now it is in the drawing board, the Hyperloop freight corridor, which has been recently tested between Mumbai and Pune. And this has to come in a reality. Containers can land in JNPT, come to Chennai, and it can connect the eastbound. That's the kind of transformation which we are looking at in the next 10 years. With this, thank you, one and all. And it's a wonderful time that we had with the 600 delegates. And I'm sure with your vision, taking this country to the next step, that India is going to be a global India in terms of maritime. Thank you.
Thank you, Enarasu. I think it's been a great pleasure to have you with us, because every time you speak, there is a volume of knowledge that you give to us. And you mentioned about mega ports, mega ships, and mega transshipment ports. The future, I think we all will also take more inputs from you, because 20 minutes is too short a time, like Mr. Devashish was mentioning, that we are going to have less speakers in every session, or we have to have a separate module for port, half a day business session for port. I will request chairman of FFFAI, maybe he can have, if not possible, like a physical business session, but you can have a mini virtual conference for one subject, so that we are able to take it forward. Definitely, we will give more time to for you the next possibly a session, but 20 minutes was too short a time to understand this. Now we will go to the next speaker. I think our next speaker require no introduction, because especially during this pandemic time, she has been a COVID warrior and helping all of us from the Ministry of Civil Aviation. Thank you, madam, for the excellent support that you gave it to us. Without you, the freight forwarding industry would have not been able to move their goods during this pandemic time. And let me give a brief introduction. Again, it runs in pages. I had requested madam that I will just read a few para of your profile. Vandana Agarwal ji has been a career civil servant and economist for about 36 years. Having joined the prestigious Indian Economic Service, Government of India in 1986, after studies at the University of London and Delhi School of Economics. Presently, she is nearing a completion of her PhD degree from University of Delhi. I think all the best for your PhD degree, madam. She last served as Senior Economic Advisor, Additional Secretary, and Divisional Head for a number of new initiatives in the Ministry of Civil Aviation for over 4 years, besides serving on the Board of Directors of Central Public Corporates Councils such as AAICLAS. After superannuating from the post of Senior Economic Advisor, Additional Secretary in the Ministry of Civil Aviation, she is currently serving as a chairperson Committee on Ship Acquisition, Financing and Leasing Project SAFAL, set up by the Industrial Financial Services Centres Authority of India, GIFT City, and Member Research Council for Development of Aviation, Aerospace, Sciences and Technologies, Infrastructure, Facilities and Expertise. She is well versed in policy dialogues with stakeholders, think tanks, and key players in central and state governments, Reserve Bank of India, and financial institutions, sector regulators, and multilateral agencies in order to build consensus through negotiation and facilitate reforms in agriculture, manufacturing, infrastructure, logistic, and service sector. I think it's like that our customs somewhat says Samadhan. So I think, thank you very much. We are happy to have her here with us. Please, madam. I told you, please clap more, because so that we can have Vandana ji again and again.
The panelists who have spoken, and also in anticipation of the wonderful words you're going to hear, the words of wisdom from all of them. And I don't know who all to thank from all my friends in the floor and on the floor. And it's for me, such a happy time to be here. It's all friends with whom we worked so closely in such a collaborative manner, in such a cooperative spirit. And what was said, that we were able to weather many of the supply chain problems in aviation and also in sync with roads and railways and shipping, simply because the industry worked as one, together. The industry together worked as one with the government. Academia worked as one with the government and industry. And I think everybody thought out of the box. The little X that we saw, which was outside the noughts and crosses, that is where everybody was. And it was, this has to be done. Yes, it will be done. There was never a question which was posed back, it's going to be difficult, it's going to be impossible, it will take time, it will be costly. These are usually words that we hear every time a development initiative is to take place on the shores of our wonderful India. But in the crisis, the Jugadu culture worked at its best. And the readiness, actually, to call it Jugadu culture is actually not to give, although that word has a pejorative value when it's used sometimes, but I didn't use it pejoratively. I used it with all the positive energy which I had earlier said. And that is a measure of the fact that we have been doing something right in setting up systems, governance systems, physical infrastructure, financing, regulation, what have you. We have been able to address holistically something that in such a far-reaching global pandemic, which went on not for 1 day of floods or 2 days of a cataclysmic event, but for 2 years. And we were able to meet all the aspirations, I think, of the people of India and of the world at large. I'll now gone. It's disappeared from the I pressed green, but it didn't come. Ah, it's come. Yeah.
This. Okay.
Thank you. So, Logistics Vision 2030 is about building collaborations. You all have already identified it well, but it has to go beyond that. I'm not going to talk about the whole logistics vision. I was asked to focus on Gift City as a new paradigm for foreign trade, and that is what I will do. At the heart or the foundation of the Gift City initiative was the changing economics of the aviation ecosystem. And as I was hearing the previous speaker, I heard a very, very important message coming from him about the connectivity of all the internal processes with our ports, with our global supply chains, etc. But two words were missing, I feel. because these are not really seen. One is financing, how to finance it. Being a Bania, I work very well with where is the money coming from, who's financing it, where is the money going, profit kahan ja raha hai. So once that is set right, I feel that we need to address that. The second important thing I felt that we should address as a collective community is where is the driver for accelerating change within India? Is it physical infrastructure alone, or is it building business processes improvement? Is it simply technological changes in the sizes of ships, in the way containers are built, in the way many other structures are done? Or is it something more? I think something which India has never really addressed adequately is research. Unless all of us, we have 140 crore brains, do we have that many patents, for instance, in the shipping sector? Do we have that, not 140 crores, but even if do we have 140 patents in the shipping sector? So, or in the aviation sector, or in any other place. Unless India can be the catalyst for that acceleration, for that change, I think we will always be a net taker from what somebody has developed for their systems. We may readapt it, but it will never have that cutting edge value for us, that economic advantage which the Bania in me seeks, right? So, when I came to Ministry of Civil Aviation in mid-2017, I looked for finance, as I said, but we were very busy with GST taxation, with cargo policy, with skill development, etc. But I asked this question, who's handling aviation finance? It wasn't there. We're leasing all our planes from outside this country. Where is the Indian leasing system? I mean, there was just nothing. So I got landed with these jobs as a result. And so I started looking around at financial hubs in the world. And it was important to see as to where we could make India's hub a financial SEZ. It was already there at Gift City. But when we spoke to Gift City, it has just started, and they were clueless about aviation finance. It's not normal finance which is going to finance the aviation sector. It's a very specialized field. So we looked at aviation finance, and we tried to give the Gift City a propulsion by bringing in this new business. Gift City is a financial SEZ, so it already comes with a lot of advantages. I have put some thoughts here. I'm not going to go into the details because I'll go into the bigger picture, but all I want to say is it's an important initiative which has a twin engine. It has the state government and the union government talking in one voice. You can't go better than that. It's a financial gateway for India that has been envisaged. But where is the Indian money in it? It's all foreign money, which is still propelling much of Gift City. That's where we're trying to see how we can move into specialized aviation finance, marine finance, etc., to come into Gift City so that we can be self-reliant, not inward-looking, but outward-looking, because Gift City is India offshore. It has all the benefits for you which an offshore regime today brings to you out of a Dubai or a Singapore or any of the other hubs that you mentioned, or Hong Kong, or Shanghai. Shanghai is not actually a financial hub, but it's a marine hub nonetheless. So today, if we were to look at the initiatives and what are the Gift City's participants and activities, so it has banking units, It has international stock exchanges, and very creatively done. It has insurers and intermediaries aplenty. So you have all your ECB lending, loan syndications, trade finance, and some of the questions which were there in the previous panel towards the end on how Indian banks are not providing finance to the freight forwarders, for instance. All those can be addressed out of GIFT City. You have derivatives, currency derivatives, equity and commodity derivatives. Currency derivatives, you would know, are so important in today's scenario. You have broking services, you have proprietary trading, etc., all in time-bound manner. You have insurance and other aspects as well. I've given the volumes and the number of players, etc. In this short space of time, it's pretty impressive where they have reached. But how did we embed aviation into GIFT City? It was a completely de novo exercise. We worked very fast. It's a fast sector. It's flying high. We also tried to do the same thing as far as governance is concerned by being very swift and holistic. Again, I'm going to let you just read through. We made a full project called Rupee Raftar. We worked on what were the promising outlooks in it, the large, aircraft order book, growth in air traffic, third largest aircraft order book. We were the 7th largest domestic come international passenger aviation market, but domestically we are the 3rd largest passenger market. So everything was there. What I think through the conferences, what we were hearing through the discussions in the previous days and this morning for shipping sector, everything was there for the aviation, going for the aviation sector. The demand drivers were there. But there were huge lacunae in all the other drivers that were needed. Now, if you look at, as I said, I looked at money. I said, what's the revenue potential if we were to simply bring one aspect into the country out from GIFT City, which is aircraft leasing? The revenue potential, we developed our own financial models, we found is $5 billion per year. Can you imagine? Today, just through aircraft leasing from abroad, India on those activities, there are many of you in the room who are not realizing that gain. You could be doing that. A tax revenue of $200 million per annum. And you know GST tax rates are only 5% on lease rentals. But in the GIFT City, because it's India offshore, it's 0 GST on lease rentals, for instance. So that's where we realized that we can do something from there which will appeal to the government when we present a holistic picture and to industry. And the total value of India's commercial jet backlog, which is the orders that had already been placed, was a whopping $19 billion. And I was there at the Paris Air Show. The biggest announcement of the largest ever engine order was made at the inaugural session before President Macron. And what was that announcement? Indigo announces a $20 billion sale and leaseback arrangement on engines. Nobody had ever seen in the global aviation fraternity such a big order. It was a proud moment that India was creating global milestones. There are so many milestones we have created since in aviation, and I cannot emphasize it enough again that it happened simply because the entire aviation chain was speaking with one voice, with one common intent, that together we will succeed much better than if we work in silos. If I look only at my link and I don't look at the neighboring link, or a link which is 2 links away from me in my supply chain, that was the big thing. Yesterday, somebody said we must learn to trust each other. In aviation, all of you did that, and that is why we succeeded. In shipping, I haven't found that as yet. As chairperson of the Committee on Ship Acquisition, Financing and Leasing, I'll talk about that, but this point I will finish here, which is that I have not found that coherence there. The volumes are bigger. The value in aviation is 35% of the total trade value, but simply because, all gems and jewelry, diamonds, etc. will go by air. But the volumes in shipping are so large. The actual number of transactions are so large, but all of you are a divided lot. I am really sorry to say that. So, once we did our consultations and our assessment, we moved very fast, because the moment you give Indians time to think, wo agar, magar, parantu, etc., where is my gain, is he getting a little bit more will come, so we didn't do that. And if you see, 2018 to March 2021, the entire ecosystem had been put in place. Whether it's tax changes, whether it's regulatory framework, a whole new regulator, a unified regulator called IFSC Authority, International Financial Services Centers Authority was created, and it assumes 4 other regulators, RBI, SEBI, IRDAI, etc. So, different. We made processes which were simplified, simultaneous in application, and an applicant can register within days, within months, depending on how swiftly the applicant acts. It's both in the SEZ process applications as well as the financial regulator, IFSCA processes. This is something for you to look at. Again, these are details for you to look at, because they are so compelling, they are so telling as to how we can do it. What are the different elements we need to work on in order not to lose or not to miss out on that one devil in which some detail lies and we have missed it. What were the key attractions which are still there in IFSC Gift City? Most of the times when we asked industry, what is your wish list? A huge list of taxes only comes to us. Ye tax zero kar do, ye isko hata do, usko. Gift City is India offshore. There are no direct taxes for the first 10 years out of a total period of 15 years for companies that are going to register there. What could be better? No regime in the world, no leasing hub. Like we saw that there are maritime hubs. There were aircraft leasing hubs, Ireland being the largest, China and earlier USA. China moved swiftly, and Singapore and Dubai and Japan. These were the 5 biggest hubs for aircraft leasing. India is getting there. Why did we not do it earlier? Don't ask me. But India is now getting there. And if you look at it, there are so many key attractions in it. There's even international regulatory framework under the Cape Town Convention, which is the last point on the right, which which has been taken care of. No stamp duty, you have nil MAT, you have no capital gains tax, you have 10 consecutive years of direct tax holiday. Everything is there. There's a dispute resolution mechanism. We've set up an arbitration center, international arbitration center for all the disputes in it. So we've addressed every aspect of. So shipping needs to get there. Most of the times when people say, okay, tell me where the money is, tell me where the money is. So if you look at a comparative, what was the net impact of all that we did? Look at what Ireland, which is the biggest aircraft aviation hub, and what we did, if they have 12.5%, we have nil. If there is a minimum capital requirement, but that's a different thing. Ours is only $0.2 million. Can any of us afford it? Yes, of course. I'm sure many of you will have that $0.2 million just in your pocket if you were to check it. So, you know, stamp duty, customs duty, withholding tax, everything is nil. GST is on par, capital gains tax. There's none in Gift City, but there's, in Ireland, it's 33%. There's no withholding tax. So, you know, everything that could be given has been done. And I don't want to, again, go through all the business new opportunities that are there, new aircraft leasing and financing platform. You know, it's all online. You register online and blah, blah. I know, I'll just close. There are 15 leasing companies which have set up shop already. 5 aircraft have already been imported into India or leased to our airlines by these 15 lessors. 45 more are in the pipeline. So you can see that it's good to go. It's money where the mouth is, mouth where the money is. So it was, you know, all of it. So there are opportunities. What else are we doing out there, which all of you should be aware of? Because the opportunities are limitless. We have digitization, because digitization was one of the most important things over here in this, conference. So we have digital management of the regulator, DGCA. We have Easy Bank. And here, a very important platform is being sought to be created, which is an online, easy loan options platform for small finance, say up to 5 crores, which may be needed by the aviation sector for any purpose whatsoever. And that would be with all the banks tying up and providing that money. We have ESG compliant financing systems as well over there, and opportunities are limitless. So these 4 last bullets are where the future is coming from. An e-registry of all assets, online trading of aviation assets, marketplace for assets and service providers, and a marketplace for aircraft financing and leasing. I won't go, so this platform I was going to talk a bit more, but I'm not going to do it because that was meant to financially service the underserved, which is the small and the medium size, whether it's aircraft or tugs or containers or what have you. Not going to talk about that. Some key recommendations which have been in the pipeline, I've already mentioned, but I just want to touch on the second bullet point, which is the phased setting up of a digital smart aircraft registry, which will have all the financial aspects also dealt with online. So it's really a big kind of a cloud above us to handle all matters. I'm just going to take 2 more minutes. Now, on ship acquisition, container acquisition, financing, etc., after the success of Rupee Raftar, I got hauled to give a recommendation on this sector. I was made chairperson, and so the first thing I looked at is, what is the Maritime India Vision 2030? And what the Honorable Finance Minister has said is already there for all of you to look at. They have emphasized everything which our previous speaker has already spoken about, but I would draw your attention to MIV 2030 emphasizes on further boosting performance and productivity of our maritime sector. You know, the economic value that was spoken about. When we did Rupee Raftar, because civil aviation as a ministry was already sold to the ideas, shipping ministry is being pulled back by protectionist interests. Protectionist interests which amount to 6% of India-controlled, India-owned tonnage, not India-controlled, but India-owned tonnage. I think a groundswell of movement is needed from all of you to realize where the real economic value lies in the shipping trade. This is something that needs to be worked out. Again, you have the leading maritime capitals. They have addressed finance and law. You have to look at finance and law. In international maritime law, how well versed are we? When I asked people to draft something for me for putting into the report, because all my recommendations came with actual changes in the notification drafted and given, it was a difficult time to get that. So we need to be there. Is the finance? Yes, it is. The numbers which I gave you for aviation are multiplied here. Many multiples for shipping sector. There are other critical strategic considerations. Why we must have ship building, ship breaking, ship maintenance, ship from manufacturing right down to the last activity here in India. And financing is where they catch your throat in the world. So that is again something that we need to go for. Again, I leave it for all of you to read it. I put this slide in red simply because things are not moving. We are not building global credibility for the Indian maritime sector. The need to develop India-controlled tonnage is inadequately addressed. Addressing the question of availability of finance at cheap cost, tax benefits, ease of doing business, irrespective of who's controlling the tonnage, needs to be done. Again, we need to increase India's insurance capacity for the maritime sector. I would like all of you to work on that. I've given some further details on this, maybe you all can read it. Setting up a maritime arbitration body for international maritime disputes. Why should you have to go to a Singapore or a London to do that? I don't think that's correct. And on containers, the less I say, the better, because it riles me no end to see what happened on containers in the 2 years of distress under COVID. Nowhere on earth would it have happened except for India, and simply because you have not developed the ethos for container manufacturing, and container manufacturing cannot be done individually. I have done a whole lot of work on containers. I would urge you to take it up as a special session because I don't have time. But container manufacturing and container leasing has to go simultaneously, because the top 10 companies global that I examined their balance sheets, I examined everything. They have 50-50 ownership and lease management of containers. So importantly, from the year 2000 onwards, and this is going to be practically my last sentence, that they earned 11 to 14% on average per annum, these container management and container leasing companies. Do you know how much they earned in the last 2 years? This is on the basis of the records they have submitted to their investors. They earned 29.1% per annum. Do you not want that to come to you? Because otherwise, you in India, who are the second largest consuming country in the world, are paying it through your nose. I thank you.
That was much better than last time. I think you all clapped very well. I think you are going to still some more time wait for your lunch. I think thank you very much, madam. It was an excellent presentation. I think thanks to the business session chairman, Dushyant, and Shantanu, who has been driving this business session. I think there was a different total perspective here where possibly you brought in the finance and finance and research. And you mentioned that you concluded really without finance, the finance is the driving force for the 5 trillion economy. We can't just talk in isolation without talking about, we cannot be talking 5 trillion economy without finance. I think possibly in the next time when we have a business session, we'll also dedicate more for talking about finance. And you definitely gave us a more insight about GIFT City as a financial SEZ. And one thing I've been trying to talk to you is what are you going to talk on collaboration when we were talking before. No, I will tell you because I could take one lead from you where you mentioned that this aviation industry is collaborating to create one single policy. That's one thing which is possibly lacking in maritime sector. So I think we all have got to ensure that all the bodies together, we make a stronger voice as a collaboration for making policy. That's one thing I took from your, whatever you mentioned. Thank you very much. I will try to follow Shantanu, not speak more, but still I can't stop from speaking. Generally, people, when you get a mic, you would like to speak. So I will just introduce my next speaker. Our next speaker is going to be Mr. Keku Bhumi Gazda. Mr. Again, he's been an industry man. I think as FFFAI, we have never had a very big sponsors or supporters from the aviation industry. But this time I am happy we have got many people from the aviation industry on the dais. And Keku's company before, for the last few years, they have been sponsoring our FFFAI convention. Thank you very much. That currently is no more with that company, Air India's company. Let me introduce Mr. Keki Bhumi Mazumdar. He is presently the MD and CEO of Avio Pro Logistics Services Private Limited, part of air cargo industry. He has been the part of air cargo industry for the past 32 years. Prior to this, he headed India's largest air cargo terminal operation with a presence in over 45 airports, and earlier he successfully set up 3 airlines regional headquarters in Dubai, Sharjah and Chennai. He worked with many cargo organizations prior to Avipro, such as AAI Cargo Logistic and Allied Services Company Limited. This is the company I was talking who have been supporting FFFAI convention, where he set up India's first road air transshipment via Kolkata successfully in 2018 and supported Government of India Lifeline Udan, Vaccine Maitri and Krishi Udan initiative internationally and domestically. He has many feathers in his cap. He has been awarded as Trailblazer and Industry Ambassador by DDP in 2018 and 2022 respectively. Additionally, he has been awarded as Air Cargo Person of the Year in 2019-20 by Akai Eastern Region. He is a new age leader who always willing to learn and lead by example and power of vision. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Keki.
Respected Shankarji, Dushanji, leadership team of the FFFAI, my co-panelists, my former boss, Vandana Madam Ji, distinguished guests, trade fraternity, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I have 2 tasks this afternoon. One is to keep you engaged till lunch, and the other one is to make this as exciting as possible to take us further. It's day 3, afternoon, Sunday. You have a house full packed here. And I think that's a testament to the association of FFFAI to have an engagement of this magnitude, where we are gathered to simply exchange ideas and collaborate about the future. That's precisely the topic assigned to me as well. and I hope I do justice to the same, as well as stir up some disruptions in the process. For the sake of brevity, I will keep my premise focused on air cargo, because that's the only topic that I can bravely speak upon. When I received the email from the leadership team about this topic, I did consult the crystal ball on my table for some quick answers. And as always, all I got back was a reflection of myself. And that probably was a start to get me thinking on 3 questions. 1, what do I want the future to be? 2, what do my colleagues, my fraternity want the future to be? And 3, most importantly, what do our customers want our future of the aviation sector to be? Let me start with an example that always intrigued me and still intrigues me. My iPhone. Every time I buy an iPhone from, I think, probably 4 or 5 version, I always think that this phone is the best, can't get any better. And every time I've been proved wrong. Somewhere, I think on the drawing board in California, there's already the plan for iPhone 25 or 30. For those of you who are Gen X like me, you probably would recollect what happened with Nokia in the telecom world, and how one fine day, from being a leader in the telecom sector, they crumbled, they failed. They didn't do anything wrong, but what they failed to do was they failed to innovate. One thing's for sure, ladies and gentlemen, and you can quote me on this in 5 or 10 years from now, the future of air cargo is not going to be in the airports, or for that matter, is not going to be in the seaports. This process has already changed. The future of our business is going to be beyond these facilities. And I'll get to that in a couple of minutes from now. Aviation has always been a booming sector. The working class, the middle class has now risen to dominate the space that traditionally were with the upper elite. So more travel meant more capacity meant more aircrafts in turn meant more bellies to fill. You all have heard of the Indian success story in aviation. You already know well where we are heading towards being the 3rd biggest market of aviation in the world. In the next 10 years, this number will just grow, and we'll be proud of it as we go forward. But there are a couple of things that we need to keep in mind as we move on this journey forward. At some point of time in this foreseeable future, you're going to see that the air freight is going to account for 1/3 of the airline's revenue. Currently, it's somewhere between, let's say, 10–12%. But as we move forward and as world trade develops further, and as we are going to move more valuable cargo by air, you are going to see these revenues from air freight getting better. Given what the customers supply demand think from the aviation, here is what the shippers look forward to traditionally. Simplicity in process, traceability, transparency, and business that has speed involved in it. This is what we've been doing for the past 100 years. This is what probably we are doing currently at the moment. Let me share you my conviction in a couple of points. You feel free to either disagree or agree with me, and then we'll see how we can take it forward. This is what I believe would happen. Cargo will begin to be secured upstream with a combination of technology and data used to confirm security status throughout the process with stability. All the disruptions that we had, all the challenges that we faced in the terminals in the past year, because of security concerns, are going to slowly reduce. The start of the end of cargo screening at terminals has begun. No more long queues, truck bans, delayed, missed flights, etc. In fact, where necessary, extra controls will be flagged and planned accordingly. Information that you're going to gain from screening the cargo
will be used to automatically validate booking data and scan shipment documentation. Second, automation will be taken to new heights with autonomous vehicles, robotic systems, drones, allowing operations to accomplish more each day. Productivity, precision, and quality will be enhanced, and process waste will be removed. 3. Your storage rack function with automatic lift devices or automatic storage and retrieval devices, which allows for closer tracking, will free up time for personnel to continue the task that is being performed by humans today. In many cases, you've already seen this the world over. You are going to see this as we move forward. 4. You are going to see machine learning that will help robots work alongside humans, not just to help robots learn the task, but also supplement where robots will need artificial intelligence to do predictive analysis. 5. The added benefit of ability to reduce the horizontal footprint throughout these efficiency gains would be something called augmented reality. This is a fact. It is on its way. It will come to our industry. AR will reduce errors and improve processing times. It will help in satisfaction of our workers and reduce trainings and ongoing competency of assessment burdens. 6. Data collection from sensors, electronic documents, etc. will be the tools that will power us in the future far more than what we are used to today. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard of IoT, you've heard of Internet of Things. Get ready for what I call Internet of Cargo. This is what I like to put it as. A facility that will contribute to the internal process optimization, where better predictive analysis and maintenance needs of the handling equipment and aircrafts would be the future of our businesses. It would in fact be the center of our business as we move forward. 8. Deep learning. These are some of the terms probably a lot of you, probably in your IT teams, would be talking about already. But this is something that is going to be embedded into our business as we move forward. Deep learning would be used more extensively within the AI and the AR capabilities. For example, special loads that are now carried on the aircrafts will be determined and automated on the aircrafts which currently are being done manually with information fed into their systems far in advance. This is coming. 9. All your tracking devices that we currently use in terms of pharma, which is data loggers, etc., you are going to see that getting enhanced with technology. We were talking about 5G, it's already here. There's 6 and 7Gs already, I believe, in the Far East that is being tracked at the moment. You're going to get that as well, which means data that is going to flow between the various stakeholders in our fraternity is going to be much more clearer, much more faster, much more simpler, and much more transparent. Collaboration between the air freight forwarding community and all of us present here, shippers, forwarders, etc., would have something called predictive data analysis that will come in on a much larger scale. A predictive data analysis is more gearing towards what would happen given the set of parameters that you are experiencing at the moment. Earlier, the industry used to rely on data from the manufacturer's index. You had the data coming from the statistical institutes, you had data from GDP, you had data from bank, etc. What's going to happen is you're going to have this combined or embedded into one system which will factor in the business that you're doing today along with the other factors that I've just mentioned. Challenge of moving cargo around the world will not be limited to air cargo as we see it today, which is moving through aircraft. You are going to see it through drones. There are tests. You probably have seen the drone utsav. You probably have heard about how drones are already taking packages up to 25 kilos. You already are seeing delivery as of today. It's done. What's going to happen by the 2030 is that you're going to see autonomous vehicles, not VTOLs, but you're going to see autonomous vehicles pick up these kind of loads which are over 1,000 kilos, autonomous, take off, land, traveling 500 kilometers, doing this 5 times a day by some pilot or some rookie sitting in a room in some corner of a building operating this. Imagine the cost implications of this. Imagine the opportunities that are going to be in front of us in the next 5 to 7 years. On a lighter note, for those of you who are planning larger offices in the future for paperwork, may I suggest you do a rethink. You will only need space for servers in your offices, and you will start to employ more data scientists, more programmers, more data engineers than you would do as cargo people. I hope to be proved wrong, but this is what I see that's going to happen. If all of what I've mentioned in the above has got you thinking, let me give you a fun fact. 60 to 70% of what I've just said is already in some form in practice today as we speak in some part of the world. It's only a matter of time that we embrace this and find ways how we can deploy this into our businesses as we move forward. I started my talk with those 3 questions that I'd asked. What do I want the future to be? What do you, my colleagues, trade, fraternity, want the future to be? And most importantly, what do our customers want it to be? I would want you to reflect on the above in light of what I've mentioned, discuss, deliberate this. Do remember, it's no longer a perform or perish as we learnt it over the past years. Okay? Those were the good old days. The new words that you're going to hear more and more often is going to be innovate or perish, not perform or perish. I'm repeating the word innovate because that is going to be something that you're going to probably need to encompass in your business. Your customers, our customers, are not choosing our organizations because of the rates or the services that we provide any longer. It's no longer the 4 tact books that we have on our tables that we keep as we had in history. Those were the good old days. Today, ladies and gentlemen, it's all about what value you're going to bring to the table to your customer and how your customer delight is going to involve embracing technology. Lastly, I have been mandated by my chairman in another association called the ACFI to be the head of the knowledge and research vertical. Please feel free to reach out to me. If you do have some suggestions, thoughts, etc., where you would like to have a further debate on this, I will be more than happy to take this forward, not just for the betterment of our industry, but probably in collaboration with the other industries as well, to see how this can be taken forward from here. Ladies and gentlemen, I leave you with 3 thoughts that I think are the key takeaways from what I have given. 1, go green. 2, go blockchain. 3, go innovate. Have a fantastic day and have a very happy Independence Day. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Kekuji. Well on time, just in 15 minutes sharp. I think you have been mentioning about future of air freight is beyond airport and seaports. And you have mentioned go green, go blockchain, go innovative. Thank you very much. I think we will follow this. Without wasting much of time, I think we are already finished our session time at 1:30. So we will take another 15 minutes max. I will request this young man to keep it short as possible. The next person is a young entrepreneur. He just started the company just 2 years back, 2017, and he has been again a COVID warrior, you can say, because he tried to create a lot of facility to ensure that our freight forwarders are able to use a what you call subscription-based platform. I'll just briefly introduce Mr. Raghav Vishwanathan. Is the founder and CEO at Freightify, a technology platform for freight forwarder and used in 40 countries. Congratulations. After successful stints in organizations like DHL, Panalpina, Vodafone, and HCL, he decided to combine two of his main expertise in technology and logistics to solve complex challenges in freight forwarding. He was involved in moving one of Australia's largest banks from their legacy systems to a more robust, cutting-edge, user-centric, custom-built platform. During COVID, when logistic tech landscape was undergoing rapid change and carriers were digitizing, the company launched their product to help freight forwarders go digital. Thank you very much. It was a very popular among freight forwarders and also got great media coverage for logistics from JOC. Freightify raised venture capital for several investors who shared the vision and believe in the product and company's potential to turn this vision into reality. Thank you very much, Raghav. Over to you. I think we are going to give a bigger clap. He's from the forwarding industry who is trying to, who has started a new digital platform.
Great. Thanks, everyone. And first of all, thank you, leaders at FFFAI, for giving me this opportunity. And I was told to keep the conversation pretty short. And as always, everything is expected out of technology to be solving most of the problems. And I'll try to keep it as short as possible. First of all, I would want to mention the uniqueness that we have, or the biggest advantage that we have in freight forwarding. When other industries were able to adopt technology at a much faster pace, be it banking or retail, for that matter, freight forwarding or logistics, for that matter, pre-COVID, we were not adopting technology to that pace. That's a great advantage, I would say, not a disadvantage, because you could actually take the best practices from other industries. When other industries were rushing into technology, freight forwarding was taking its time. And when COVID hit, when everybody was pushed to take technology, the best practices actually were taken by logistics and freight forwarding. And we could see actually the industry embrace technology pretty well. And like I mentioned, we are shipping products to more than 40 countries, building from India and shipping it to more than 40 countries. We could see that freight forwarding and logistics, they were agile in adopting technologies because they know that they are the lifeline of trade. Pre-COVID, the question used to be asked, will freight forwarders exist in the ecosystem? People used to come and ask that, are we going to be substituted by a platform or a technology or a robot, or for that matter? Pre-COVID, this question was asked. Post-COVID, I think that question is already answered. Otherwise, we would not be having FFFAI getting bigger and better and having at ITC in Chennai. So we are making money. This industry has always lived by sales is vanity, profit is sanity, cash flow is reality. So whichever industry lives by cash flow is reality will survive, and FFFAI and freight forwarders, for that matter, are surviving. And this is the moment to thrive, right? And this is where the industry is actually looking at thriving, using technology to the advantage rather than trying to see whether technology is a threat. And some may be even convinced that you're not going to be going out of jobs in the future because technology is here to help. So with that as a baseline, that technology is not going to substitute anyone or any industry for that matter, let me start by saying what's happening to this industry, right? Now, technology is used as an enabler a lot more rather than a disruptor, because a lot of people are talking about technology in this ecosystem or any conference for that matter. That's more heartening to see. So the biggest point in that is we all know what has to be done. So just to give an example, if you want to lead a great life, we all know that good sleep, eat healthy, and do physical workout. That's been said all the time, but very few people follow. Right? Same way in technology, we all know that we need to start building the database, we need to start making sure that we follow smaller processes online, put it on cloud, and so on and so forth. But the adoption is lesser, but since it's happening now, it's also heartening to see. Right? Forwarders who are using technology as an enabler to make their efficiency better are actually closing a lot more deals than forwarders who are not. Forwarders who think of technology as a disadvantage. We are seeing freight forwarders doubling their probability of winning shipments increase by using technology to their advantage. And people are really moving away from talks of what can blockchain do in logistics, or what can AI do in logistics, or ML do in logistics. So people are moving away from what can a technology do to what kind of initiatives have to be taken. So moving from what a particular technology does to what initiative I have to take to go green, what should I do, or what my company should do, and what kind of processes to be followed is what is being talked a lot more, and technology is just an enabler to that as well. And like any other industry, we can see that a lot in food tech for that matter. Companies have moved from being a generalist to a specialist, which means that 2-3 years back, there were restaurants which served everything under the roof, and we used to go there. And now restaurants are very focused on one thing. You can find restaurants, like in Chennai, you are here, you can find Murugan Idli serving only idli to a great advantage. Behro's Biryani doing only biryani, and they are becoming a lot more popular. So I think even in this industry, forwarders need to think about, or custom brokers need to think about what's your expertise, and go from a generalist kind of an approach to a specialist and start building processes there. Say that 80% of my revenue is coming from, or will come in the next 5 years from this kind of an activity that we do, and we wanted to be the best in that. So that's happening in other industry, and technology can really provide workflows for being a specialist. And Gen Z is entering. So Sir spoke about Gen X, and now Gen Z is entering. And Gen Z is expecting everything to be in a self-serve kind of a model. So the overall efficiency doesn't stop with your ecosystem alone, a freight forwarder alone. It's expected by the customer where Gen Z is entering. It's expected by the banks where Gen Z is entering, and expected by shipping lines where the new generation is entering. And this industry is moving to mobile first. So mobile first, when I mean, it's not just opening up mobiles and looking at emails or doing calls on mobile. Mobile first, when I mean using mobile to the greatest of potential, right? And when I say greatest of potential, mobiles are evolving, but still we are using mobiles primarily for calls. But you can use mobiles to basically transcribe the whole conversation that we have. There is a button below your keyboard on the right-hand side which has a microphone. I'm pretty sure not a lot of people would have used it. You just click that button, automatically it will transcribe all the conversation that is happening right now, and it can become a note-taking for yourself. So mobile-first economy is happening, and Gen Z is expecting everything to be done on mobile. I can see a lot of people in the in this ecosystem bringing your next generation to learn about freight forwarding and building the networking. So the next generation is not interested in doing day-to-day activities. They wanted to be mobile first and get everything instantly. So we feel that, especially in India, freight forwarders want to do most of the activities on mobile and want to build processes which are mobile friendly as well. This generation is a lot more objective, and they use a lot of tools to analyze the market. So data is being looked as the next big thing, especially with the markets. If you look at it in the last 2 years, markets have risen, and right now it looks like it is falling, and then again it will stabilize and rise. So you need to have a very strong data indicator to know how the markets are evolving, and that's how industries are going to evolve. Invest in a lot of data tools or invest in a lot of tools which can give you index or market situation, I'm pretty sure that for the industry that we are in the last 5 years, we would not have invested a lot on data. Not our data, but external data for that matter. So invest in a lot of research data and start involving in that. And gig economy is building. So for people who don't know what is gig economy, a lot of low touch points like artists, designers, a lot of people go out of their company and start their own practice as an individual. And in the last 1 year, we have seen, especially in markets like India, we have seen salespeople going out of their respective organizations, setting up their own shop or small company and starting their own gig economy. So just think about what will happen when freight forwarding becomes a gig economy, when a lot of people, when an individual goes out of a company and starts setting shop on their own. So it's just a thought. I also don't have an answer for that, but if gig economy comes to freight forwarding in the next 5 to 10 years, how will the industry change is something that we have to think about. And think of technology as an investment rather than an expenditure. A lot of people have told that. So like I told you, the next generation is entering freight forwarding. You are thinking of that as an investment to cultivate the next generation and make them come into your organization and take over. So think of technology as your next generation. So invest in technology, have patience in technology. Don't expect technology to do magics from day one. So technology is going to take its own time to get used to the processes involved. It's going to affect in a different way with different companies, and there's no one size fit all. So invest in technology and think of it as your next generation and move forward there. A couple of actionables for companies here. I'll take another 30 seconds. Work within the system. So you have a great system in place. That's why you are making money. You've been all-weather proof as an industry. So work within the system and try to analyze your strength and use technology to your advantage. Find data sources, like I mentioned. Invest a lot of money in data, at least 5% of your company's expenses in data, so that you can understand what's going on in the outside your company and ensure that these data can help you. Manage your own data pretty well so that you can compare this data with your external data points. Focus a lot on internal communication. There are tools like Slack, Communicator, and so on and so forth. So emails are the thing of the past, especially Gen Z thinks so. So start using internal communication tools which can strengthen your organization DNA. And organize your workflow a lot more with technology. There are a lot of technology enablers across the ecosystem and who are ready to not just disrupt the economy, but also enable the existing players in the economy. Look for enablers, invest in enablers, tie them to your profits or tie them to your milestones. And I think there's always good things in store. Like I told you, cash is reality. This industry has lived by it, and I'm pretty sure this industry is going to grow leaps and bounds. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Raghav. It was a lot of informative speech that you gave, lot of advices you have shared with us. I think technology as an investment, and technology will not substitute. Technology is a growth enabler. Wonderful. I think even on the cash, you mentioned, you made a quote. I think we have noted all the points. I think people here must have noted again. I will not take again much of time. I think the summarization is not mine. It's the job of my colleague, Mr. Sudhir Agarwal. Over to Sudhir.
Good afternoon, everyone. So just looking at the watch, we are just nearing 2 p.m. now and everybody is hungry. Not going to take much time. What I can see, I was listening, last 4 sessions we already had. Today we had 2 sessions. The only thing I can get from it is that India has got everything. Like we are the second biggest consumers. We have got the second biggest consumer in the world. We are a growing economy. We are progressing towards 5 trillion. We have got all kind of infrastructure. What we need is, like yesterday, the keyword was planning. Then today, when I was going through various technology, innovation, and I think we have got the best brain to bring in all the talent which we need. And only thing is we have to focus on our strength. And I think when we decided on this theme, logistics reshape, embrace and surge in the digital era, because we were, as a custom broker, we were knowing that our future is not in our traditional way of doing. Now, as the things are improving, the word disruption is told many times, but I don't think that there is anything like disruption. It is only the technological innovation which is growing at a very faster pace, and we are not somehow able to catch with it. So as a custom broker, sometimes being a chartered accountant now for 50, I also feel I am redundant as far as technology is concerned. So I think the big takeaway by FFFAI will be that as an organization now we should focus on training towards make our member more digitally aware about how things can be done in this era of digital era, how we should embrace the technology to improve our business. So as far as this session is concerned, I am thankful to Radhakrishnan ji, our past chairman and advisor, for moderating it. The session was very, very informative. The first speaker talked about the port infrastructure. I am thankful to Mr. Anarasu Karunation, sir. Sorry, I am not able to pronounce your name maybe correctly, but I'm thankful to you for giving the insight how India is progressing, what is the infrastructure we will be requiring times to come. Then Vandana Agarwal ji came. She talked about the GIFT City and the opportunity it has created in terms of financing and leasing for the aircraft industry, and there is an opportunity for shipping and containers also. Then Keku Gazdar ji told about how technology is changing the aviation industry, and then how then Raghvendra ji told about the technology which is making business more enabling in times to come. While all this discussion was going on, when Vandana ji was saying something about Bania, I being also Agarwal, that Bania thing, that insight has come into me. As an organization, FFFAI, when we were in last 3-4 years, we were trying how we can grow our organization. We had all the infrastructure, but somehow we were lacking in terms of our branding. Outreach was not much there. Then we had a thought process, and what I can see, what GIFT City has done, in a similar way we have created more branding, we have created more awareness. Then money was a challenge, because being a small organization, we had limited resources. We did something that money automatically came. We decided about this convention, many people supported it. Now we are growing up with this idea that we can put more money into the system and have more people and make our members more informative about technology, or as an organization we can make better representation to the government. So I think with the resources we are having internally, it is only like we have to put more focus on planning and channelize it, and the result will come automatically. I think this is all logistics all about. I am thankful to each one of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sudhir. Thank you all panelists for this wonderful session. I would like to also take this opportunity because I noticed that I am the senior most past chairman present at this house. I think I want to take if I don't say this, it's wrong on my part, that this was a wonderful convention. I would like to congratulate chairman and the business session organizers. I think every topic that was chosen was excellent. I think on behalf of entire community sitting here, also on behalf of all the past chairmen and advisors, excellent job. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a fantastic session.
No, I said I am the senior most sitting here. There are many of them who are not here at this moment. They have not been able to attend. 1 minute, Vandana ji wants to ask some questions. I think we will take that question 1 or 2, then we'll close the session.
Sorry, I don't want to take the floor, but just one question. Normally, I was going to raise it when the audience asks a question. As a panelist, I wanted to ask the audience a question.
cataclysmic transformations are called for, because just the steady pace will not do. Do you think that in addressing one of the main issues, is the container issue, you are willing as a body to set up an SPV, say in Gift City, bringing in thereby the numbers as well as sharing the risk? Of course, the ownership can be fragmented. There are ways of doing fragmented ownership, fragmented rights and responsibilities. We see that in aircraft. Are you willing to work with that? Gift City provides an opportunity. Why don't all of you debate on that? If you think it's a good idea, then an ownership structure can always be worked out, which benefits the Indian community, and we can prevent the humongous amount of money which is going out in container leasing or container rentals by all of us in India. Ultimately, the consumer pays. But let's see if we can make something which is different in the shipping sector to start with.
Okay. So this question has come from Mr. Jayaraman Krishnan. He has asked this question to Keku Bhumi Gazdar. How can air cargo integrate with multimodal transport to increase its price attraction?
Thank you. I'll make it really short. Three parts to that answer. One, you already have an organization here called AMTOY. I saw Mr. Success Master here who can give you a lot of information what is currently being done. Two, this is nothing new that has been asked about. CR has been done over the past decades all over the world, although this is not caught up so much in our country due to certain reasons. Three, yes, as part of our previous organization, we already started the air road movement, and this has added tremendous value to all our businesses across the platform. In fact, the government is very, very encourageable, thanks to also Madam when she was the additional secretary, to open up this value chain of having more and more businesses of air collaborate with the shipping industry. There are challenges that we are facing in terms of the logistics part of it, but I think together with the experience and expertise of all of us present here, this is surely doable. I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you, Kekoji. I think we will conclude because we are already reaching 2 o'clock. I think other sessions are got to be on time. And any question that you have, you can forward to FFFAI. They will ensure you all get the answers. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dignitaries. Thank you so much, moderator and the panelists. I hope we can give a big round of applause to them. That was a fantastic session that we all had. Thank you so much. And now I would request Mr. Shankar Shinde and A.V. Vijay Kumar to present the memento as a token of appreciation to Mr. R. Radhakrishnan. So we would request you to, both of you, please welcome onto the stage. Next, I would like to request Mr. Radhakrishnan to present the memento to Mr. Ennarasu Karuneesan from IAPH Regional Director to India. An applause, please. And I'll request Mr. Radhakrishnan to present the memento to Srimati Vandana Agarwal, Senior Economic Advisor, MOCA, Retired Chairperson Committee on SAFAL, IFCA, Gift City. Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable time. And once again, I request Mr. Radhakrishnan to present the memento to Mr. Keku Bhumi Gazdar, MD and CEO, AVI Pro Logistics Service Private Limited. And again, I would request Mr. Radhakrishnan to present the memento to Mr. Raghavendra Vishwanathan, CEO of Frightify. Thank you. And can we all stand together for a group photo, please? I would request the dignitaries and Shankar Shinde and A.V. Vijay Kumar and the panelists, please stay back for a group picture. And next is coming up, we have the sponsor, the business sponsor as sponsored by Menzies Aviation, Boba Bengaluru Private Limited. To present this memento, I would like to call upon Mr. Kaustubh Kamath, President, Goa Custom Broker Association. So please welcome onto the stage. Can we give a round of applause to him? And today's lunch session sponsored by SPJ Cargo Private Limited. To present it, I would request Mr. Anurag Vijay Vargi, President, Indo Custom Broker Association. So please welcome on to the stage. Yesterday lunch sponsored by Kale Logistics. So I would request Kale Logistics to come onto the stage. To present this memento, I would request Mr. Sujit Chakravarti, President, West Bengal CHA Association. I would request Kale Logistics to come onto the stage. And we have another sponsor for lunch, yesterday lunch. I would request Container Corporation of India. So please welcome onto the stage Mr. Srinivasan. And I would request Sujit sir to stay back on stage. Sujit sir, please stay back on stage. We would request you to present the memento to Container Corporations of India. Mr. Srinivasan, please welcome sir. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before the lunch, I would request all the executive committee members of FFFAI, office bearers and advisors, and president of associations to assemble at the grand staircase, which is near the main entrance for the photo shoot. We would request everybody to assemble before the lunch. Once again, I repeat, before the lunch, I would request all the executive committee members of FFFAI, office bearers, advisors, and president of associations to assemble at the grand staircase near the main entrance for the group photo shoot. We don't want to miss anybody, so we request everybody to assemble quickly as soon as possible near the main entrance, the grand staircase. We have a grand staircase in the main entrance, so please assemble the executive committee members of FFFAI, office bearers, advisors, and president of association, please assemble quickly. Thank you.
क्यों ये धुन खास है? क्यों ये 130 करोड़ दिलों के पास है? क्यों हर एक भारतवासी इसे एक साथ गुनगुनाता है? इस धुन में परंपरा, विरासत और
The next session,
जाति, मजहब,
the session 7 will start by sharp 3. So we would request everybody to assemble in the same hall by 3 o'clock. The next session will start sharp by 3 o'clock. So we request, ladies and gentlemen, the participants, please have your lunch and come back by 3 o'clock. Thank you. I would request the executive committee members of FFFAI, office bearers, advisors, and president of associations to assemble near the entrance. We have a grand staircase. So we request all the executive committee members of FFFAI and office bearers and advisors and the president of association for a group picture. So quickly, please assemble near the staircase, grand staircase near the entrance, the main entrance. Thank you.
सुजला सुफला मलयज शीतला आकरं वन्दे शुभ्रज्योत्स्ना पुलकितयामिनी सुहासिनी सुमधुरभाषिणी सुखदां वरदां मातरं वन्दे मातरम् वन्दे मातरम् जैसा कोई नहीं है, 80 नहीं 100 दिन दुनिया घुमा दे, नहीं कहीं तेरे जैसा कोई नहीं, मैं गाया जहां तुझे सलाम, अम्मा तुझे सलाम, वंदे 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 मातरम, वंदे मातरम।
सुर मेरा तुम्हारा तो सुर बने हमारा, सुर की नदियाँ हर दिशा से बह के सागर में मिले, बादलों का रूप लेकर बरसे हल्के हल्के, मिले सुर मेरा तुम्हारा तो सुर मिले सुर मेरा तुम्हारा।
चैन तरज थई म्यान तरज इकवट बनिए सान तरज।
मिलके बने
हमारा।
मुंहिंजो सुर तुंहिंजे सां प्यारा मिले जॾहिं गीत असां जो मधुर तरानो बणे तॾहिं
सुर का दर
बदला रूप लखे
बरसन होले होले।
இசைந்தா நம் இருவரின் சுரமும் நமதாகும். திசை வேறானாலும் ஆழிசேர் ஆறுகள் முகிலாய் மழையாய் பொழிவது போல் இசை நம் இசை. నన్నదనిగే నిన్నదనియ
తీరిదంతే నమ్మదని
స్వరము నీ స్వరము సంగమమై మన స్వరంగా అవతరించి എന്റെ സ്വരവും നിങ്ങളുടെ സ്വരവും ഒത്തുചേർന്നു നമ്മുടെ സ്വരമായി. আর সুর মোদের সুর
সৃষ্টি করু কই কুসুর তোমার সুর মোদের সুর সৃষ্টি করু কই কুসুর সৃষ্টি হো কই मोरा स्वरर मिलन सृष्टि करी चालू ऐकताना मळे सूर जो तारो मारो बने आपणो सूर निराळ जुळता तारा मधुर सुरांच्या बरसती धारा. हर दिशा से बहके सागर मिले मिले बादलों का तुम्हारा मिले सुर मेरा तुम्हारा ओ सुर वो सबसे ऊंचा हम साया
वो सबसे ऊंचा हम साया
वो संतरी हवा दम से
मातरम् वन्दे मातरम् सुजला सुफला मलयज शीतला सस्यश्यामला मातरम् वन्दे मातरम् ज्योत्स्ना पुलकितयामिनी कुसुमित द्रुमदल शोभिनी सिनी सुमधुर भाषिणी वरदां मातरं वन्दे मातरम्
हम बुलबुले हैं इसकी ये गुलसिता
सबसे ऊंचा हम साया
सबसे ऊंचा
वो संतरी हवा वो पास में खेलती है दम से रश के दिया हमारा सारे जहां से अच्छा खाना आप में पैर रखना मजहब नहीं सिखा आपस में पैर रखना हमारा हमारा जहाँ से अच्छा हिंदुस्तान हम बुलबुले हैं इसके पुरस्कार
तेरे जैसा कोई नहीं है तेरे जैसा कोई नहीं मैं गाया जहां अम्मा तुझे सलाम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम पास ही मैं आ रहा अपनी बाहें खोल दे कहीं भी जैसा कोई नहीं है, 80 नहीं 100 दिन दुनिया घुमा है, नहीं कहीं तेरे जैसा कोई नहीं, मैं गाया जहां भी। अम्मा तुझे सलाम, वंदे मातरम। तेरे पास ही मैं तुझे सलाम।
सुर मेरा तुम्हारा दो सुर बने हम। वंदे मातरम।
मलयज शीतला श्यामला मातरं वन्दे मातरम् ज्योत्स्ना पुलकितयामिनी पुल्लकुसुमित शोभिनी सुहासिनी सुमधुरभाषिणी अम्बरदां मातरं वन्दे मातरं वन्दे मातरम् वो सबसे ऊंचा हम सबसे ऊंचा साया आसमां का वो संतरी हवा अच्छा
जान से प्यारा है, तुझसे न्यारा गुलिस्तां हमारा है। जान से प्यारा है, सबसे न्यारा गुलिस्तां हमारा है। सदियों से भारत भूमि दुनिया की शान है, भारत माँ की रक्षा में जीवन कुर्बान। भारत हमको जान से प्यारा है, सबसे न्यारा गुलिस्तां हमारा है।
तुझे नहीं अपना चमन, टूटे नहीं अपना वतन। कोई बर्बाद ना कर दे कोई मंदिर यहाँ, यहाँ मुस्लिम यहाँ मिल।
देगी हमें आजादी बिना खड़क बिना सुने।
छोड़ो कल की बातें, कल की बात मिलकर नई कहानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी।
छोड़ो कल की बातें, कल की बात पुरानी, नए दौर में लिखेंगे मिलकर नई कहानी। हम हिंदुस्तान, हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी। आज पुरानी जंजीरों को तोड़ चुके हैं, क्या देखें उस मंजिल को जो छोड़ चुके हैं। चांद के दर पे जा पहुंचा है आज जमाना, नए जगत से हम भी नाता जोड़ चुके हैं। नया खून है, नई उमंगे, अब है नई जवानी। हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी। छोड़ो कल की बातें, कल की बात पुरानी, नए दौर में लिखेंगे मिलकर नई कहानी। हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी। हमको कितने ताजमहल हैं और बनाने, कितने ही अजंता हमको और सजाने। अभी पलटना है रुख कितने दरियाओं का, कितने पर्वत राहों से है आज हटाने। नया खून है, नई उमंग, अब है नई जवानी। हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी। छोड़ो कल की बातें, कल की बात पुरानी, नए दौर में मिलकर नई कहानी। हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी। मेहनत को अपना ईमान बनाए, अपने हाथों को अपना भगवान बनाए। राम की इस धरती को, गौतम की भूमि को, सपनों से भी प्यारा हिंदुस्तान बनाए। नया खून है, नई उमंग, अब है नई जवानी। हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी। छोड़ो कल की बातें, कल की बात पुरानी, नए दौर में लेंगे मिलकर नई कहानी। हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी। हर जर्रा है मोती, आंख उठाकर देखो, में सोना है, हाथ बढ़ाकर देखो। सोने की ये गंगा है, चांदी की यमुना, चाहो तो पत्थर से धान उगा कर देखो। नया खून है, नई उमंग।
तेरे जैसा कोई नहीं है, अस्सी नहीं 100 दिन दुनिया घुमा है, नहीं कहीं तेरे जैसा कोई नहीं। मैं गाया जहां वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम।
व्रज शीतला तस्य श्यामला मातरं वन्दे ज्योत्स्ना पुलकितयामिनी शोभिनी सुहासिनी सुमधुरभाषिणी वरदां मातरं वन्दे मातरं वन्दे मातरम्
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back once again. So now we're about to start the next session. The next session, session number 7, breaking the glass ceiling. So I hope you all are ready to start. The participants who are outside, please welcome in and have your seats. We would request you to be seated. So we're about to start the session. The next session is breaking the glass ceiling. The moderator and the chairman, I would like to call upon Mr. B. Govindarajan, COO, Tirwin Management Services Private Limited. So please welcome onto the stage. Can we give him a round of applause? Mr. Bashim Govindarajan, known as Govind among the industry friends, stepped into air cargo business in early 1974. In 1992, he moved to Air India Staff College, Santa Cruz, the alma mater for many in Indian air cargo business. As head of cargo training, he was also responsible for global regulatory compliance for dangerous goods and regulations. He was a member of IATA, Dangerous Goods Training Task Force, DGTTF, for many years. In 2008, he opted to leave Air India and formed Tirwin Management Services Private Limited to pursue his passion of providing cargo training and consultation to the trade and industry. Mr. Govindarajan is an invited speaker to national and international conferences and voices his opinion on aviation and logistics subjects through print and visual media. And therefore, I take this privilege to welcome Mr. Bashim Govindarajan to start the session. So please give him a big round of applause. Thank you. And I would like to introduce our speakers, Mr. Yashpal Sharma, Skyways Air Services Private Limited. So please welcome onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, join your hands together and welcome him onto the dais, please. Welcome, sir. And now I would like to welcome Mr. Vaibhav Vora, Managing Director, Continental Carriers Private Limited. It's a pleasure to have you, sir. Thank you. Please be seated. Next, we would like to welcome Mr. Avishkar Srivatsava, Chief Innovation Officer, the PDP Group. So please welcome onto the stage. Can we join your hands together for him? And next we welcome Ms. Chaitali Mehta, Director, EKF Global Logistics Private Limited. Can we give a big round of applause to a wonderful lady? Thank you. Last but not the least, I would like to call upon Vice Chairman FFFAI Office Bearer, Mr. Sudeep Dey. Please welcome on to the stage, sir. Can we give a big round of applause to him? So thank you so much. So here we go. We start the session, the breaking the glass ceiling. Thank you.
Good afternoon, every one of you. I always get the benefit of being in a post-lunch session.
Whenever I come for this type of session, especially the post-lunch, I think of a very old Italian story. There was a king who had a very peculiar way of punishing the culprit. So once the charges are proved, he will be put in an enclosure and they will herald a starving lion inside. The lion's job is to finish him. That is the execution style. One day, one particular guy was put. The lion was heralded inside. He did not eat, it came back. Second time also it happened. Third time also it happened. So fourth time, the lion got fed up, asked the guy, "You don't feel hungry? You don't want to eat me?" He said, "No, I am feeling hungry. I would like to eat you, but after eating you, the king will talk for 1 hour. I have to listen to him. It is better to starve rather than having the food and listening to the king for 1 hour. As much as possible, I will make it as interesting, because I got all kids on my right and left hand side. When Sri Dushyant called me to say, "Sir, there is a FFFAI convention, I want you to be there," I immediately thought, yet another conference. Because if you have come to these conferences for, say, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, every 2 years we will change some terms. If you go back to history, in every conference we used to talk flown as booked, delivered as committed, just in time, just in case. And in the recent days, we slowly changed it. We went for last mile delivery, last mile challenges. In other words, the terms come and again, so I started preparing what is the new term which I have to use it in the conference. Because today's conference, if you talk to anybody, it is either geopolitical or it is ESG. So I was also preparing, okay, I must do something. Then he called me to say, "No, sir, we don't want you to come to the podium and give a presentation. Can you talk to our generation as young children?" I immediately said, that cannot be better an opportunity to be with the children. Because as you grow old, we want to be with young people. That is also one of the reasons I readily agreed. I'm seeing on my right and left enterprising guys, people on whom the profession has not been trusted. Because almost every month I will get a call from one of the Desi freight forwarders. "Sir, is there anybody willing to buy my company?" I'll ask him, "What happened?" "No, my son has gone to USA, he is not interested in coming back. My daughter has gone to Australia, she is not willing to come back. So I am not seeing a succession plan within my organization. So I am thinking that I can get rid of it." This is the time I get these children who have voluntarily taken it and who was building the organization on the ethos of the Indian culture, and they are trying to do something for the industry. So it is my honor actually to be with you, my dear children. When you speak in Tamil Nadu, we must speak something in Tamil also. Even Modi Saab is talking on some Tamil couplets in parliament and everywhere. The Tamil word which I want to use today is one stanza from Thirukural. "ஈன்ற பொழுதினிலும் பேருவகை அடைந்தால் தன் மகனை சான்றோன் என கேட்ட தாய்." Let me explain to you. ஈன்ற பொழுதினிலும். A lady feels happy when? It was asked. When a lady feels absolutely happy. When she matures, that day, probably, yes, that is an internal happiness with her. When she touches the hand of the first man in her life, definitely there will be some sort of happiness. When the doctor says, oh, congratulations, you are conceived, that particular moment, she will certainly have great happiness in her mind. When she delivers the baby, when she looks at the baby, naturally her happiness will be the peak. But our Thiruvallur doesn't recognize any one of those things. What he says, that is at the time of delivery, when she looks at the child, she gets more happiness when their children are recognized by the society and community. I am so happy. We have got SLS here. We have got Vipinji, and Vipinji is here. I was telling Chaitali why Harish Bhai did not come. Because this is the time that you have really given the best to your parents. You have made your parents proud. Thank you, Vipinji. Thank you, SLS, for producing such wonderful people for the industry. Having said the course, let me start getting into that. These children have had options to go anywhere, everywhere, do anything that they want. And when they have taken over, it would not have been an easy thing. It would have been a difficult task. There are a lot of what you call reservations. Sometimes I was telling somebody, for example, Yash would have called somebody as uncle, suddenly he becomes boss in the company, how the relation will be itself is a big challenge. So they have gone through the drill, they have created a space for themselves, they are today in a position to be here on a stage and be with the people. What I request from them is, there should be a takeaway for the generation next who are seated here, or who has got younger people in your family, how they can be motivated to take it forward. As a protocol, I start with Chaitali, because we have always been told, ladies first. The question I would like to ask Chaitali very precisely is, I'm in this industry for 49 years. I know cargo business is an absolute male-dominated business. In some of the freight forwarding offices, even the sweeper will not be a lady. In such a male-dominated industry, you tell me the secrets. How you navigated, how you got in, how you could establish yourself in the industry.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for coming back to listen to all of us after lunch, because there was a joke going on that when we entered the hall, nobody was present. So we thought, according to Yash, we might have to just dance and put on some rock and roll music to have people come inside. So we hope we are entertaining enough for all of you and nobody sleeps while we are talking. Thank you, sir, for this question. And it's not been easy. When I joined, we didn't have too many women at the top. We've always had women at the lower levels, at the mid levels, and even maybe never at the topper echelons where they were taking decisions in terms of operations, where they were heading companies. And to be fair, even the people that we were dealing with didn't know how to deal with women, because this was never considered to be a woman's world. There was always, and it's still on, that women don't understand operations. Women may be able to be good finance people, HR, marketing, but never hardcore. And just like everybody else, I have not had it easy. It looks easy like that. When I started off, some of you who've known me, who've seen me grow up, know I've had a very hard taskmaster in form of my father, Harish Bhai. And we started off at a very different way for my training. I was never given any privileges, nor was I given any special treatment. I changed 2 buses to go to work. I walked 15 minutes to come to office, and this went on for a year and a half. I sweated, I got wet in the rains, everything that could possibly be done, like every average Mumbaikar does. After that, when I started going on to the cargo complex, people didn't really know. So I was treated like an ant under a microscope because they've never seen a woman over there. So the initial days were like, ये क्या कर रही है इधर, इनको बोलो साइड पे जाने के लिए, हम लोग बात करते हैं. Learning operations was not easy because we have women here. We also have kids who have joined their family business, and they know how difficult it is to get respect of the very people that you have to work with your peers and with your contemporaries. Strangers will give you the correct advice, but the closest people next to you whom you have to work with may 5 out of 10 times not give you the right advice. I have been both lucky and unlucky. I've had good teachers, I have bad teachers, I've had very bad teachers. But at the end of the day, I was literally thrown through the wolves because Haresh Bhai believed that whatever had to be done would have to be done, and he was not going to interfere. So whichever way I was taught was the way that it was going to go ahead with trial and errors. Having said that, there comes a point where you just figure out that you pull up your boots and say if whether you want to quit or you want to succeed. And if you want to succeed, then you are just going to put everything in it. And that's what exactly I did. Lots of trials and tribulations, but eventually it did work out. And I learned operations. I learned one of the most difficult topics that we have, which is imports.
Excellent, excellent,
So,
Chaitali.
yes.
One issue I want to ask you, since you touched operations. You had any opportunity?
Give me 1 minute, sir. Sir, sorry for the interruption. The House would like to welcome Chief Commissioner of Customs, Mr. M.V.S. Chaudhary. Please, Chennai Customs, please give him a round of applause. Welcome, sir.
So, in operations, there might have been opportunities or necessities for you to be in the cargo complex night 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock. Did you find yourselves safe and secure?
You know, I was thinking, what do I like about the industry the most? And the fact is that I find myself home at the cargo complex more than what I find myself at home in my own house. Adarsh is probably where I spend the maximum amount of time, but I have been at the cargo complex at 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, middle of the night, and not once have I ever felt unsafe, considering that there have been no women at any point of time, at that point of time in the night or during the hours. Enough that my parents feel that if I'm staying back till 3 o'clock in the morning at the cargo complex, I don't get calls. But if I tell them that I'm going out for dinner and I'm going to be back at midnight, I get 10 calls asking me where am I, who am I with, and where I'm going to come back. For every single person here, being a woman, I have to reiterate and go on record and say, this is probably the safest industry that we have. We have some of the safest ports, airports. I have literally grown up in the air cargo complex, so I probably know the air cargo complex more, the turns and twists, and the buildings than I know of my own house. But this is prima facie the most, we don't have any sexual harassment cases, we do not have cases of where women have complained. This is the safest industry. A lot of you have come and asked me time and again, including parents, how do you manage navigating? And honestly, the people that you work with are probably the best people that you could work with ever.
Excellent. That's very nice. Very nice to hear. I'm sure it will be certainly a motivational factor for many of you to put the daughters or girls at home, because this industry needs that people also. I move to Mr. Yashpal Sharma. First, I want every one of you to congratulate him. His company has just completed on 8th of August, if I'm not mistaken, 40 years. And more important, 20 years in Chennai. So it is 40-20. And I am taking something from Chaitali. She said, we have sweat a lot. That's a beautiful word. Normally, two things are supposed to be making an organization. One is the sweat, another one is the blood. But I want to tell you, Chaitali, all the veterans sitting here, third generation, two generation, they have not just put the sweat and blood,
but they have put the tears also in building the company. That feeling, that thought must be with us. It is not the sweat or the blood. When I mean the tears, the people who have gone through the industry for so many years will certainly appreciate what I mean by that. Yashpal, you have completed 20 years. I'm sorry, 40 years. And if I'm not mistaken, after the Chennai branch was opened, only you joined your father in business before. So he has taken 20 years to develop the first branch. Because I know Chennai was your first branch after the Delhi. But in this last 10, 15 years, you have moved to 17 branches. And you have become reasonably, I would say, definitely bigger in size, bigger in operation. Somewhere I read I was watching your TV video also a few days back. You did not send it to me. You have moved to around 900 and odd employees. You have got branches spread over. And father had a particular model of business in air cargo. But today, the Skyways is diversified. It is having different verticals. It has got different dynamics. It can handle any different dynamics. Share us your journey.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, yeah, it's been 27 years for me. I joined the company in 95. And the journey's been quite fantastic. Honestly, I was not supposed to be part of this industry. Probably, the only way generally you get into this industry is, you largely say, is either by inheritance or by accident. So I was here because of inheritance and by accident. So both things happened to me, that's why I was here. And probably destiny is why destiny was there for me to be here. The industry is very, very interesting, dynamic, volatile, versatile. I think it's an industry which is truly global, and it's an industry which allows everyone and anyone to define their own pace. You don't necessarily need to work the way anybody else works. So you can say, I will work 10 minutes a day, 30 minutes a day, 2 hours a day, or 24 hours a day. It's entirely up to you. You can work in whichever domain you want. You can work in whichever vertical you want, whichever area you want. And when I joined, we were about 17 people in the company. And today we are 900 plus. It's been a great journey. I think, since the topic is a lot about the family and, how the next gen happens. And like I said, I was not supposed to be here. The very important factor that I think which is required for us to do to, our kids is brand our industry very well. One of the reasons when you say, my child went overseas and does not want to come back, not only come back to home, to our country, but also doesn't want to come back into the business that probably we have set up. So one of the key factor that I would want everybody in this room who has next generation and they want the next generation to possibly be a part of their business, they must brand the industry very well. You must brand your job, your profile, your role very, very well to the kids. If you go back and show them stress, if you go back and show them the issues and the problems that you have in your business, your kids would not like your industry. So give them a good brand image of your own business, and I'm sure more and more kids will probably look at this as an opportunity, one of the opportunities that they can explore in their career. So that is something that I would really want to tell the whole world here that they must do. And over the years, it's like I said, the journey's been great. I think because of the kind of versatility that this world of logistics offered is why I could hang around. I was an erratic person, very impatient person. I think I still am, but I stayed in this industry because there is never a dearth of opportunity to grow. You can just go and bend your back as much as what you want. And that's been probably why I've stayed around, and a new challenge every day, a new something to explore every day. You can innovate, evolve, even transform.
Good, yes. One question I actually wanted to ask you, in the sense, in this young age, you have got many avatars. Suddenly you are seeing in a conference,
You are in ACFI, you are this, that, and all. How do you balance your personal demands from the family and also professional commitments?
That's a good one and a tough one always. I'm sure everybody in this room also fights the same thing, the equilibrium or the balance between your personal life and professional life, even in your professional life from one frame to another frame. I think it's important that you are able to kind of tune your mind into switch between different zones and different channels. It's easier said than done, but it's important that you give importance to the moment. So if I am sitting here on this panel, on the stage now, I need to give 100% of my mind and attention to this. So when I'm with my wife or my kids or my friends, I need to be there. I don't need to be here. So I think that's the only key that can help you to switch between one frame to another.
I read the book Power of Now too many times, but I did not get so much clarity. Thank you, Yash. I moved to Vaibhav. It's very interesting. Because the company, Continental, I have been associated for quite long years. And I was so touched this morning when I entered here in this door. Vipinji was sitting there. First person to gain my attention was he. So I started talking to him certain things. Normally, I used to call Continental as the nursery of Indian cargo. Many of the small plants which are planted by him and TNG, they all occupied CEOs and VPs and MDs of many of the multinational companies which came in. I'm sure you can recollect whatever names. You take any of the companies. That company did not bother when some of them who are grown in the soil, when they got transplanted somewhere else. I won't say they were upset or anything. Oh, okay, it's a school, we have made you, you go. At the same time, Continental is one company. Some of the names still, I asked him one name. Surjit hai. First question was, yes, he's just 54 years in the company. In the company, not his age. He is 54 years. Then I was asking about Vase. All the old names are there because they are still in the company. There is a family touch. There is a professional touch. And I know for certain, you may not know, Vipinji will endorse, they used to get veterans from the market those days to start Ajit Singh. We had Yogi Mathur. The people who have spent around 40 years in the industry, they were part of Continental Group. In other words, it has got an emotional touch, it has got a professional touch, and it has got everything. In that type of organization, steering is easy and also difficult. To quote one of the emotional touch one, Continental had one manager by name Vishwanath Bhatt. He attained 70 years 10 days back. Believe me, ladies and gentlemen, the entire Continental employees in his days, today they are in very many companies, very many organizations, some are retired, some are on their own, but they all assembled for a lunch on his birthday. And if I'm not mistaken, even Vipinji was invited. For some reasons, he could not make it. That is the culture they have developed. In that cultured organization, how you steered in, how are you making your presence felt?
So, I think that's the challenge, the burden and the opportunity for a family generation member that's being a part of the company now, is when you come in to a wealth of experience, people like family that are running the company, so you are one of them. You are not just somebody who's going to be entitled, because everybody is a member of that entire family. And this is a collective effort. This is a collective effort of all these years that has brought the company to this stage. And now it is your opportunity. Look at it as an opportunity. I wouldn't call it a burden, but it is your opportunity to take that forward. Carry them along. So I think, this was something that was touched on yesterday as well in terms of the knowledge and skilling session, I think that's where a lot of the energy goes, is where you sit with everyone and you talk and converse about what the vision is, because the vision cannot be one person's vision. It has to be a collective vision. So when the company's vision is aligned, and you know, this is something that's visible in all endeavors today, is when everybody talks about the same goal. And talking about the same goal is in itself a journey. When you have to sit together in meetings, in rooms, and it cannot be a top-down dikkat or a memo. It has to be something that collectively everybody sees and visions. So that's the role that is bestowed upon now as the leader, because when it comes to experience, you can't have that experience. You know, 35 years or 40 years in an industry, you've seen it from the boondocks, you've seen it when there was no infrastructure. And you know, that's the wealth that is used when crisis hit or when problems come. So, you know, we talk about digitization today, but when crisis was hitting last year or last to last year, digitization helped, but practical knowledge was also needed to make things happen. So coming of those two things together is the onus that sits with us as the newer leaders of the company, where we bring in our new age thought processes and sit with everyone and align them, train them or take them forward, because you can't train them functionally. They know more about the business, about how things are done, much better than you can learn in 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. Because, you know, it's the way things are. Every year, you come into business, everybody's wealth of experience is increasing at that level. What you bring is a new perspective. And everybody needs to start understanding that perspective. You know, like, for example, what Neeraj Amani touched on yesterday as well, is all they brought in was better planning. It was the same people, but with better planning for crisis management. So that's the only thing you can do. Bring better planning, better teamwork, better alignment, and obviously through your, you know, adoption of technology and other things. So for example, just simple things like Zoom and getting onto meetings with all your stations together and conducting a discussion as to how things are done will bring out all the answers to all the problems. And that's what we are. At today's scenario, I think, as leaders, we're really just bestowed upon problem solving. And that's what we're doing. The answers are all in the room. The other thing that you need to do is obviously a little difficult, but very important, is also look at this emotionally. You know, people are attached to companies and they're spending more time in the company than they are spending at home with their families. So that emotion that goes into running a business or being a part of that system, you can't walk in today and just disregard that emotion. You know, they're giving their lives to the company, so you have to sit there and respect that. And if you show that respect, they can feel that respect. The goal is common. That's the end game. So you pay respect to the emotion. And if you make everyone believe that this is the goal, you realize people also leave behind insecurities and other things, because they realize, you know what, you value their emotion and they accept that that maybe they're not fit to take that role and somebody else can be brought in to support them in taking that role. So that's what we've been doing in terms of just talking, discussing on how things can be done, and obviously doing it in limited time period, because, you know, most of our times have to go in transaction and doing things as well. So balancing both of those out.
Excellent, excellent. This is, that is when you are a owner or a leader. What he said very nicely, I enjoyed it in the sense, you should be democratic, but to final decision you have to be autocratic. In the sense, it's a beautiful concept. Excellent, very nice. I have on my left, when he was about to come and got myself introduced, I said, I would like to see your birth certificate. Because a little kid, welcome, very nice of you, make yourself comfortable. I saw his profile, very interesting. Chief Innovation Officer. He has given a very good title for himself. Chief Innovation Officer. I have a great liking for the word innovation. Because I also believe that every great man's invention, you will find your rejected thoughts. That is, we have thinking, everybody thinks, everybody gets ideas. Who becomes an innovator is the guy who has pursued it and find a solution. If you have not pursued it and found a solution, your thinking, your imagination, everything gets killed in imagination stage itself. and you have taken as your chief role in the organization. How do you find it easy when you say, see, you said it, discuss, get it done. Suppose you innovate something. What is acceptability of your innovation within your organization?
Thank you, sir. And good afternoon, everyone. So it's really interesting to have sessions like this, and it's really heartening that FFFAI, the esteemed dignitaries, are wanting to know what the youngsters are feeling about the industry and how the youngsters are envisaging the logistics industry will be. In terms of my work as a Chief Innovation Officer, so I have joined my family business in 2015, and my father, who's a very dynamic personality in the logistics industry, he never gave me a standard template. He never told me that now that you have joined, these are the things you need to follow and report back to me, and then this is how we are going to take things forward. He told me that you have joined, you have got a good education from a B school, you see how you find the business, you see how you find things are, and then you make a decision. Do you want to invest time in this business? Do you want to invest your working hours and your professional career developing this business? The choice is upon you. So once I joined my family business, we are a logistics company based in Calcutta, and we are having an ICD in Durgapur. Once I came from New Zealand after completing my studies, I saw how the work environment was, and there are certain things which I really liked. There are certain things which I felt could have been better. I thought, let me give it a try. Let me work for a year. Let's see how things are, and then I'll take another call. What I felt is like there is so much of opportunities in this logistics industry. This industry is craving for getting organized. In 2016, Samir sir had come to Calcutta in a convention, and he asked people, I want people to raise their hands, those who have joined the industry by choice. And I raised my hand, and the question seemed a normal question, but then I saw very few hands were raised. I did a deep dive into this. I found out that, yeah, most people are in this industry because they just joined it. They had no other idea about it. After joining the industry, they started learning about the industry. Then they either liked it or they had invested so much time anyway that they thought, let's just be here because I have got the work experience. I wanted to change our workplace culture. I wanted to make it a place where if my friends and my networking people from different parts of the world, if they visit my office, they see happy people working here as well. We cannot be a company where there is a different strategy for the top management, and as we go down the line, there are people who are just working without knowing what's happening. So in terms of innovation, what I wanted to do was I wanted to set our company's mission statement. What is our company's vision? What is our company mission? And what is our key value drivers? And we did it by a two-way dialogue with the employees and with the management. Once we started doing this, we started innovating. And innovation does mean getting those complex projects in place, bringing those interesting logistics solutions that reduce prices. Of course, that is true. But how do we facelift the logistics industry? It's when we start innovating in areas where people are not looking. Our employees are talking to their colleagues and their friends across industries. Do they know what is the impact of their work? Or are they just working because that has what has been delegated to them by the top down? My goal for innovation, sir, was to make sure that people are understanding why are we doing what we are doing, to find out and get 360-degree feedback. Because as you mentioned, we have inherited employees who have years of experience and they have seen the company rise from the ground up. They will feel really valued if we take their feedback. Yes, they may not have those fancy B school degrees, but what they have is something we will never have. They have seen the hard work of our parents who have given us this platform. And if we can take them along in this two-way dialogue into the next generation of logistics, tomorrow is our Independence Day where we turn 75, and our government's vision is at 100, India should be the global leader. That will only happen when all the MSME sector comes together, we start valuing our own company, set up those vision statements, start innovating at areas where people are not looking at. And that's when we can make a big difference in this industry. Thank you.
It's a very good approach. Generally, we say when you innovate, don't make it as just noticeable. Noticeable, enjoyable, recognizable. Any innovation should have that three components. Many occasions we do innovation, which goes unnoticed even sometimes. Excellent. Now he also brought in a very good point called the values of the organization should be established. So I'm going to, now all the four, I individually ask them, let me go it as a group. If you see this type of youngsters in the market, I'm not talking about logistics, in the country. First one is startup, after some time valuation, after some time IPO. And probably on the first day of listing itself, IPO has become something else. Do you people, because the values have been built by the parents, do you see values in your organization or do you see valuation for your organization? One after another. Vaibhav?
That's a very interesting question. I think, there's no fundamental difference between values and valuation, if you ask me. Because it's how you can showcase your values to the world that will create the valuation. I mean, that's what the end game is, right? That's what everybody's selling. Everybody's putting it out there and making it fancy and make it seem as if that's the valuation, and obviously selling you a zero cash flow business with losses around, whereas you've got cash flow and you've got a business, you've got tried and tested machinery which is working, basis some thought process that is keeping parts intact and keeping the pieces connected. So if the outside investor or outside person looks at that value, he's going to ascribe a value to it. I mean, that's what it is. It's just probably, you've got some fancy investment banker or a business consultant packaging it up and putting it out there, which is a task that now is bestowed upon, leaders of companies today, because, it's no longer just the challenge of capital as it used to be. We're talking about finance, we're talking about other things, and that's where this valuation piece comes in. Exactly. But your values is what gets you that valuation. It's not the other way around.
Excellent. That's what exactly I wanted. There's a new concept which you have discussed among the people. Do you want to be rich or do you want to be wealthy? Do you want to be rich or do you want to be wealthy? Sir, what's the great difference about it? What we are talking is, I want to be wealthy. That is values. The wealthy will make certainly a person rich in other things, may not be in rupee, ana, paisa. We see a guy coming on Fortuner car, 30 lakhs. He has got a safari suited driver. I get out of it with my typical Tamil Nadu white color dhoti and white color shirt and this thing. Many of you will think I'm rich, but I have not paid the EMI for 10 months. I may appear to be rich, but I may not be wealthy. That's what exactly very nicely said. If you build values, the organization will get valuation. Thank you very much, Vaibhav. Very nice. What about Chaitali? What's your views on it?
It may sound funny, but I don't believe in valuation. I don't believe in IPOs as far as freight forward. I don't believe in valuation, and I don't believe in IPOs as far as our industry is concerned, because I think our model is very different. And when we get into the rat race of trying to get valuation done for our companies and trying to get into the IPO thing, we lose the essence of who we are. Many companies lose their souls, and we pretty much forget as to why we joined the industry and what we are doing and the importance of this industry. I may be old-fashioned. I may not think the way the other the younger, my peers, my contemporaries of my age or my generation think, but I believe that the logistics industry is probably the most powerful industry that we have in the world today, because what we do is what runs the world, what runs the economy, and we don't feel proud enough of our industry. Yes, we have problems, and who doesn't have problems? But if we were to remind ourselves of the numerous things that we have done, which have helped make the world go around, which helps saves people's lives, and I'm not talking vaccines and serums because I think it's been overdone and overdid with, we would only lay emphasis on value. And I wish that the importers and the exporters understood that our values come from the companies that we run. It doesn't matter if it's professionally run or it's family run, but the very fact that we make a difference to the world is what is important for me. So it may not be the answer, but sir, this is what I believe in.
That's your true belief.
Yes, sir.
And that is your true value.
Thank you.
Good. What's your opinion?
So value and valuation, I'd say that both are important. So let's talk about valuation and value. If we just focus on valuation, there is a efficiency management matrix which says most of us mostly focus on things which are important and urgent. If you don't do it, you're going to face a crisis, and it's an important crisis. So the thing which we should not fall in the trap is, when we think of valuation, let's not just think that this is urgent, we need to create this valuation now, and we are ready to sacrifice some of our values to get the valuation higher. I feel we need to focus on things which are important and may not be urgent. For example, relationship building. It's very important, but we often delay it for a day or a week or a month, that let's come back to that. But the organizational values can only develop once we start focusing on things which are very important for us and which we may delay, but we shouldn't. Once we start focusing on the values, the valuation kind of takes care upon itself. At the same time, we should not have a wishful thinking that, yeah, if we are having good values, we will have a good valuation. In fact, Shankar sir had mentioned a very interesting thing about perception management, and it had also been shed light on this session. How are we having the dinner room conversations at home? How are we projecting the logistics industry? If as an industry we are having a high prestige, then the valuations will automatically take care of itself. But as an industry, if we think of our logistics as, okay, this is a very blue-collar based industry, it's not much things are happening. Even if your company has a very good value system, by falling in the logistics industry, the valuation goes down. I feel valuation is something, it's the entire industry's responsibility in logistics to look into. Thank you.
In other words, it's not the balance sheet, it is the sum total of it. Now I'm going to hear very aggressive, because 17, 18 branches in 8 years means more. So, what's your opinion?
Okay, I have a completely different opinion from all of these actually. So both values and valuation are two absolute distinct things. They kind of don't have much of correlation to each other. Your core values, so that is the ethos of your system, your ecosystem, your beliefs, they are what make you, what break you, what keep you. So they are a constant of life. You don't go and change core values every second day. They remain all through. They cannot change, and they should not change. They are very important to be passed on from one generation to the other, one manager to the subordinate when that person takes over. So core values are something which are absolutely different, and a valuation is a completely different point altogether. In today's world, you know, when Weber was talking about valuating companies with no cash flows, losses, and it's the market share dynamics which are being played, I think it's something which we cannot ignore in the world today. 20 years ago, when probably an Amazon was formed and everybody thought it's not getting anywhere, today they are not just in their domain, they are in multiple domains. And there's a long time that Amazon, as a e-tailer, did not make money. It's the other businesses that made money for them. But you cannot ignore their valuation. So, and it's a newer way of doing business. But I'm not telling everybody to go and sell your businesses or transacting at a loss, but you cannot ignore that part. We saw somebody speak about Nokia and what they did not see coming. So we cannot ignore that part of the business or that part of the world tomorrow. We need to know how and what to do to ensure the valuation is going. But core values must stay in place. You must keep your core values absolutely right in the forefront of all your actions, and the valuation is defined by your transactions. You know? So that's my take.
Excellent. Good point in the sense it is what you are trying to say is for any organization to grow, there are two eyes. Both eyes are important. Now we come to the next point, which is always bothering me. In our today's industry, the attrition rate is very high. And nothing wrong in people getting themselves trained or something like that, they go to another organization. But what we see in the marketplace is, one guy will go from one organization to another, along with him another 10 people will go. It's something like a bird syndrome. One bird starts flying from Australia, the whole flock of birds will fly with that bird, that is what we have. This is very prevalent in the last 10-15 years, in the sense, one guy goes. I was recently sitting in a company's interview panel. The first, when we started talking to him itself, he told me, sir, in case you want, I can get my entire team. It has come to that level. I told him, this company wants to engage you, not your team. You don't need to bring, what does it convey? If 20, 30 people are going with one guy, this fellow is not capable of working without the team. Or those team members are incapable of working without this boss. But I can talk here, but the thing is, what is actually happening in the marketplace is the same. One fellow goes, within a week or something, the whole team goes to that company. Fortunately, they see companies are not, it's insulated from that. Fortunately. What's your view of this attrition, Vaibhav?
So,
high level of attrition.
High level. So, I think there is a challenge of attrition that we face as an industry and even as a country. You know, I was reading a book by Mr. Chandrasen, the chairman of Tata, and he was in that he says about how there is an elevator effect. You know, there is a high demand on educated manpower, whereas majority of our workforce is engaged in agriculture. So the educated manpower, for example, what we need to get into our workforce is in demand by multiple industries, whether it's banking, whether it's BPO, whether it's logistics, supply chain, everything. So obviously people have options today. They have a choice. And they will want to go in for experiential opportunities where they are enjoying their work, where they are getting mental stimulation, where they are getting growth, vis-a-vis where they are getting beat around and pushed and made to, put in energy, literally like a donkey in some cases, you know. So you have to have appreciation. So attrition is something that sits heavy on our industry, and that's, I think, one of the big areas of focus where we as entrepreneurs have to put our energy in. You know, something like Chaitali mentioned, gender diversity. Now, how many of our policies are tailored around women and women employment to be able to ensure that, you know, women are comfortable to come to the workplace? I think maternity leave and other things are something that we all talk about and look at it as a government mandate. You know, what about companies? I mean, this is something that we as an industry would have to really think about if we want to attract a talent. I mean, in that same book, he talks about how women in the workforce are not coming in because there aren't policies. There aren't other things that allow this. So attrition can be taken care of by being a little innovative and opening yourself up to large parts of the workforce that can come in and be brought in. Again, a second aspect which you touched upon was, people moving in, say, groups, for example. Now, this is also uniquely a challenge because sometimes people are moving because, you know, the organization they're part of is facing financial trouble, where, you know, people are getting into a bad cycle or something like that. So there could be some genuine reasons, there could be some ingenuine reasons. And you as an entrepreneur or as a company would have to understand whether people are coming for the company or for that one leader. Because our goal as entrepreneurs today is to build the brand of the entity. You know, this was something that was touched upon yesterday multiple times. I saw in presentations where I said people change because of bad managers or bad leaders. Now it is the duty of the company to build an ecosystem where you have visibility of such bad managers and arresting those managers early enough so that you don't lose the talent down below. That's the visibility. That's the task that we have to be creating, and that's how they have to do the measurability of every role so that you know when there is bias being brought in, you can arrest the attrition, because when you have got somebody who's already conditioned in your company and already learnt what you're doing, you've already invested 6, 8 months, 1 year of resources into that person. So initially you got to spend time, you got to make sure that the person's comfortable, and you got to do it at all levels, because you don't know what challenges people are facing, what is happening. And that 10-15% initial experience will give them that experience and flavor. And then as an organization, if you have a culture of an organization, then that is what people will want to work for.
That's true. That's right. The people work for an organization, not for individuals. For the organization, if they have to work, as you rightly said, your comfortable environment, that comes through culture. Excellent. Chaitali, your views on it?
Actually, yes. So there was a point some years back where we lost a couple of people. And for the longest time, I thought that we lost people because of who I am and how demanding I am and probably my nature, and I could be difficult to work with, till I realized that it was not that. There were a lot of other factors to it, so I could actually sleep peacefully at night and not hold myself guilty. But the thing is that I'm going to split it into two. I'm going to split into gender, men and women. We've never really lost women workforce. And I'm extremely proud of that. If at all we've had women leave us, is because their kids could not stay, or they could not find babysitters, or they had problems at home, and that's why they have left, and some of them have even come back again. When it comes to the men, I have noticed that over a period of time, the quality of people that we have is reducing, and the fact is that they are not getting motivated enough. Many of them leave because MNCs, vis-a-vis Indian companies, the MNCs are offering them better salaries, not better work culture. So what I have come to realize is that if you want to keep somebody engaged, one is to make them realize how important their role is to the company, like what Avishkar said, or even as Vaibhav said. It's very important for them to know, even if it is a peon, that the work that they do is very, very important for the growth of the organization. And I'm extremely proud to say that today we have helpers and peons with us for the last 45 years. And we turned 45 in October. So the very fact that we've had people with us means we are doing something right. The second thing is to give them, make them feel proud of who they are and help them when they have difficulties. And when I say help them when they have difficulties, is just not financially, because all of us do it, but it is also be there morally and physically for them. And again, for that, it could be that they could have had a bad day and a shipment could have been lost. But they have that confidence coming to you 5 minutes later when they have a personal problem, because they know that you are going to keep the two things separate and you're going to give them the due value, because at that point of time, that shipment which is messed up is not important. And the third thing is pretty much, again, is what Vaibhav touched upon, is that companies where you have a flat system, where you have managers on managers on managers, many a times people get fed up is because the bosses don't hear the people down the line. And they have either become such big companies that their staff does not have access to them. And this is something that I've learned from Vishbhai, to keep the cabin always open. And they can call him at 12 o'clock in the night and speak to him. And that, I think, is a key factor when you grow really big, is that if you have access to your top boss and not just your managers and your VPs and whoever is there down the line, you would not have that level of attrition.
That I think he has already done it, I know that. Okay, we have heard on two people. Now I'm coming to an important point. Today our industry is more compliance oriented. We have got too many compliance issues. How do you look at it? Do you think it is a facilitator or it is an inhibitor? That is, compliance is making our life miserable, or compliance is helping us to do business better?
So whenever new compliance comes in, initially we all feel quite miserable about that. Because once the new compliance comes in, we all have to start adapting to, to match those compliances. However, in the long run, we'll always see that those compliances make our systems better. I'll just give a small example here of a voluntary compliance we did. Our company is now a great place to work certified company. 3 years ago, when we thought of getting this compliance and this certification of being a great place to work company, we saw the processes which were required, and it would take maybe 3 to 6 months to get certified. We were like, no, why do we need it? It's not compulsory, and we don't need to do it because how will we get that time? But that made us think that if we want to be a company with transformational growth, the top management has to delegate responsibilities down the line and be free to upgrade the company culture so that we can match these compliances. Those 6-7 months were one of the best periods of my professional career so far, because we started getting those systems in place, and by becoming agile and getting this compliance of a great place to work, we saw that yes, our managers and our employees are also capable of taking more roles and responsibilities. We just need to trust them, have structured interactions with them, and as Chaitali also mentioned, have a bridge so that they can at least get their message across to the top management. So to just end the answer, I would say compliances, when they come in, it feels problematic. We have to adapt around it. But always when we look back, whether it is GST, whether it is the new compliances coming in, it has helped the companies in the long run.
Very good. I'm going to get all these youngsters. As we go old, we become very generous. We become very philanthropic. We try to do a lot of charities, donations. I want to hear from these young people. What do you think about that type of attitude as a corporate social responsibility?
Okay, great. So I would also give me another 60 seconds to get back to the attrition topic. Just for the interest of everybody, we are a decent sized organization and we've had lots of people joining in. So I would just like to share a couple of thoughts for everybody here. So, the pyramid of your team, so you have the people with lower salaries at the bottom and the higher ups. Now, there are different needs at all levels. And when you look at the bottom level, that's where money is more important. And as you get higher up, it is the engagement, and right at the top, the decision-making ability, which makes all the difference. So if you are able to translate the need of your team members, constantly look at their career growths as much as your own business growth, less and less amount of people will leave you. And this pyramid is something that everybody must take into their own self in the way they structure and work, because the more and more engaged that the team is, and at the higher up, the more decision-making powers that your top executives will have, the lesser amount of attrition you will. CSR. So CSR is, again, it's part of your core value system. It's not necessary that the government announces and you have to spend a part of your company's turnover or profitability in doing a corporate social responsibility. But it's a lot about that comes from the inside that is extremely important. Us as an organization have always been highly philanthropic. My father's been very, very, very much gone down this lane right from the outset that I remember him. So I think CSR is extremely important, and a lot of CSR activities can actually help you in your retention of people as well. Because a lot of CSR need not go just outside the system. There's a lot of people in your system itself who need help. So if you associate your CSR activity first on the inside and then on the outside, you will also be able to retain more people.
Excellent. Good advice to everybody. We have been given signals that it is time to get out of the place. But at the same time, I want to tell each one of you, during the lunch break, once young boy came. His name is Kunal Amit. He was telling me, I got some ideas which I like to share with you. Kunal, you have to excuse me because I'm getting signals from the entire team. Actually, we wanted to hear you also. But, there are, I think, some dignitaries are coming, so it is time for me to close it. I hope, ladies and gentlemen, we could give, the children gave a very good insight of their experience. The children gave a very good, they shared some of their thinking process. Thank you very much, and I leave it to our moderator.
So, thank you, sir. We've got 2 questions from the floor. Maybe we would take 2 simultaneously. One is for any panelist. Do you feel your predecessors could have run your company differently before you joined?
Very certainly, no generation is the same. Every generation is different. And I think the generation before me ran the company in an absolute apt way. They did a fairly good job with it. And we are blessed to have more gadgets, more technology access, more information and data access to us than what they had. But I think there's nothing wrong, and probably the gen next to us will also feel the same. They will have far more gadgets and equipments and access to information and data.
I'm going to add to this, and I'm going to say that the previous generation had one quality that I have found lacking in me, and I have no qualms in saying it, is to earn the loyalty of the people. So if you look at how successful maybe my father has been, it could be whatever. I'm not even talking in terms of the value, not in terms of the company turnover and all, but in terms of the people. I would probably say that his generation, whether it is Sharmaji or it is Vipin uncle and all, including my dad, Meenu uncle, Prabha uncle, I think their generation definitely knew what made it happen, what made people tick, and that is why they enjoy the loyalty of the people that I don't think any one of us in our lifetimes is going to enjoy that kind of loyalty. And yes, that definitely in my books is one of the highest levels of success.
Vaibhav, you would like to add something?
Well, I'd just like to add that, if you go into retrospect and start analyzing the past about how they ran the company and what they did, you can't do that without knowing what the system was at that time or what was happening. We're talking about having mobile phones from the earliest point in life. They were doing telexes and other things. So that's how it was done, and it was done whatever way it was, and now you are with what you have.
They have done it to the best of their ability and conditions.
That's it.
And if you start analyzing it, probably our life will become even miserable.
So the next question is regarding multinationals. I don't think we should get into this because, sorry for that, the person who's asked the question. So let us wind up this session. So I need to say thank you. Thank you to Govind sir, and thank you to all the panelists. Basically what is coming out of this session is that these people who have joined their family business are happy. They all stressed on values. As we say sir, that values have no value unless you value them. So values is what in turn is bringing the valuation to their companies. They are happy. We have this convention is one platform where we show the next generation, where we encourage to bring your families to join here, just to show the bondage we have amongst ourselves, the kind of standards we have, the kind of topics we are discussing, and the kind of entertainment and the happiness we, or the fellowship we do in the evenings. So thanking you all the panelists for joining, thanking you for coming into this business, and thanking you sir. So let us close this session. We have very important sessions. Now we'll do some pleasantries. Please, MC.
Thank you so much. It was a great session. So I hope we all got lots of information about this. So please give a huge round of applause to them. Once again, thank you so much to all the panelists. Thank you. Now may I request Mr. Shankar Shinde to felicitate Shri MVS Chowdhury, Chief Commissioner of Customs, Chennai, with the bouquet and flowers. So please welcome onto the stage, sir. I would request A.V. Vijay Kumar sir to join the stage. And I would request Nataraja sir to join the stage, please. Thank you. Now may I request Mr. Shankar Shinde. Now may I request Mr. Shankar Shinde and now may I request our Chief Commissioner of Customs to share a few words for this lovely evening.
Good afternoon to all of you. It gives me great pleasure to be here. All this has been a surprise. I will not come here to get some felicitation or to speak something. I came to catch up my old friends from Pune, Deepak Bhargav, Pradeep Kale, Captain Samrat. They have been of some great assistance and help to me when I was Commissioner of Customs at Pune. Similarly, I had an invitation from Natraj and Shekhar, they are actually my eyes and ears in Chennai Customs here. They invited me to be here just even for a couple of minutes. I have a wonderful association with them. In fact, I always assess my own performance as a Chief Commissioner of Customs and how I keep the entire supply chain continuity going on without any disruption is through the feedback or consistent feedback I get from them through our monthly coordination meetings. In fact, I always say I am trying for a 100% pass mark, but every monthly coordination meeting, they come with something, that process or some procedure here and there to be improved. I always look for a meeting when they say that everything is going smoothly here in Chennai Customs. I'm happy to be here, and I'm sure all of you would have come from different parts of the country. Chennai is such a wonderful city. I think you would have had excellent hospitality and arrangements here. I wish all the best for you and your industry, and thank you for giving me this opportunity, and thanks once again for the felicitation you have offered to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It's our pleasure to have you here with us in this lovely evening. Thank you. Now I would request Mr. Dushyant Mulani, sir, to come onto the stage once again to present a memento to Mr. B. Govindarajan, CEO, Tirwin Management Services Private Limited. I would request Mr. Govindarajan to present a memento to Mr. Yashpal Sharma, Skyways Air Services Private Limited. Thank you. Once again, I repeat, I request Mr. Govindarajan to present a memento of our appreciation to Mr. Vaibhav Vora, Managing Director, Continental Carriers Private Limited. Next, I request Mr. Govindarajan to present a memento of our appreciation to Mr. Avishkar Srivatsava, Chief Innovation Officer, the PDP Group. Next, I request Govindarajan to present a memento of our appreciation to Ms. Chaitli Mehta, Director, EKF Global Logistics Private Limited. Thank you. Can we have a group picture, please? I request Shankar Shinde and A.V. Vijay Kumar to join for a group picture. The session is not yet over. I would request the audience to be seated. Please remain seated. Thank you. Thank you. It's our time to honor our sponsors. This session is sponsored by IPGL. So can we give a round of applause for IPGL?
And we will go with this presentation, but a special announcement for today. We have an awardee over here today. One of the panelists who has been here has been the awardee for FFFAI as a youngsters. And I would request Mr. Radhakrishna ji, our advisor, to be on the stage. Mr. Tej, contractor, Mr. Nirav, our chairman-elect, and Mr. Vijay Kumar ji. And I would request Mr. Radhakrishna ji, yeah. Please, sir. Meantime, I would request Tej to just speak about the award, and then we'll go ahead from there.
Very good afternoon, and thank you very much, Shankarji. We are at, indeed, we've made great progress in this convention, not only just for the path-breaking sessions that we have, but the reason we are here is because we have actually got an award. And that award is a very unique one. FIATA has a Young Professionals Award, which is basically awarded each year, and it is sponsored by TT Club, and the individual winning the award gets to spend time learning about various aspects of the business internationally. So we have, we're very proud to share that India has got this award. We would like to welcome Avishkar on the stage, please. Avishkar, can you please join us? He has tirelessly, throughout the day, night, evening, made sure that he works hard, and his dissertation was a very unique one in ensuring not only making supply chain much simpler and resilient, but it had a focus on environmental aspects as well. We request Radha sir.
Congratulations, Mr. Avishkar Srivatsava. I hope giving an installmental kind of applause is not enough. Can we give a huge round of applause? Come on. Thank you.
So before we let you all go, we'd like to request Avishkar to share his experience about how he has got to this journey. Avishkar, please, floor is yours.
Good afternoon once again, everyone. You guys just saw me a few minutes ago. So I'm here to talk about a very prestigious competition which is held each year by FIATA. This is the Young Logistics Professional Contest, and every national association gets to nominate one person who will represent the country for the Young Logistics Professional competition. So this is a competition which is open to every young professional under the age of 32 who has had 5 years of experience in freight forwarding. I had to choose one complex export procedure and one complex import procedure by my company, or it could have been a company of any of our networks, where your company has executed a complex shipment which is not just complex operationally, but which is having a significant impact on environment, on sustainability. My topic was on how an ICD in Durgapur, which was created, has helped create a hub in Eastern India, and which played a major role in the COVID pandemic when there was a shortage of agricultural products in Bangladesh. and we had had the first ever movement of multimodal shipment from Durgapur terminal to Bangladesh, so that the farmers there could get the wheat in time. And how this complex inaugural movement was held, that was my dissertation on the export leg, sorry. And when it came to import, I spoke about an end-to-end logistics connection, which has connected the port of Felixstowe with the port of Durgapur in an end-to-end solution that has saved a lot of fuel costs for the nation and has given the customer in the region an added alternative where they have been able to reduce waste in the international supply chain. As of now, I will be going to South Korea next month to represent the Asia Pacific region in the FIETA Young Logistics Professional Competition. There I will be presenting my dissertation to the world, and once that competition is done, I will be at liberty to share my dissertation in greater detail. As of now, I can only mention the specifics which I have mentioned right now. I would just like to take 1 minute to, first of all, thank the FFFAI team. I have been the privileged person who has won the award, but it has been due to the hard work of the entire FFFAI team. Whether it is Tej sir, who has been, he mentioned I was up day and night, but at night when I'm sending him a message, he's also replying to me at that time, these are the changes which I suggest you should make. So the FFFAI team has also been really supportive. Radhakrishnan sir, Shankar sir, they have always mentioned whatever you need, we are a text away. And that has been the comfort level that has been given from our Sudeep sir, who is the president of CCHA, has also been in touch all the time to check about the progress of how this thing is going. So the association is there to help us. And this is the high time when us Indian logistics professionals come in huge numbers and start applying for these awards, because this also gives us a soft power in the logistics world when more and more Indian candidates get selected through the regional competitions, and now we get to represent India at the world stage. So I am also going to be available for all guidance and suggestions if any youngster wants to apply for this award. And I once again thank FFFAI team for choosing me, and I hope I can make the country proud in the international stage next month. So would require all your best wishes. Thank you very much.
I would request now Mr. Radhakrishna to say, because he is the person who has been pushing behind it. So just share your experience and we will close with this session. Thank you.
Not much of time. I would like to heartiest congratulations to Avishkar. I think the damn good name that we are, and he's been able to really bring in this award to all of us. When we are celebrating the Diamond Jubilee 60 years of FFFAI, this is the first time that we have got this award for India, and it was possible only because of this young lad. We have been trying to initiate this award year after year, and there was only once before we sent the dissertation for award. Of course, we could not succeed in getting this award. And this time we decided that we are going to have a kind of a expert also training Avishkar to present, because there was one person we engaged to ensure that he trains Avishkar also to make his presentation. In spite of Avishkar himself was very capable of making the presentation, there was very little changes we made on the presentation of Avishkar. And that was a wonderful topic. Like he said, we cannot share till the time the award is out for him. Currently he's been awarded the FIATA Young Forwarders Award for the Asia Pacific region. There are 4 awards given to various regions, and out of the 4, the final award is given to one awardee who will become the international award. I wish him all success. We will all support him, and we will need all your blessing and support. Thank you.
Congratulations, and we wish you a great success. I hope we can give him a big round of applause from the bottom of the heart. So let's take it as we are wishing him. Thank you so much. And now it's time for us to honor our sponsors. Let's join our hands together once again to honor our sponsor, the business session sponsor, IPGL. Can we join your hands together once again? Can we give a round of applause, people? Thank you. Next, we would like to welcome Mr. Dushyant Mulani, sir, to present the memento for the tea session sponsor, Dakshin Bharat Gateway Terminals Private Limited. Can we have Dakshin Bharat Gateway Terminals Private Limited please welcome onto the stage? We would like to welcome Mr. Dushyant onto the stage. I would request Shankar Shinde sir to give the memento. Next, we would like to welcome yesterday dinner sponsor, Triway Forwarder Private Limited. Please welcome onto the stage. To give this award, I would request Mr. Sailesh Bhatia to come on to the stage. Next, we welcome today's gala dinner sponsor, World Flight Service, PS Atri. Please welcome to the stage. We welcome today's sponsor, World Flight Service. Please welcome to the stage. And I would request PA Atri to come onto the stage to present the memento. Next, we would like to welcome the B2B sponsor, Aadhar Shipping and Services. To give this memento, I would like to welcome Mr. Nataraja. I request Mr. Shankar Shinde and A.V. Vijay Kumar to present the memento. Finally, we have the Land Yard sponsor. I would like to welcome Hands Informative Private Limited, Mr. Vipin Vora. Please welcome to the stage to present the memento. We welcome Hands Informative Private Limited, the sponsors for Land Yard. Thank you so much, sponsors. And today's business session sponsor, I would request Mr. P.S. Arthi to come on to the stage to collect the memento. I request Mr. Shankar Shinde and A.V. Vijay Kumar to present the memento to Mr. P.S. Arthi. So we are starting our now session. I would request all the office bearers to come onto the stage and please take your seats. I would request all the members of the Federation team to attend this session.
May I request all the members who are having tea to get your tea inside and have. We will just wind up this because 5 o'clock we started the valedictory function. So may I request all the members who are back to just come forward so we can have a closer interaction also. I understand it's been a hectic, we are here since morning and without a gap we have been trying to drag on to the sessions. And this is an in-house session for FFFAI members where we will be deliberating and discussing on the convention, the past, the 3 days we have been together, and a lot of things has inspired into these sessions. So I would request all the members to be seated so we can start immediately this session. I would request them to just get all the members inside the hall so we can start with the session. A very good evening to all of you, and I hope you all are enjoying the business sessions and the conventions for the last 3 days we have been here together. A good networking has been happening, good entertainment we have been enjoying, and very smooth, seamless movement of all the things which we have been organized. And now we come to the concluding session before the valedictory. And in this session, we will try to sum up the complete business sessions. As we go across in any of the holy books, and then they start with the chapters, teaching and preaching on all the aspects, like Bhagavad Gita to quote. We have 1 to 18 chapters, and once we finish the 17 chapters, so we have come to the 18th chapter to summarize of each chapter to make it this 18th chapter. So welcome you all to this session, and we will try to sum up this session. Before I open up this floor, before I come to the resolution or the consensus of this business session, I would like to open up the floor to members and hear them out so then we can conclude it in a proper directions. With this, I leave this floor open for if any of the members would like to speak. I would like to request you to just pass on the mic so they can start with the session. Yeah, we can start with the advisors also, with Samir Bhai's experience. It's a journey, Samir Bhai. And I think so after that we are having this first business session. Yeah, mic over here on the first sofa table, yeah.
Thank you, and first of all, congratulations to Shankar and the entire team. I know the amount of effort put in by all of you. It is a very large event, so I'm sure there were glitches and everything, but I think at the end, you all did manage it very well, and Big thank you and a big congratulations to all of you. I think when we did all the business sessions, each of the business session brought out something for the future. And I think it would be good if we could use this as a template for where FFFAI should take their members and help them over the next 2 years before we have our next convention. So at that convention, the present leadership could tell us how we picked up from the learnings in this convention and what was the journey we could make over there. So thank you so much and best of luck.
Thank you, Samir bhai, for that short. And yeah, Mr. Om Prakash Agarwal ji.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Whatever Samir bhai has said, I endorse. The convention has been extremely good, and I am here to express my gratitude to Chairman and the entire team of FFFAI, who have directly, indirectly organized this program. And I think for this, we need to give them a standing ovation if possible, because I'm very, very happy being here. The arrangements, the business session, I must tell you the business session, it is showing the roadmap, and I feel those who could not attend here, they have lost a lot of things which they could have, by attending here, they could have got it. I would request the FFFAI and the chairman to disseminate this information, whatever these sessions have taken, business sessions have taken place. I understand, subject to correction, that this would be available on YouTube. If that is correct, then information should be given to all members. So really, it has been extremely good session and very, very informative session. And those who have not attended, those who are not acting on this, they'll be out of the business. So we all want to be in business, we all want to grow. And one more important thing came out of this business session is that the respect for the logistics sector has increased in the eyes of entire country, all world, entire nation. That is very, very important, and I feel very happy being here that we are getting the respect which we should have got in the past, but now at least after COVID we have got that due respect from all of the country and the nation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Om Prakash ji. Yeah, Dada.
Thanks, Chairman. Our federation, year after year, is showing in this country that how across the country we are working together. This is really, I believe that considering all the industries, our federation freight forwarders across the country, sitting in Ludhiana, Nagpur, Goa, Nasik, Chennai, Calcutta, across the country working as a team. It is really a great it is an example towards the whole fraternity, towards the whole country, and you people have done a great job. And one thing I want to add, that what I feel from this convention, attending this convention, whatever the number 600 or 650, and through you too, we got a lot of good hope about our future. That has been generated from this convention, that our industry has got a big hope, big future where we can grow. Even our next generation, if they want, they can take the level to that. That we got, the confidence we got, and thanks to you all for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dada. Thank you. So anybody from the floor, it's open, and I would request to raise your hand so we can pass on the mic. Yeah, you're here on the first row. Yeah, Sharmila.
You know what, Chairman, I really like what you all have done, organized very well. But we as the audience, I think we've been really indisciplined in some manner. How you can improve that? I can see you all have been managing your time so well. Every senior person or anybody who took part is always on the stage, always on time. And look at us, so indisciplined. We wait for lunch late. We are not back, in spite of you telling people they're not coming back. And that is something you guys need to improve, or even tell them to be disciplined. I know you can't teach it to people, but at least people can do outside, if they can hear me, should have respect for the chair of the people who are sitting here, who went behind the success to make this such a big event. They can hear?
Yeah, thanks. They're all here within us. Some are here, some are out. They have their challenges, difficulties, some guests coming in, some guests going out, some drop-off, some pick-up. So, We will carry on with the convention. This is recorded, some enjoying from home, some enjoying from rooms. So, that is what we see, that, we look for the betterment, participation, we do the IT technology, but then we have the challenges, impact, cascading effect on the other programs. So the people who miss out getting on the online, they will miss out over here. So, in future, we will take a call whether we should really go online. It was with the demand, we tried this, but surely we'll have to take a serious call. And when it is to be telecasted, whether recorded has to be telecasted or live has to be telecasted also. Sure, we will look into it. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Philo, ma'am.
Congratulations. It has been a wonderful convention. I thank the chairman and the entire team for putting in all the efforts, and it has really, really shown great results. And this convention, I've been attending many conventions, but what I feel about this convention is it's so heartening to see our youngsters, our young entrepreneurs over here, attending the business sessions especially. The business sessions have really, really given us a lot to take back home, and it has just been in time, what is required, the digital ones, much emphasis being given on the digital. And I'm sure that these sessions have really made us rich to take back home to our organizations and put into practice. Thanks to each one who has put their efforts.
Thank you. And that has been our aim and focus, that when you all delegates come over here, there should be some takeaway. It's not only in the return gift, but something to take which is intangible also. So that is how we look at the conventions. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Arun.
With your permission, Chairman sir, first of all, congratulations. It has been a fantastic last 3 days, and we are still not over with it. I think we'll be continuing further on. That's going to be very entertaining though. Not to say that the earlier was not entertaining, it was more informative, but now it's going to be entertainment. So I would like to sincerely thank you on my own behalf as a member of FFFAI, on behalf of AMTOY as a secretary, and on behalf of ACFI as a treasurer. You guys have done a fantastic job. It couldn't have been done better. Thank you very much for hosting it. And I would also like to read out something from what Kabirdarji said. He says, Ram bulawa bhejiya, diya kabira roy, jo sukh sadhu sant mein, so vaikunt na hoy. Which means, कि अगर राम जी ने भी बुलाया ना, तो मैं रो दूंगा, क्योंकि जो संगत यहाँ मिली है, जो संतों की संगत है, उससे बढ़िया तो राम जी के यहाँ भी नहीं है, वैकुंठ में भी नहीं मिलती है. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arunji. Yeah. Just for sake of knowing everybody, just spell out your name.
Yeah, myself Sanjeev Kumar Mudliar, and I am from Bhopal. I am representing Shai Shipping Services and She Asia Shipping Services. I am the director in the company. Chairman sir, it's last two convention I attended pre-COVID, and today I attended. It's a fantastic convention, and let me tell you, when I was coming here, there was two questions which was people was asking me to ask the panelist.
Volume.
Two questions which was asked me to ask to you. What will the future of CB and what will the future of freight forwarder? After this, all these spot rates, after all this digitization. But believe me, I'm not asking the question. I'm taking answer along with you to give to them that look, the future is very great. And the last session which I had, of course, my daughter is studying in IIM. So I want to tell that, look, the logistic future is great. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, behind.
Good evening, sir. This is Nagarajan, Professional Olympics Private Limited. Congratulations, very thanks for a great event, and I'm thankful for all of you, sir. My simple and humble request is independent FFFAI should make this logistics as a professional recognition, like CA or ACS or something, which we should be independent autonomy body of our own with self-regulation. Regulated, something whether it is possible or not possible internationally, how it is being there. So we should explore those possibilities from our side, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, there Mr. Pramodji.
Good evening to all of you. First of all, I am President NACFS. On behalf of NACFS, I would like to personally thanks to entire team of FFFAI and I really feel very honored and personally feel a lot of important information I got it attending last 3 days, and I'm really thankful. I am slightly differing with the views with that live streaming should not be there. I think it is required because it is for the interest and convenience, because we are talking about digitalization, so we should go live. This is also my personal point of view, and I like to thanks for the choosing this grand hall, because the Hotel Chola was fantastic and hospitality was unmatched, very nice, and everything was arranged, everything was found to be good, and I'm really happy also because today I am a proud parents also, because Aviskar has been recognized. So with that, I really thanks each and every person of FFFAI for giving me this opportunity to feel proud for as parents of Aviskar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pramodji, and that's what it is. You know, parents are proud of children and we are proud of you. So finally, we are proud of the full fraternity. So that is what we look for, the contribution of the youngsters into this business. And this award brings a lot of recognition, not for your own self or some, it's for the whole of the fraternity and the India, which becomes an inspiring for the next generation and the youngsters to participate. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Vivian Castellino, Regional Director, Frontline Logistics, Dubai. All my work life, 45 years, I worked abroad, especially in Kuwait and Dubai. And in the last 20 years, probably, I have attended more than 125 conferences, being in the network. However, this is the first time I am attending a conference over here in India. And I can say proudly, we are reaching there. Congratulations to you, because I never expected, as compared to the conferences that I attended abroad, that this conference will be as successful, effective, and something very different than what I have used to. There are few observations from me, which I will be writing to you, just because I want you to be the best in the world. Thank you very much, sir, all of you.
Thank you. Suggestions are always welcome, inputs are required, so we can improve for the future, and that is what we look forward from the members. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, there behind, we have, go ahead, Jasap.
Shankarji, Chairman, and your team, I really congratulate you all. The way the convention has been done, and I am getting an opportunity attending convention almost after a gap of many years, and very happy to see that in the last few years the scenario or the image or the quality, everything has improved a lot. So happy. I had been attending convention earlier also, and this convention has given a specific impact. The theme, the business session, great. So I congratulate you all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes, we can see some hands over there. Yeah.
Good evening. I am Dilip Abraham from Interglobal Logi Solutions, and I represent the Coimbatore Association. First and foremost, let me thank you all for this wonderful convention that we had at Chennai and the superb hospitality offered by the local association too. The reason for this, what I wanted to convey was, since we spend quite a few amount in dollars by being a member of international conferences, we would like to request, let FFFAI take a lead in creating an international conference so that our members could benefit out of it, and we could be part of an international conference and get more volumes of business to our own Indian fraternity. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll look forward for that. In fact, in this time with regard to international conference, you know, when the convention was scheduled, it was during the COVID lockdown. And we have taken the risk to organize this convention at this date, assuming without even anticipating what will happen, whether we will be able to make the convention or no. And that is why we kept it to the national level at the most. Otherwise, this was to be happening international convention. The people, the delegates or the members who have arrived from international also, they have arrived with a lot of challenges. We will look into it, but future will always be international convention in India. Thank you.
Yeah. Good evening. This is Sachidanand Patnaik from Paradip, Odisha. Actually, I had planned to attend this convention on my own because in Odisha we didn't have any association till now. But recently we have constituted the association, and I am the first president of this Odisha Custom Broker Association. We have applied to the federation. Probably we are going to the 29th member of this August body. And what I observed, I was just merely thinking that I am going to attend this convention like this. But now I am thinking what the vision I am carrying from here. It will take my state a long way, particularly this custom broker fraternity in Odisha, a long way. Because some of the new ideas which we had never thought of, I am carrying from this convention, and hopefully it will help us a lot in future in bringing our fraternity there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we will go with the last one because we have at 5 o'clock to start with the valedictory function, and the minister is already ready to arrive here. So we'll have this last by Ms. Nadia, who has arrived all the way from Dubai NAFL. And thank you for being over here. In spite of a lot of challenges, you have made it the last minute, and we are happy to welcome you in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shankar Shinde and the entire team. I will not be able to name one by one. You're a huge team. I love the team spirit of all of the vice chairs, the team, top, bottom. Everybody has been playing an integral part, and this sets an example for all the other associations. I'm very proud you have the highest number of memberships across FIATA. You have raised the bar even in international conferences. The FIATA World Congress in New Delhi, India hosted the best World Congress I have ever been to, and we can never match. And this is from my heart. And we were very well respected, all the guests, with the true, sincere Indian hospitality. And I think it is our duty, both the United Arab Emirates Freight Association, India's Freight Association, the Custom Brokers Association, to really work hard and improve relations, bilateral trade between the two countries, look at the bottlenecks, to work on the CEPA, UAE-India agreement, create a better future for the youngsters, the new generation who may be not liking our business, make it more branded better, and have more trade and profit during these difficult times. There is an opportunity we should all seize, and truly this is the standard of conference that I love to come to. I've been to so many. It has not achieved my tick box and meeting my objectives. Here I met all the decision makers, and I'm very proud and happy 75th National and Independence Day. We really wish you all the best from our hearts. Indians and the Indian brothers and sisters that we have really played a pivotal role in bringing up the United Arab Emirates and the region as a whole. We have to salute them. We will always be looking up to them and learning a lot from the skills transfer knowledge. And as one of the speakers said, all the Arabs used to come to India, not beyond, for anything that we wanted. And this is very true because I know the stories from my grandmother's time. They used to really take big effort, go on the ship just to reach India, to secure everything, because it had everything. Even my father did his boarding school in India. And you see why I have very close touch with my Indian friends, and they tell me, how you know the language? I said, it's been with me since childhood. We love you all. We wish you all the best. Happy Independence Day.
Thank you for the kind words, and she has been a good host while we took 110 members FFFAI delegation to Dubai. Thanks for that, and thanks for all the hospitality you have extended during our visit, and we look forward for the continued relationship. Thank you. With this, now we go to the...
Thank you, Nadia, for the whole support you supported for our FIATA World Congress in Delhi. Full support from UAE. Thank you.
Yeah, so with this, now we go to the consensus and then we pass the resolution. I would request our chairman-elect, who has been convener chairing the business sessions, to come on to the drawing of the consensus so we can pass on to the resolution. Thank you. Yeah, and it's in 10 minutes we'll complete this session and then we'll go for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, friends. Good evening. Chairman, it's been a really wonderful past 3 days, having support of such large number of delegates here, and that has inspired us to give the best for the fraternity. And yes, this time the business sessions which were conceptualized under your guidance and guidance of convener Mr. A.V. Vijay Kumar, the entire conceptualization and way business session was structured were to ensure that proper thought leadership is given, future path for FFFAI and its members is laid down. We touch base upon the specifics where growth is concerned, and considering the investment pouring into this country for digital infrastructure, road, ports, rail infrastructure, aviation sector, it's going to be a huge opportunity. And friends, some of the important points which were discussed were very crucial right from the session number 1, where in the customs session it was specifically discussed that what digital working in customs has translated into. Importantly, how it is affecting, whether it is percolating down to the grassroots level clearance times. And yes, there very active deliberation took place. And the point discussed were that there are provisions of law which are supporting the trade and industry, and how by operating them in the a custom broker, a forwarder, how we can operate in a digital manner, improve our digital, improve our compliances and accuracy at the time of filing. And lastly, Mr. P.K. Agarwal had conveyed, Samvad se Samadhan. It's a dispute resolution mechanism and a mindset being derived upon. And that was very crucial. Going into the second session, the disruptions which are happening were again conveyed by prolific speakers, Mr. Vittal Raj, Mr. Andre Sima, Mr. R. Anand from CBIC, Mr. Vinit Malhotra, who came in from Kale Logistics. And this time round, it was variety of entire spectrum of different regulatory, trade and industry, a logistics service provider, shipping line, everybody coming together to give their view on digitizing it. And that gave a lot of insights, inputs into roadmap, how we should go ahead. We should read signals from the market about the disruptions which are happening, and most importantly, invest in research. That was what was highlighted by one of the speaker, Mr. Vittalraj, and today also by Ms. Vanna Agarwal specifically. Session on skill research and skill development and research was absolutely to the point that yes, this is how we should enhance our workforce and most importantly, ourselves as an entrepreneurial talent, that unless we invest ourselves into skill, research and development, we will not go ahead. Samir Bhai, our past chairman, had also given his valuable inputs, and Mr. Neeraj Ambani finally gave how by improvising on skills into the field of logistics, and most importantly, making yourself and your team develop into mindset of problem resolution. It's called problem resolving mindset, to develop that which marks success of any organization. Another important takeaway here was in the session, which was which was chaired by Captain Deepak Tiwari, on digital transformation of logistics. Mr. Sagar Kadu, Mr. Abhishek Chaudhary, Mr. Amit Maheshwari, they gave very insightful details in how today country is progressing ahead with the kind of data which is being analyzed, tracked, way it is being utilized for tangible infra development, whether laying down of optical fiber network to connect each and every rural village in India, right up to creating digital cities today, or smart cities as it is called, which is going to help manufacturing India, with support services and connectivity with railroad port network. That was very crucial, and yes, in the coming months, FFFAI is going to have play a very active role on these aspects, working closely with NICTC after announcement of National Logistic Policy. Resilient and responsible logistics, chaired by again our past chairman, Mr. Shantanu Bhatkamkar. Mr. George Abrao gave insights into asset-based model with new perspective, how he has progressed on those kind of working model. It was very important. Hearing from Mr. Harish Shashidhar was important regarding the finances and how disruptions are going to be regular into our logistics field and how we can be ready for this. Availability of finance was underlined and how to go about it. I'll touch base on the last session, which was that was on Logistic Vision 2030. Very beautifully, Mr. N.R.Su Karunasan had laid down the roadmap which will be required in this country to be created to ensure that how India today, if we are dreaming to make $5 trillion economy to $15 trillion, we will have to invest a lot into mindset and tangible infrastructure. And these were few important takeaways which were shared by him. Ms. Vanna Agarwal showed the opportunities which are there in store for Indian businesses with existence of Gift City, which is being made operational very soon. Lastly, Mr. Keku Gosdar gave his insights into how the transformation of technology is going to transform the logistics with data flow. And his recommendation was to go green with create blockchains and innovate. Mr. Raghavendran Vishwanathan, Freightify, a startup, he gave his insight into how logistics will be supported by technology. With this, as FFFAI chairman, we all resolve few things. First and foremost, get ahead. We will be representing to various ministries. First and foremost to CBIC to ensure that the project of eKYC that FFFAI is embarking on NICDC, that is supported by CBIC to create a safe working environment in field of custom clearance and logistics. And that is going to help all stakeholders out here. And that is the foremost at our agenda. Second most important aspect for custom brokers is that redrafting, and this is in a time-bound manner we are going to represent and try to get it, achieve this, is that provide principle of natural justice for custom brokers who are operating, who encounter tremendous amount of legal inquiries while conducting clearance on behalf of their importers, exporters, and how they have to be protected. First, by removing that constant threat of suspension or action against the licenses, except for the contrabands. Rest of things in the interpretative disputes, custom brokers should not be implicated, and that is our detailed representation will be made in the coming days, which our predecessors have already been doing it. Important announcement on FFFAI. We have resolved that FFFAI would be definitely given a very wide publicity, wide acceptability in the trade, so that it helps FFFAI members and trade to issue the FFFAI. And lastly, we are awaiting this announcement of National Logistic Policy, where upon representation, we all have resolved here that we will represent and get that KYC signed by the NICDC, which is formed under aegis of Niti Aayog, and that will give a lot of legitimacy to the businesses being conducted by FFFAI members on behalf of importers and exporters. So that is where we stand. Chairman, sir, I hand it over.
Thank you, Dushan. A big round of applause for all the business session being organized and structured by Dushan Mulan Sahib with the 24/7 working. And he has been completely busy with the team working for these business sessions. Thanks, Dushan Bhai, for that. The only thing is that he has been able to give out the pointers for the resolution. And basis of these pointers, we will surely pass the resolution and we will circulate to all our members. So that can help us in the future taking the action points from it. So thanks for that. I have taken permission from the minister for these 15 minutes. So in 15 minutes, he will be arriving here. But before that, I will just request our office bearers if there are any inputs to be provided. We also have Mr. Afzal Bhai is here. We missed him in the last session. We called out. He was not here. Akai President, Mr. Afzal Bhai Malbarwala. If Afzal Bhai is here, we will just felicitate. But before that, if any of our OBs over here would like to say something, otherwise it would be an injustice for me to end the session without their words. Thank you.
Afzal Bhai is here.
Yeah, Afzal Bhai, please. We request you to please come. We'd like to felicitate you for the participation. We have all the great participations from all the trade associations, and we called you, but we missed you upon the participation. So please. Thank you for being here with us and look forward for long-term partnership, collaboration with all the stakeholders. Thank you. May I request Vijay Kumarji to please. Sir, please.
Now we also have our press media partners over here with us. I would request all the press media partners to, yeah, Mr. Nikhil Bhai wants to say something. Yeah, come. Yes, sir. Okay, come. Come. Okay. Give a mic over here, Mr. Nikhil Bhai.
I'm Nikhil Modi, Exim India, a premier publication on shipping and export-import. Generally, I don't give this speech or anything. My heartiest compliments to FFFAI under the leadership of Shankar Bhai and Dushyant. Okay, it is an excellent program. Excellent is not the word. Give them a big round of applause. The sessions were excellent. The topics were excellent. I myself also conduct a lot of program, but this much precision I did not expect. And this is one of the best FFFAI convention. So at the request of many people, you should hold this not only in India, once maybe abroad. This is my humble suggestion. Once again, congratulations and best wishes.
Thank you, Nikhil Bhai. And it's not with only it has been a lot of inputs also from Nikhil Bhai, who has been helping to conceptualize this convention. Thanks a lot. With this, we request all the media partners. May I request to announce the media partners so we can just felicitate and proceed further?
So we call upon daily shipping, cargo talk, maritime economy. I'm very sorry we are having to rush through this, but please, it's not any sign of disrespect. It's just that the time is so less in our hands. So maritime economy, Indian transport and logistics news, maritime gateway, India Sea Trade news, India shipping news, Port Wings, APACE Digital Cargo LLP, Bandrakar Publications, Cargo Insights, Logistics Insider, New Line Shipping, Trade Maker Magazine, Maritime Matrix Today, Cargo Connect, and of course, people who have helped us in this, Prometheus Solutions Private Limited, our event manager, Attitude Event Private Limited, and of course, staff and the management of ITC Grand Chola. Please grace the dais.
Logistics
Cargo Talk, Exim India, Maritime Economy,
Attitude ITC Grand Chola,
India Sea Trade, Indian Transport and Logistics, Exim India, Nikhil Bhai.
Nikhil bhai, please. चल चलो क्लिक करो ये क्लिक करो Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Now, before we end our session, we have some behind the screen people working for us. We have Mr. Joshua, who has been tremendously working to summarize all the business sessions also with us to give the inputs and feedbacks on the session also. We have a lot of people, and in fact, I will come in the valedictory function. We will name some of our office bearers, some of our team who has been behind this conventions, to preparations and executing. So any of our office bearers would like to say something?
No, I don't think so. Sir, how much break do we take here? When do we assemble? When do we assemble again?
Immediately. We'll start, I think so, in next 5 minutes. If anything, we will just start this session within next 5 minutes, valedictory function. Request all to please connect all your friends to have this full house session. After this session, we will have a group photographs over here only with the minister. We will have term by term. First, we'll complete with the office bearers. Then we'll have the presidents and the OBs, presidents and the board of advisors on the stage. Then we would request add on to the delegates to add on to the stage. Give some time for them to arrange the chairs over here, so it becomes a proper way of photograph. So I would request your cooperation. And after we finish this, we move down for the stage staircase photograph. All the delegates together. We'll have a good, wonderful photograph downstairs. Okay, so with this, I would request you to please be seated within 5 minutes again. Thank you. 1 second. We also have our organizers over here of the venue. AV. Yeah, Chennai City AV, we have a preparation. I would request them to just come on the stage.
Please,
The Chennai Association would like to felicitate you. Chennai AV, you are playing it?
Swati?
उनको आने को बोलो. हाँ?
Start announcing that the minister is coming. Start announcing.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, our Honorable Minister Shri Shripad Nayak, Union Minister of State for Tourism and Ports, Shipping and Waterways is here. Can we all give a big round of applause? Everybody together, a huge round of applause, please. Thank you so much. I would request Mr. Amit Kamath to come on to the dais. I request Mr. Shankar Shinde to accompany our minister to the dais, please. Very good evening, sir. Thanks for joining us in this lovely evening. Thank you so much. And next, I would like to welcome Mr. A.V. Vijay Kumar, immediate past chairman, FFFAI, to come on to the dais. I would request Mr. Dushyant Mulani, chairman-elect FFFAI, please welcome to the stage. Can we give an applause to them? And I would like to welcome Mr. S. Natarajan, vice chairman, FFFAI. Mr. Amit Kamath, Vice Chairman, FFFAI. Mr. Rajesh Verma, Vice Chairman, FFFAI. Mr. Sudeep Dey, Vice Chairman, FFFAI. Mr. Karthik A. Pancholi, Vice Chairman, FFFAI. Mr. Vinod Sharma, Honorary Secretary, FFFAI. Mr. Sudhir Agarwal, Honorary Treasurer, FFFAI. We would like to welcome Mr. R.N. Shekhar, President, Chennai Customs Broker Association. So please welcome onto the dais. Can we give a round of applause to him? I would request Mr. Amit Kamath to come forward and take over the stage to introduce our Honorable Minister. Can we give a round of applause to Mr. Amit Kamath?
On behalf of Federation of Freight Forwarders Associations in India, our chairman, Mr. Shankar Shinde, my office bearer colleagues, our board of advisors and all executive committee members, we welcome Honorable Sri Shripad Naik Ji, Minister of State, Union Minister of State for Ports, Shipping and Waterways and Tourism. He is amongst us today. Welcome, sir. Brief introduction of Honorable Minister. Shripad Naik Ji was born in Adapai village in North Goa district in Goa. A businessman by profession, he started his political career as a member of Durbat village panchayat in 1983 and became a sarpanch in 1984 and continued till 1993 for 9 years as a sarpanch. In 1994, he was elected as a member of the Goa Legislative Assembly from Madkai. Also then, he was General Secretary of BJP in Goa. Soon, he rose to the position of party president. In 1999, Sri Shripad Naik was elected to the 13th Lok Sabha from the North Goa constituency in Goa. The same year, he was made a member of the Standing Committee on Transport and Employment. He has held various portfolios in the Union Cabinet, such as health and family welfare, tourism, culture, finance, roads and transport, highways, shipping, and civil aviation in the past. The first beginning in the BJP-led government by late Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee during the term 1999 to 2004. During his political career, Shripad Naik Ji has occupied many important positions in the government. He was a member of the Consultative Committee in the Ministry of Tourism and Ministry of Urban Poverty Alleviation. The journey from State Union Minister to the Minister in Modi's cabinet was long and not easy for Honorable Minister. It was his determination that led him to this position. Honorable Minister, in 2014, held the charge of Minister of State Independent Charge for Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Culture and Ministry of Culture in Sri Narendra Modi Ji's inaugural cabinet in 2014. He was appointed as Minister of State Independent Charge of Ministry of Ayush, Government of India in November 2013, and he continued as Minister of State Independent Charge for Ayush along with the portfolio of Minister of State for Defense on 31st May 2019 in the second term of Narendra Modi ji's government. Today, we are fortunate to have with us Honorable Minister who has been our chief guest of our conventions in 2003 in Hyderabad and 2009 in Goa. He was also instrumental when he was Union Minister of State for Finance for getting for our 2004 Custom House Agents Licensing Regulations getting released that time, which with simplified processes. Thank you so much, sir. I now request our chairman, Mr. Shankar Shinde, to welcome Honorable Minister with a bouquet of flowers. I would now request the convener of this convention and our immediate past chairman, Sri A.V. Vijay Kumar, to give his address. I now request the convener of our convention and our immediate past chairman, Mr. A.V. Vijay Kumar, to address the gathering.
Good evening. It's my pleasure to welcome the Honorable Minister, Sri Sripad Nayak ji, Union Minister of Ports and State for Ports and Waterways, and all my friends on the dais and off the dais, and our media partners, and our speakers, and all supporters, Freight Forwarders Federation of India. It's my immense pleasure to welcome all of you for our valedictory session. We had a power-packed 3 days event. We are very fortunate. We had 3 ministers, 2 ministers addressed our convention. Union Minister of Ports and Waterways and Ayush, Mr. Sonowal ji, and evening, Honorable Union Minister of Highways and Transport, Sri Nitin Gadkari ji, also addressed. Today, we are very fortunate to have with us Sri Sripad Nayak ji. All the 3 days, it's really all our participants enjoyed and learned a lot of things. Yes, our business convention, business sessions covered with all these Prime Minister's initiatives to reach the $5 trillion economy and to reach the $1 trillion exports. So the logistics partners in India, we are the largest logistics associations in India, having more than 6,500 members and having 29 associations across India and having more than 1 lakh people employed in this industry. And the last 3 days, we discussed and shared the industry leaders and the experts in the domain areas of the logistics, explained how to reach and what is our role as logistician to reach the target of $5 trillion economy in coming years. And of course, we are really thankful for the Union Minister of State for Ports and Waterways to be with us in the valedictory session, and that also in the eve of the 75th Independence Day of India, and the whole nation is celebrating our 25th year of independence. We are proud and privileged. We had that opportunity to have that 3 union ministers to address our gathering in Chennai, not in Delhi. That's really great, sir. Thank you very much for being with us for today to grace this occasion. With this, I once again welcome all of you for our valedictory session of 24th Biennial Convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vijay Kumar. I would now request our chairman, Shri Shankar Shinde, to give his closing remarks of the convention.
Manikam. Good evening. I know it has been a 3 days tireless, continuous working and facing us. And all the speakers on the dais, respected Honorable Minister, Shri Shripad Bhau Nayak, dignitaries on the dais, my colleagues, I will not get into the names, my office bearers, dignitaries of the dais, international delegates, we have Ms. Nadia ma'am from NAFL, Mr. Hasib and his colleague from ASIAD, and my board of advisors over here, my EC members over here, my colleague members, delegates, participants. A very good evening and warm welcome to this session. It has been 3 days with the continuous, since morning 9 a.m. till night 1 a.m. We have been here in this hall. And I think so nothing can give better than this opportunity to network. Sir, this is our biennial convention, and this is the only opportunity we take, an event to meet each other across the country. And it is not only a session of B2B or 1 hour session or one time getting together, getting dinner, hi, hello, or go. We do business over here. We contribute towards the growth business of this nation, to strengthen our nation, to strengthen our MSME companies. And that is how we have a contribution towards the nation. As we know, logistics is the backbone of the economy, but without the infrastructure, which is provided, I think so, it is not possible for us to run the system. The whole logistics ecosystem requires the bandwidth in the whole supply chain. And you being at the apex of this Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, and now as a tourism also, because Ministry of Tourism, and why the ports can't be a tourism also? Why we only see the locations? There are so many members within our fraternity who does not get the access to the ports. And the people are so engrossed to see the ports, something different environment. I think so we should make also this one of the sectors to make it a tourism with the security aspect. So it can also be promoted as a tourism, because getting access to any common person is not easy. And that is fascinating so many people that, yes, I would like to see the port, I would like to see the containers, I would like to see the ships, the big ships, the huge sea where the ship sails. So we can also consider this as one of the promotion under this tourism. So it's not today that we have relations with you. And it's not a relationship of the government and the private sector or your association. We are in person with love and affection. And we cannot complete this convention without your presence. And that is where we find this acknowledgement to this convention. So thank you for endorsing the Federation, the support to Federation, through which we build our confidence. And that is what we get the inspiring and motivated to work towards the vision of the government. And our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, who works day and night, 24/7, with the international promotions and the support. And in the budget, he had at least 75% of his speech and only on logistics, logistics and logistics growth. So we come to know now how important agenda this logistics has been on the government of India. And it is well understood by all other countries across the world that without logistics and the growth and the numbers we see is just because of the priority of logistics which has been on the agenda. Sir, when it was down during the pandemic situation, so said leaders, the country, so said developed countries were at standstill. But it was only India which was functioning around the clock, which kept it a supply chain continuously. And that credit goes to my fellow members who has been on the forefront. And that cannot be happened without the support of the government of India. And that is what important relationship we enjoy. Without taking much of your time, we would like to hear you. And sir has a flight to take. So we have very little time. In that little time, we have to give a lot of felicitations, some photographs of our groups we would like to have. And I think I should move ahead with the hearing to the minister to take it forward. Thank you, sir.
As you all know, we have a souvenir of this convention. We would like to release this souvenir at the hands of the Honorable Minister. So could we have the souvenir, please? Souvenir, sir. There are a few felicitations to be done. We would like to felicitate our silver sponsors of this convention at the hands of Honorable Minister. So, sponsor का नाम दो यार. Like to first felicitate MSC Agency India Private Limited, who is our silver sponsor for this convention. What is that? ये किसका है? Next, we would like to felicitate Total Transport System, our silver sponsors of the convention, at the hands of the Honorable Minister. Anybody from Total Transport System? We invite Softlink Global Systems Private Limited, our silver sponsor of this convention. Thank you so much, sir, for your support. We invite JWR Logistics Private Limited, our sponsors of this convention. JWR Logistics Private Limited, our silver sponsors for the convention. We request DBS Bank, our silver sponsors of this convention, to please come on stage. Cargo Service Center, our silver sponsors of this convention, to please come on stage. We request EMU Lines, our silver sponsors of this convention, to kindly come on stage. Thanks to all our sponsors for your invaluable support to our convention. Now, I request Union Minister of State for Port, Shipping, Waterways and Tourism, Honorable Shripad Naik ji, to address the gathering.
Namaskar. Dignitaries, one dies for this valedictory function of the Federation of Freight Forwarder Association in India. Honorable Sri Shankar Shinde ji, Chairman of the Federation. Sri Rajesh Verma ji, Vice Chairman of the Federation. Mr. A.V. Vijay Kumar ji, immediate past President of the Federation. Sri Dushyant Mulani ji, Chairman-elect. Sri Amit Kamath ji, Vice Chairman. Sri Nataraya ji, Vice Chairman. Sri Sudeep Dey ji, Vice Chairman. Sri Vinod Sharma ji, Honorary Secretary of the Federation. Sri Sudhir Agrawal ji, Honorary Treasurer of the Federation. The delegates who present here, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor and privilege to be a part of this distinguished audience to share my views on this occasion. I am very glad to know that the Federation of Freight Forwarder Association in India is the apex body and the representative of custom broker in India and employing large number of people. In addition to this, it is directly or indirectly involved in freight forwarding, shipping, and commerce. It actively involves itself and contributes towards the policy formulation, bringing of reforms in ease of doing business, helping central and state governments for smooth rollout of various measures for trade. It is learned that the logistic cost as per percentage of the total GDP in the Germany is 8% and US is 9.5%, and global average is hovering in the between 6 to 9%, whereas in India, it is estimated anywhere between 13 to 14%. It leads to our products faced through competition in global marketplace. The reduction in logistic costs will make goods and service more competitive and thereby increase in the trade and commerce. Federation's role in this regard is very critical and call upon all of you to work towards the reduction of logistic costs. The government is committed to enable to smooth and efficient logistic chain, realizing the importance of the infrastructure for improving the exports and transforming India into a global logistic hub. Several transformative projects like Sagarmala, Bharatmala, railway transport corridor, etc. have been initiated in this direction. A visionary PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan was launched in October 2021 for providing the multimodal connectivity infrastructure to various economic zones. This is a transformative approach for economic growth and sustainable development. A touchstone of this master plan will be world-class modern infrastructure and logistic synergy amongst the different models of the movement, both of the people and goods, and location of the projects. This will help to raise the productivity and accelerated economic growth and development in the country. National logistic policy is under the consideration intended to lay down an overarching interdisciplinary, cross-border and multi-sectoral framework for the logistics sector, integrating the different transport operation and bringing the condition amongst the stakeholders. It is planned to develop a trusted logistic ecosystem which is technologically enabled integrated, cost-effective, resilient, and sustainable, and meant for accelerated and inclusive growth. Appropriate provisions have been made in the draft merchant shipping bill to cover the service provider or agent in respect of any Indian ship or other ships operating the coastal water in order to bring the transparency in the freight charges and thereby reducing and rationalizing logistic costs, providing the benefit to the EXIM trade. The contribution of this federation in facilitating the trade and role of fulfilling the USD 500 billion target given by the Honorable Prime Minister is highly appreciable. Federation role in this logistic ecosystem is critical and important. It has emerged in the fulfilling the dialogue with the stakeholders, trade bodies, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, CBIC, DGFT, World Bank, etc. It is important role in the logistics supply chain during the COVID pandemic and recent Russia-Ukraine war is laudable. Freight Forward Federation is an apex body of the custom broker and freight forwarders in the country. It is the only federation in the logistics sector have such vast outreach covering all modes of transport, that is sea, air, road and rail. Federation, which was founded in 1962 with 7 associations for addressing a common cause, today is National Apex Association with 28 associations and 6,500 members, providing the employment 150,000 people. I am proud to know that the Goa Custom House Agent Association was the founder member of this federation, and Sri Krishna Kamath Mahamai being the first honorary secretary of this federation. I am proud to say that he is from Goa. I am also glad to know that the first connection of this federation was held in Goa, and that late Sri Dayanand Balkrishna Bandurkar, as the first Chief Minister of Goa, was the chief guest for this function. On occasion of 25th Biennial Convention, which is coinciding with the 75th year of the independence of our great nation, I convey my sincere best wishes to Federation and wish them many more to come. Over the last 60 years, Federation of that Freight Forwarding Association in India has become a force to reckon with and provide the humans of service to trade, industry and the government. Federation has made the several notable contributions in the past in national and international custom clearance and logistics scenario, and partnering with the government of India for various initiatives for timely clearance of the import and export cargo, airports, seaports, ICD, land custom, etc. Most notable contribution have been, this is INSTC, rollout of the single window procedure, e-delivery order for the shipping line and airlines, helping the CBIC and DGFT to create the digital working environment through the various measures, direct port delivery, helping trade and industry to achieve the export target of the USD 400 billion. Interaction with World Bank for achieving the improvement in index of ease of doing business, working actively with the government of India for authorization of the Chabahar port also. Besides the above, one of the most crucial role played by the Federation members as custom broker was during the COVID pandemic, risking their lives. They operated like soldiers on war frontier and ensured timely clearance of the export and import consignment, thus helping the nation to maintain the critical supply chain of the goods and essential commodity, life-saving medicine robust. Probably they were one of the only stakeholders who operated selflessly without the increasing their commercials. The role played by the Federation members is very essential as most of the companies are MSME and FFFAI member generate the considerable first-time employment opportunities for the thousands of youth in the country. With impetus of the investment in infrastructure, thrust on Make in India, improving the agricultural efficiency, this decade will be India's decade of logistics, and I urge Federation member to focus on expanding their capabilities beyond the custom clearance to include their services. This will be steps towards the Atmanirbhar Bharat, which will be crucial for national economy. Custom brokers often are encountered with the regulatory risk while representing their client, and I urge the custom authority also for providing a due protection to custom brokers from taking any adverse action of license suspension in the interpretative dispute pertaining to their client. Their demand for holding tenet of the principle of the natural justice, that is, holding a personal hearing prior to taking any punitive action, should be considered on top priority. I will make all effort to support the Federation members for this same. Considering the current geopolitical situation, representatives have been receiving from various quarters, including Federation, to create a national plea of container shipping lines and manufacturing of shipping container in India. This is a very valid suggestion and will be pursued in the right spirit. Once again, on the occasion of 75th year of independence, I urge all members of the Federation to join hands and create a conglomerate which will be serve not only the trade and industry, but also on global stage. In my home state of Goa, Mormugao port is a major port capable of handling all types of cargoes, that is bulk, break bulk, containerized and liquid bulk with its existing facilities. The container liner feeder service from Colombo to Mormugao stopped service a year ago, after which a feeder vessel from Mormugao port to JNPT has started. At many container lines such as Maersk, MSC, Hapag, Lloyd, amongst others, are not supporting this feeder vessel. Due to this, the companies in the Goa, both Indian and multinational, are depriving of the facility to import and export out of Goa and are forced to import and export out through JNPT port, which is increasing the both dwell time and cost. Goa is a hub of manufacturing units in multinational, in pharma, electronics, chemicals, and other sectors such as frozen seafoods. I appeal all the container shipping liners to offer service from the Mormugao port to that cost of import for manufacturers is reduced, thereby making our export most competitive. Friends, really, I have connected your association long back. मैं इसलिए जुड़ा हुआ हूँ, मैं थोड़ा हिंदी में भी बात करूँगा आपसे, इसलिए जुड़ा हूँ कि कई साल पहले मैं जब फर्स्ट टाइम मंत्री था, उस वक्त में आप लोग जानते हैं, यहाँ से एक हमारी मित्रता बढ़ गई, आपके कई प्रॉब्लम थे, वो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने के लिए कई आपके मेंबर मेरे पास आए थे, और जो मेरे हाथ में जो काम था, काम मैंने सबको बुला के मिनिस्टर से बात, मैं स्टेट मिनिस्टर था उस वक्त फाइनेंस का, और जो कुछ प्रॉब्लम थे वो सब प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने की कोशिश की। मेरे ख्याल से एक दो कुछ बचे होंगे, लेकिन मैक्सिमम प्रॉब्लम जो है उस वक्त सॉल्व हुए थे। मैं आपसे अपील करता हूँ कि जो कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो, मैं यहाँ शिपिंग में हूँ, वहाँ के कुछ प्रॉब्लम है तो मेरे पास लेके आने के लिए कोई आपको तकलीफ़ नहीं है, कभी भी आप मुझे मिल सकते हैं, कभी भी कह सकते हैं। और भी मेरी मिनिस्ट्री छोड़ के भी यदि आपके आपके और दूसरे मिनिस्ट्री के कोई प्रॉब्लम भी हो, फाइनेंस के हो और किस कस्टम के हो, एक्साइज के हो, वो भी आप मेरे पास लेके आ सकते हैं। मैं वहाँ कम से कम आज तक 24 साल बैठा हुआ हूँ। गोवा के लोगों ने मुझे 5 बार कंटिन्यूस चुन के दिया हुआ है। और जो कोई है हमारे सब मित्र परिवार है, मंत्री परिवार जो है मित्र परिवार है, और जो रीजनेबल कई बातें हैं वो जानते हैं कि जो मैं लेके आऊँगा वो रीजनेबल लेके आऊँगा और इसका सॉल्यूशन वो तुरंत देते हैं। और इसलिए मैं चाहता हूँ कि मैं इससे क्यों जुड़ा हूँ, इससे एक मुद्दा मैं आपके सामने रखूँगा। वो मुद्दा ये है कि मैं भी यही लाइन पे मेरा ट्रेडिशनल जो बिजनेस था तो यही लाइन में, पिताजी माय ग्रैंडफादर तो इसी शिपिंग लाइन में थे, और समुंदर और ये सब कुछ है वो मेरे लिए मेरे जीन में ही है वो। और इसलिए जो कुछ हर तरह की मदद करना, ये मुझे कहते हैं कि जहाँ जहाँ यहाँ का प्रॉब्लम हो तो आपको मदद करना चाहिए, प्रायोरिटी देकर मदद करना चाहिए। और इसलिए मैं आपसे निश्चित तौर से जुड़ा हुआ हूँ। आज आप लोगों ने मुझे यहाँ बुलाया, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक मैसेज जो आप सबको दिया है, घर घर तिरंगा, यही तो है। आज तक इस तरह का प्रधानमंत्री हमारे देश को नहीं मिला था। गए 8 साल में जो देश का विकास हो रहा है, और ये विकास अकेले प्राइम मिनिस्टर या अकेले कोई मंत्री कर सकता है ऐसा नहीं है। सब मिलके यदि हमने ठान लिया, भारत की शक्ति, हमारे देश की शक्ति, ताकत इतनी बड़ी है कि हमने ठान लिया हम कुछ भी कर सकते हैं। और इसलिए हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने आप सबको अपील किया हुआ है, आज घर घर तिरंगा है, घर घर से वो हर एक के दिल दिल में वो तिरंगा जाना चाहिए। ये राष्ट्रभक्ति का जो ज्वर है, जब तक वो उठेगा नहीं तब तक हमारे सामने जो चैलेंजेस है वो कम नहीं होंगे। और इसलिए मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, आपका जो कंट्रीब्यूशन हमारे इस देश के विकास में है, इस फाइनेंस में है, आप जिस तरह से काम कर रहे हैं, भारत का जो फाइनेंस है उसको निश्चित तौर से आप लोगों के परिश्रम से बढ़ावा मिलता है। और मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि यदि उसमें और थोड़ा सा हम देखें, जो कुछ हमें हमारे पास जो कुछ आए, हमारे सैनिक वहाँ हमें प्रोटेक्शन देते हैं बॉर्डर पे काम करके, यहाँ पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट है और सब है, और इसके लिए हम रात की नींद तो अच्छी तरह से ले सकते हैं। और हमारा भी कर्तव्य बनता है कि जब तक हम इस देश के नागरिक हैं, हम गौरव के साथ कह सकते हैं कि हमारी भी कोई भूमिका इस सब में देश को ऊपर उठाने में होनी चाहिए। आप लोग तो कर ही रहे हैं, लेकिन फिर एक बार हमें देश को हमारे सामने जो टारगेट है 5 ट्रिलियन हमारी इकोनॉमी को, डॉलर इकोनॉमी को बढ़ावा देना है, करनी है। और इसमें हर एक के सपोर्ट के बिना ये वहाँ तक कोई भी जा नहीं पाएगा। मैं सबको अपील करता हूँ, ये राष्ट्र मेरा है, जब तक उसको राष्ट्रभक्ति से जोड़ा नहीं जाए और इसी एक ही नाते से हम सब इस राष्ट्र के एक सच्चे और अच्छे नागरिक बनेंगे तो ही हमारे आत्मों से अच्छा और इससे भी अच्छा कार्य हो सकता है। मैं सभी से अपील करता हूँ, हमें 75 साल हो गए, इस अमृत महोत्सव हम ये कर रहे हैं, सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं, और इसी को लेकर इस राष्ट्र को बढ़ाने की ताकत हर एक के दिल में है, हर एक के पास है। उसको थोड़ा उजागर करने का काम इस साल हम करेंगे और हमारे देश को आगे लेके जाएंगे। अपने अपने जो जिम्मे में जो कुछ काम है उसी में भी इसी तरह का काम हम अच्छी तरह से कर सकते हैं। वही देशभक्ति है, वही देश का काम होगा। मैं अपने चेयरमैन साहब को, आप सभी को तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि मुझे यहाँ आने का मौका आपने दे दिया और इतना बड़ा मुझे जो मेरा गौरव किया, इसके लिए मैं आपको तहे दिल से धन्यवाद देता हूँ। मेरे 2 शब्द पूरे करता हूँ और एक बात कहता हूँ, मैं इसके आगे भी मंत्री हो ना मंत्री हो, लेकिन आप नहीं बुलाने के बाद में आपके इस कन्वेंशन में मैं हर साल आऊँगा, ये मैं आपको वचन देता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Hello. Hello. Yeah. Bhau, namaskar. We are really, we are in love. Like, the love and affection which you come over here. After the chief guest speaks, it's with the permission of you, sir. That is with the love we enjoy the relationship. It was really great to have that standing ovation for chief guest. One a big round of applause for sir. And this is second standing ovation for you, sir. Sir, because we know the bread and butter of our industry. For us, it is you who protects us time to time, who came down running with us to all the way to Ministry of Finance during your ministry time in 2004 regulation, otherwise in the suspension where we got the relief from that, and sir, we are indebted for that. And we are obliged for that, sir. And we can never forget, our fraternity cannot forget that time which we were in the difficult times. So, sir, and getting this convention to success, it is the whole team which has worked across here, the office bearers whom we have named it. And I'm really thankful, all my office bearers also for that. Amit, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Now I would request Mr. R.N. Sekhar, who is the President of Chennai Custom Brokers Association, who is the organizing association of this convention, to say a few words.
Respected Honorable Minister of State, Sri Prasad Y. Nayak ji, Sri Shankar Shinde, Chairman of the FFFAI, Sri Dushan Mulani, Chairman-elect of FFFAI, the convener and immediate past chairman, Sri A.V. Vijayakumar, and our secretary and vice chairman, Sri S. Nadaraja, and other office bearers of the FFFAI, dignitary of on the dais and off the dais. Sir, during your speech, since I am from Chennai, the last end of the speech, you have lovely given so many appreciations, sir. But since we are weak in Hindi, we are unable to hear your. This is however we felt your appreciation, sir. Thank you. And we are we are also learning Hindi, but we continue to learn Hindi, sir. Yes, so as an association, when we represent national level, we need some more language also. Thank you, sir. 3 days, 600 delegates across the nation, various sessions, different kinds of subject, different kind of moderators, stalwarts, completely packed house. I am here, I'm in this association from 2001 in the capacity of executive committee member, vice president, secretary, and president. I have attended so many conventions. In fact, 2005 in Chennai, our convention was there. P.S. Krishnan was the chairman and D. Vijayakumar is the convener. It went on well. However, this convention, 3 days number after the post-COVID, full house, fully packed. This is something phenomenal, sir. That too, our association, one of the traditionally sound associations, 65 years old, number of stalwarts headed as president of this association. But during my tenure as a president, it is a great honor to me being a host association. It went on well, grand success, all because of the chairman and the co-chairman and convener and our members, our office bearers of Chennai Custom Brokers Association, my members who has elected me to stand in front of me, a great thankful to all of them. A tremendous success of this for this convention. Coming to custom brokers, the locations already, many speakers told 6,500 custom brokers are there. We can differentiate two category post. We are the season now. We are declaring that post COVID, prior COVID, like that manual, prior manual era, after post manual era, that is digital era. So today the government started implementing at par with the WCO number of implementation under the leaders of Narendra Modi ji, number of implementation towards moving the next level. So many, all the implementation are very tough challenges to handle. As far as custom brokers concerned, we as an association, and not only Chennai Association, all other associations, Mumbai, all other associations are conducting periodic classes to bring our members to the at par with the customs level. And we are the real stakeholder, though there are 7 stakeholders are there in relation to the clearance of cargo. And we are the real custom brokers stakeholders who are equally working as customs like 24/7. Our responsibility is more, sir. We have burdened number of, burdened our shoulder in the name of complaints, in the name of to comply the complaints. But however, we are very proud to say we have adapted, sir. We have adapted to the digital era because we have adapted, that our members also adapted, and we are easily tackling it. Unless we are sound, unless we are not equipped, none of the schemes will get success. Since we are success, we are equipped, all the implementation, whatever implemented by the government, are smoothly goes under ease of doing business. Ease of doing business, main concept is reduction of transaction cost, paperless transaction, and faster clearance. These two happening because of custom brokers. I can proudly say, because of this custom broker association, all over India it is happening, and in such a way we adapted to the new digital era. With this, I conclude the speech. I once again thanks all the delegates who are all available here across the nations, and once again thanks our respected minister and all other chairman, co-chairman, and vice chairman of the FFFAI, and my office bearers, my executive committee members, and finally my seniors. They are available here, my seniors. Thank you, Nandal.
Thank you, Sekharji. Now I would request Honorable Minister to felicitate our office bearers of the Federation with a memento of appreciation. Can we have the mementos, please? Mr. Shankar Shinde, Mr. A.V. Vijay Kumar, Mr. Dushan Mulani, Mr. S. Natarajan, Mr. Amit Kamath,
Sir Rajesh Verma. Sir Rajesh Verma.
Mr. Sudeep De, Sharma, Mr. Sudhir Agarwal. We'd also request Honorable Minister to felicitate our Secretariat staff who has been working 24/7 for this convention. So, Ms. Swati Thakkar, General Secretary. Mr. Sagar Daswani, Additional Secretary. Mr. Pandurang Ghadge, Office Secretary. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. May I request everybody to be seated on the dais? Before I request our Honorary Secretary, Mr. Vinod Sharma, to give the vote of thanks, I request all members to be seated after the vote of thanks is done, and first rise for the national anthem, and then be seated in this hall for a photo session. I request Vinod Sharma to deliver the vote of thanks.
We have heard many speeches, and this will be the last speech of this convention. Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Shripad Naik Ji, members, delegates, and our families, Chairman Shri Shankar Sindhe Ji, Chairman-elect Mr. Dushir Mulani Ji, our Vice Chairman Mr. Nataraja, R.N. Sekhar, Mr. Sudeep De, Rajesh Verma Ji, Kartik Pancholi Ji. We are missing one chairman, Vice Chairman. He is not feeling well, that is Shashi Hebar. Honorary Treasurer, Sudhir Agarwal Ji, immediate past Chairman Vijay Ji, Board of Advisors, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It is my pleasure to give vote of thanks on behalf of FFFAI. We all witness this convention has achieved many milestones. Milestones of maximum delegates, milestone of maximum trade associations, milestones from trade associations from overseas, Dubai, UAE. This is a great convention for all of us. On behalf of FFFAI, Honorable Minister Shri Shripad Naik Ji, I would like to thank for your presence. In last 20 years, you are the third time present over here and addressing the valedictory. Sir, we have conducted 24 biennial convention, and no chief guest was invited for more than 2 times. And we are blessed to have you third time in our convention. Sir, thank you very much. Whenever you come, sir, You enlightened entire the event, sir. Thank you very much. Sir, what is most important? Regularization of CBLR, which you supported our CBL custom broker fraternity. जैसे आपने बोला आपका समुंदर का नाता है, हमारा आपके साथ नाता है. Thank you very much, sir. Members, delegates, and our families are most important part of this convention. And you all made this convention memorable for all of us. So thank you for joining in large numbers and active participation. Every convention needs sponsors, advertisers, and I, on behalf of FFFAI, I thank all sponsors and advertisers for supporting us. Sir, our Prime Minister aim is to achieve $5 trillion. Considering that FFFAI is extending arms and extending our families by associating with the various trade bodies. That is the main reason, sir. We have 6 trade bodies who the first time attended this convention. The trade bodies are NAFL from UAE, CAI, ACAI, MTOI, ACFI, NACFS, CFSAI. Sir, we have gathered our hands to achieve our Prime Minister's dream to achieve $5 trillion aim. So I thank all the trade bodies for attending this event and taking active part. I thank event management company which has supported for many days. I thank Hotel ITC Chola. I thank all the social media who have covered this not only at state level but national level and international level also. So my special thanks to all social media. Honorable Chief Guest, sir, this convention has not happened overnight. Our office bearer had done hard work for the last 3 months. Our chairman, under the leadership of chairman, as I said, we have many achieved milestones, and it's a true leadership, sir, and leading from the front. We thank you on behalf of all and for recognize, acknowledge your efforts, sir. Thank you, Chairman, sir. We have heard these 7 business sessions, right? The man behind this business session, under the guidance of Santanu, sir, is none other than our Chairman-elect Dushyant Mulani ji. I remember clearly that many times after 11:30 night, I received a call that you have to attend Zoom meeting on business session. I say 11:30 night. I said, can we do tomorrow? No, Shantanu sir is also attending, our chairman-elect, immediate past chairman, and chairman is also attending. So he made us to burn midnight oil, right? And we can all see his hard work. There's a lot of takeaway from all the business sessions. So thank you, Chairman-elect Dushyant ji, for working hard on this business session. Sponsors, as I said, is important for all of conventions. Nataraja sir, your humbleness, your leadership brought more sponsorship with the support of all these office bearers. So thank you very much, sir. Amit Kamath ji, we all know how he has worked hard and how he has supported this event. From the negotiating from the hotel, from the accession for the event management company, he did a hard work, and it is one of the criteria that his hard work we have seen this great success. Thank you, Amit Kamath ji. It is said, penny saved, penny earned. And who can be other than our treasurer Sudhir Agarwal ji, who has saved a lot of money by negotiating and finalizing the contract win-win situation. Advertisement, Sudeep Dey, thank you very much for your support. Rajesh Verma ji, thank you very much for your support and acknowledge for the success of B2B meeting and overall efforts. Thank you, sir. My secretariat staff, as I said, that they have worked for last 6 months, day in, day and night. From bottom of my heart, I want to thank Swati Madam, Sagar Daswani ji and Pandu ji. Thank you very much for your support. Chennai is the host city for this convention. Sekhar ji, President of Chennai Custom Broker Association. Without your and your team support, this could not have been possible. I'll take a few names who have supported a lot from your association and committee members. Mr. Bhujagaraman, Mr. Karunakaran, Mr. Balaji, Mr. Zahir Hussain, Mr. Devakaran, Mr. Kumar. This list is very long. If I will take every name, we'll not be celebrating today's night event show. So thank you very much for your support, sir. Am I forgetting to acknowledge someone's efforts, someone's hard work, who is our immediate past chairman and convener of this event? Vijay sir, under your leadership, we have achieved this convention and we have achieved many milestones, sir. A big round of applause of convener. Sir, you have got all the qualities to lead from the front. I know it is coming from bottom of my heart, sir. So thank you very much for your support. This biennial convention is very important in our industries, and we are conducting this event every 2 years. So I urge everyone, and I thank everyone present here to give support for the coming convention also. So thank you all. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Hello. The man behind this, I'll just take 2 minutes. We'll just having the photo session. Sir has to leave for the airport. So systematically, we will move one by one. First, we will have the board of advisors, followed by the presidents, followed by the team EC meeting, followed by all the delegates. So we will have a good photo session. I would request meantime to make these sitting arrangements over here so it can happen quickly. And that I'll just like to thank Mr. Kaustubh Kamath and Mr. Amit Kamath, the Goa Association, for having in regular coordination with Bhau to ensure that Bhau is here. Even going to Delhi, getting it here, going to Goa, coordination, if Bhau is in Delhi, I can know Bhau, you have to come. So thanks Kaustubh for that. Amit Bhau, and we should keep this relation, ensure Bhau has said every convention, so you don't forget to get Bhau. Otherwise you will say, sir, I forgot. So that should not happen from our side. Bhau, we will try, we'll ensure that we remind you and we'll come every time and we'll have this session with you only. Thank you, sir. Now I would request all the office bearers to come forward, and then first we'll stand up for the raise up for the national anthem. I would request all to raise up for the national anthem. भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की. I would request all the office bearers to be here. Office bearers. I would request the trade association presidents to please join. Trade associations, presidents, trade associations, presidents, ACAI, ACFI, MTOI, CFSC, NAFL, Ms. Nadia, please. CFSC, NACFS. Trade association, please. Pramod ji, आइए. After this trade association, we'll have the board of advisors. Thank you, trade associations representative and presidents of office bearers. I would request now board of advisors to please come on the board. Thank you. We have all the board of advisors of FFFAI here. Thank you. May I request the presidents of all associations to please come on board. You can be on board, sir. You are the part and parcel of the EC, so you will join. All the presidents of association just line up. Just line down, no? Just line up down, it will happen. Any president missing? It's okay, no issues. These are all member associations. So we have custom broker associations presidents lined up sitting over here. May I now request all the EC members to come, join. So we have all the executive committee members of the FFFAI, FFFAI EC members. Chaitali, come. Come on. I don't need to call. Everybody knows who are the EC members. Please do join. Whoever are the EC members. Yes, Singh ji, come on. No, your president has to be here, huh? I request all the delegates to slowly come up, just line up behind this, and some on the stage, so we have a good photograph. Please slowly come down on the stage, just line up with the space available. All others be seated. I request the event manager just turn out the sofas in the front line, ahead of the chairs. Event manager, if sofas can be just arranged front side, yeah. Just try to adjust yourself. We'll have a good photograph. All others on the floor, please join. Even the media partners, please join.
Okay, I'll stand here.
Sponsors, media partners.
Check.
Pramod bhai, Manoj bhai, come on please. Shankar Prasad Verma ji. Manikanda ji, come on. All delegates are here now, come on. Let's have a final click and leave. Finish.
Thank you, thank you.
Chairman
Thanks a
sir,
lot. Thanks to
Chairman
all the
sir.
delegates. We'll
Chairman
enjoy
sir.
the evening.
Chairman
7:30.
sir. Chairman sir, request one exclusively photo with the
Yeah.
Honorable Minister with the women's wing, please. One exclusive
भाऊ
photo.
एक वुमन्स विंग साठी पाहिजे. I would request all to leave the stage and lead all women's wing to please be here on the stage, please. Oh, women's wing. Women's wing, please. हे आमचे women's wing चे mentor आहेत. Women's wing, all the ladies over here, please.
Can we have Valarma, Carmela, Priya, Radha?
Please, I request all ladies. Last photo, please hurry up, sir, has to leave for the airport. Don't miss on this photo opportunity. Please join, please join. If you are not in the committee, you join the committee. Come on. All the ladies over here, yeah, please.
Thank you very much for your support. Congratulations. Thank you.
Okay. On the mic volume light this ladies and gentlemen, we have our very special cultural session by around 7:30 in the same hall. So we would request everybody to take rest and you can change, to the colorful dressing, and please come back. Gala dinner, we have very special entertainment for you. I don't want anybody to miss it. It's going to be an extraordinary performance. This is going to happen. So please come back by sharp 7:30. 7:30, please be here. So we have a colorful entertainment and it's going to be an extraordinary performance. So we want everybody to be here by sharp 7:30. And we have a bumper raffle like yesterday. So if you miss your raffle, you will not get it back. So we will go to another number. So we want you to come back soon so that we all can enjoy together. Thank you.